Russians. 4 in 1. Leaders of Soviet Russia, 1917 to 1991. History of Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev and Gorbachev, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Introduction. Are you interested in the fascinating history of Soviet Russia? Do you want to understand the individuals who shaped one of the most powerful nations of the 20th century? Then look no further. This book offers a comprehensive examination of the lives and legacies of the four most influential leaders in Russian history: Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin, Nikita Khrushchev, and Mikhail Gorbachev. Through detailed explorations of their ideologies, policies, and the events that defined their respective tenures in power, this book provides an insightful look at the forces that shaped modern Russia. From Lenin's establishment of the Bolshevik government to Stalin's brutal purges, Khrushchev's reforms, and Gorbachev's attempts at perestroika and glasnost, each leader's impact on Soviet Russia is examined in depth. Through their stories, readers can gain a deeper appreciation for the complexities of the Soviet system and the challenges faced by those who sought to lead it. This book is essential reading for anyone interested in Russian history, politics, or the global events of the 20th century. It is a rich and engaging exploration of the lives of the individuals who shaped one of the most powerful nations of the modern era, and their legacies that continue to resonate to this day. Russia's history is deeply intertwined with the lives and legacies of its leaders. From the czars of old to the revolutionary figures of the Soviet era, these individuals have shaped the course of Russian society and left an indelible mark on its culture, politics, and economy. Among the most significant of these leaders are the four men featured in this book bundle: Russians, 4 in 1 leaders of Soviet Russia 1917 to 1991, Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin, Nikita Khrushchev, and Mikhail Gorbachev. Each of these figures played a pivotal role in the evolution of the Soviet Union, which would ultimately become one of the world's superpowers. From the establishment of the Bolshevik government by Lenin to the sweeping reforms of Gorbachev, these leaders shaped the trajectory of Soviet Russia in profound and enduring ways. Along the way, they faced immense challenges and made consequential decisions that would have far-reaching consequences for their nation and the world at large. Through detailed examinations of their lives, ideologies, policies, and legacies, this book bundle provides a comprehensive and insightful look at the four leaders who defined the Soviet era of Russian history. By understanding their stories and the impact of their decisions, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the forces that have shaped modern Russia and the ongoing challenges it continues to face. History of Vladimir Lenin. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1: Early Life and Education of Vladimir Lenin. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union and the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, was born on April 22, 1870 in the city of Simbirsk, Russia. His family background and early childhood were shaped by the turbulent political and social environment of 19th-century Russia. Lenin's family belonged to the minor nobility, the class of landowners and government officials who had enjoyed privileges and status under the Tsarist regime. His father, Ilya Ulyanov, was a respected inspector of schools, a devout Orthodox Christian, and a staunch conservative. His mother, Maria Alexandrovna, was the daughter of a doctor and a well-educated woman who instilled in her children a love of literature and music. Lenin was the third of 6 children born to the Ulyanov family, after Anna and Alexander. His siblings included Olga, Dmitry, and Maria. They grew up in a large and comfortable house, surrounded by a garden and orchard, and attended the best schools in Simbirsk. However, Lenin's early childhood was marked by tragedy and upheaval. In 1886, when he was only 16 years old, his father died of a cerebral hemorrhage. This was a devastating blow to the family, both emotionally and financially, as Ilya Ulyanov had been the main breadwinner and the moral authority of the household. Lenin's mother, Maria, was left to raise her children on her own, with the help of her eldest son, Alexander. She was a devoted mother who believed in the importance of education and discipline. She sent her children to the gymnasium, a prestigious school that prepared young men for university studies and careers in the civil service or the military. Lenin's education at the gymnasium was rigorous and demanding, with a strong emphasis on classical languages, history, and mathematics. He excelled in his studies, showing a talent for languages and a passion for reading. He was particularly interested in the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the founders of the communist theory. In 1887, when Lenin was 17 years old, his elder brother, Alexander, was executed by the Tsarist authorities for his involvement in a plot to assassinate the Tsar. This was a traumatic event for the family, and it had a profound impact on Lenin's political views and his sense of mission. Lenin became increasingly radicalized and disillusioned with the Tsarist regime, which he saw as corrupt, oppressive, and backward. He joined a revolutionary group called the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, and began to write articles and pamphlets that advocated for the overthrow of the Tsarist government and the establishment of a socialist state. Despite his political activism, Lenin remained close to his family and maintained a regular correspondence with his mother and siblings. He wrote letters to his mother that expressed his love and gratitude for her sacrifices and her values. He also wrote to his siblings about his political views and his plans for the future, encouraging them to follow in his footsteps and to contribute to the cause of social justice and freedom. In 1889, Lenin graduated from the gymnasium with honors and entered the Kazan University, one of the most prestigious institutions of higher education in Russia. He studied law and politics, but his real passion was revolutionary theory and practice. He spent much of his time reading Marxist literature, attending political meetings, and organizing protests and strikes. Lenin's family background and childhood played a crucial role in shaping his personality, his values, and his political ideology. His upbringing in a minor noble family gave him a sense of entitlement and social status, but also a sense of responsibility and duty towards the people. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union and the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, was not only a political activist but also a scholar and a thinker. His education and intellectual development were shaped by his family background, his social environment, and his personal interests and talents. Lenin's early education was influenced by his mother, Maria Alexandrovna, who was a well-educated woman with a love of literature and music. She instilled in her children a passion for learning and a respect for intellectual achievement. Lenin attended the best schools in Simbirsk and later enrolled in the Kazan University, one of the most prestigious institutions of higher education in Russia. At the university, Lenin studied law and politics, but his real passion was revolutionary theory and practice. He was fascinated by the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the founders of the communist theory, and he spent much of his time reading Marxist literature, attending political meetings, and organizing protests and strikes. Lenin's intellectual development was also influenced by his social environment, which was marked by poverty, inequality, and repression. He witnessed firsthand the suffering and the struggles of the working class, and he became convinced that only a socialist revolution could bring about real change and justice. Lenin's education and intellectual development were also shaped by his personal interests and talents. He was a gifted linguist and a voracious reader, with a particular interest in history, philosophy, and political theory. He spoke several languages fluently, including Russian, German, French, and English, and he was able to read and translate works from different cultures and traditions. Lenin's intellectual development reached its peak during his years in exile, when he was forced to live in isolation and to devote himself entirely to his studies and his writings. He spent many years in Switzerland, France, and England, where he continued to read and write despite the constant surveillance and harassment of the Tsarist authorities. During his exile, Lenin wrote some of his most important works, including What is to be Done? 1902, The State and Revolution, 1917, and Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916. These works reflected his deep understanding of Marxist theory and his ability to apply it to the specific conditions of Russia and the world. Lenin's intellectual development was also influenced by his personal relationships and his interactions with other scholars and activists. He was part of a network of revolutionary groups and organizations that shared his ideas and goals, and he corresponded with many leading intellectuals of his time, including Leon Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and Antonio Gramsci. Lenin's education and intellectual development were not only a reflection of his personal interests and talents, but also a response to the historical and social conditions of his time. He saw himself as a part of a larger movement for social justice and freedom, and he believed that his knowledge and his ideas could contribute to the realization of this vision. In summary, Vladimir Lenin's education and intellectual development were shaped by his family background, his social environment, his personal interests and talents, and his political activism. He was a scholar, a thinker, and a revolutionary who devoted his life to the cause of socialism and the liberation of the working class. His legacy as a thinker and a leader continues to inspire and influence generations of scholars and activists around the world. The early political views and activism of Vladimir Lenin were shaped by his experiences of the oppression and poverty of the working class in Russia. From an early age, Lenin was exposed to the struggles of the people and their resistance against the Tsarist regime. Lenin's earliest political activities can be traced back to his student days at Kazan University, where he became involved in Marxist circles and revolutionary movements. He was particularly influenced by the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, and he became convinced that only a socialist revolution could bring about real change and justice. In 1895, Lenin was arrested and exiled to Siberia for his revolutionary activities. This experience only strengthened his commitment to the cause of socialism and his determination to overthrow the Tsarist regime. While in exile, Lenin continued to write and organize, and he became one of the most influential leaders of the revolutionary movement in Russia. In 1898, Lenin helped to establish the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, which aimed to unite all revolutionary groups and organizations under a single banner. Lenin was a key figure in the party, and he advocated for a revolutionary approach to social change, arguing that the working class needed to overthrow the Tsarist regime and establish a socialist state. Lenin's political views and activism were also shaped by his experiences during the 1905 revolution, which was a popular uprising against the Tsarist regime. Lenin returned to Russia from exile to participate in the revolution, and he played a key role in organizing and mobilizing the working class. During the revolution, Lenin advocated for the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat, which would be a temporary measure to suppress the bourgeoisie and to pave the way for the establishment of a socialist state. Lenin believed that the working class needed to seize power and to take control of the means of production in order to create a fair and equal society. Lenin's political views and activism continued to evolve over time as he responded to the changing political and social conditions of Russia and the world. He became increasingly critical of the reformist approach of the Mensheviks, who believed in working within the existing political system to achieve social change. In 1912, Lenin broke away from the RSDLP and established the Bolshevik Party, which was dedicated to the establishment of a socialist state through a revolutionary approach. Lenin argued that the working class needed to seize power and to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat in order to create a fair and equal society. Lenin's political views and activism culminated in the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, which was a popular uprising that overthrew the Tsarist regime and established a socialist state in Russia. Lenin became the leader of the new government, and he worked to implement policies that would create a fair and equal society for all. Lenin's political views and activism were characterized by his commitment to socialism, his revolutionary approach to social change, and his belief in the power of the working class to create a better world. His legacy as a political thinker and a leader continues to inspire and influence generations of activists and scholars around the world. Vladimir Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union and the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, was heavily influenced by radical thinkers and philosophers throughout his life. These thinkers and philosophers shaped his ideas and beliefs about socialism, revolution, and the role of the working class in society. One of the most important influences on Lenin was Karl Marx, the founder of Marxist theory. Lenin was deeply influenced by Marx's ideas about class struggle, historical materialism, and the role of the working class in social change. He studied Marx's works extensively, and he became one of the leading interpreters of Marxist theory in Russia. Another important influence on Lenin was Friedrich Engels, Marx's close collaborator and friend. Engels wrote extensively on a wide range of topics, including economics, philosophy, and social theory. Lenin was particularly drawn to Engels' ideas about dialectical materialism, which emphasized the importance of historical development and social change. Lenin was also influenced by the anarchist tradition, which emphasized the importance of individual freedom and autonomy. He was particularly drawn to the ideas of Mikhail Bakunin, a Russian anarchist who argued that the state was inherently oppressive and that the working class needed to overthrow it in order to achieve true freedom. In addition to these radical thinkers, Lenin was also influenced by a number of philosophers and intellectuals who were not necessarily Marxists or anarchists. One of the most important of these thinkers was Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, a German philosopher who emphasized the importance of historical development and the role of contradiction and conflict in social change. Lenin was also influenced by the ideas of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant, who argued that morality was grounded in reason and that individuals had a duty to act in accordance with universal principles. Lenin was drawn to Kant's emphasis on the importance of individual autonomy and the pursuit of truth and justice. In addition to these philosophical influences, Lenin was also influenced by the writings of revolutionary thinkers and activists from around the world. He was particularly drawn to the ideas of the French socialist Jean Jaurès, who argued that socialism was the natural outcome of historical development and that the working class had a duty to fight for their rights and freedoms. Lenin's ideas and beliefs about socialism, revolution, and the role of the working class were shaped by these various influences. He believed that the working class had the power to overthrow the oppressive capitalist system and to establish a socialist state that would serve the interests of the people. Lenin's own writings and speeches reflected his indebtedness to these radical thinkers and philosophers. He often quoted Marx, Engels, and other Marxist thinkers in his writings, and he drew on their ideas to develop his own theories about socialism and revolution. In summary, Vladimir Lenin was heavily influenced by radical thinkers and philosophers throughout his life. These influences shaped his ideas and beliefs about socialism, revolution, and the role of the working class in society. Lenin's own contributions to Marxist theory and revolutionary practice continue to inspire and influence generations of activists and scholars around the world. Lenin's exile and travels abroad were a formative period in his political and intellectual development. After being arrested and exiled to Siberia in 1895, Lenin spent the next several years studying, writing, and organizing revolutionary activities. During his time in exile, Lenin was exposed to a wide range of political and intellectual influences. He read extensively, studying the works of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and other radical thinkers and philosophers. He also corresponded with other revolutionaries and intellectuals, exchanging ideas and developing new strategies for social change. In 1900, Lenin left Russia and traveled to Europe, where he continued his political activities and became involved in the broader socialist movement. He spent time in Switzerland, Germany, and other countries, meeting with other revolutionaries and participating in conferences and meetings. During his travels, Lenin became increasingly critical of the reformist approach of many socialist organizations and leaders. He argued that social change could only be achieved through revolutionary means, and he advocated for a radical approach to political action. One of the most important experiences of Lenin's exile and travels abroad was the publication of his book, What is to be Done? In this work, Lenin argued that the working class needed to be organized into a vanguard party, which would lead the struggle for social change. He also emphasized the importance of revolutionary discipline and the need for a centralized organization. Lenin's ideas and strategies for social change were controversial within the socialist movement, and he faced criticism and opposition from many of his contemporaries. However, his writings and speeches helped to galvanize the revolutionary movement and to inspire a new generation of activists and thinkers. Lenin's travels abroad also exposed him to the broader social and political changes taking place in Europe and the world. He witnessed the growing power of capitalism and the increasing inequality and exploitation of the working class. He also saw the rise of nationalist and imperialist ideologies, which he saw as a threat to social progress and justice. In response to these developments, Lenin developed a theory of imperialism, which argued that the capitalist system was inherently imperialistic and that the struggle against imperialism was a crucial aspect of the struggle for socialism. This theory would later become an important part of Marxist theory and would influence the thinking of other revolutionaries and activists around the world. In addition to his political activities and intellectual development, Lenin's exile and travels abroad also had a personal impact on him. He met his future wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, while in exile, and the two of them formed a close partnership that would last throughout their lives. Lenin also experienced health problems during his travels, and he was forced to take breaks from his political activities to recover. In summary, Lenin's exile and travels abroad were a formative period in his political and intellectual development. They exposed him to a wide range of political and intellectual influences, and they helped to shape his ideas and strategies for social change. Lenin's experiences during this period would have a lasting impact on his life and his contributions to Marxist theory and revolutionary practice. Chapter 2: Lenin's Political Activism and Radicalization. Lenin's first encounter with Marxism and revolutionary ideas occurred during his university years in Kazan, Russia. As a young student, Lenin was drawn to radical political and social ideas, and he became increasingly interested in the revolutionary movements that were emerging throughout Europe. One of the most important influences on Lenin during this period was the writings of Nikolai Chernyshevsky, a Russian revolutionary who advocated for a radical approach to social change. Chernyshevsky's book, What is to be Done, would later inspire Lenin's own work of the same name. Lenin was also influenced by the ideas of Karl Marx, whose writings were becoming increasingly popular among European intellectuals and revolutionaries. Lenin was particularly drawn to Marx's ideas about class struggle and the need for a proletarian revolution to overthrow the capitalist system. Lenin's interest in Marxism and revolutionary ideas was deepened by his experiences as a young lawyer in St. Petersburg. He witnessed firsthand the poverty, inequality, and exploitation of the working class, and he became increasingly convinced that only a revolutionary transformation of society could address these issues. In 1893, Lenin attended a meeting of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, in Minsk, where he first encountered other Marxists and revolutionary thinkers. At this meeting, Lenin was struck by the ideological divisions within the socialist movement and by the need for a more unified and disciplined approach to political action. Over the next several years, Lenin became increasingly involved in the revolutionary movement in Russia. He worked closely with other revolutionaries to organize protests, strikes, and other forms of political action. He also began writing extensively on political and social issues, and he published a number of works that were widely read and discussed within the revolutionary movement. One of Lenin's most important contributions during this period was the development of his theory of the revolutionary vanguard. Lenin argued that the working class could only achieve social change through the leadership of a highly disciplined and organized revolutionary party. He emphasized the need for a centralized and highly disciplined organization that could lead the struggle for social change. Lenin's ideas and strategies for social change were controversial within the socialist movement, and he faced criticism and opposition from many of his contemporaries. However, his writings and speeches helped to galvanize the revolutionary movement and to inspire a new generation of activists and thinkers. In 1895, Lenin was arrested and exiled to Siberia for his revolutionary activities. This experience would later shape his thinking on the need for revolutionary discipline and the importance of centralized organization. During his exile, Lenin continued to write and to correspond with other revolutionaries, and he remained an important figure within the socialist movement. In summary, Lenin's first encounter with Marxism and revolutionary ideas occurred during his university years in Kazan, Russia. He was drawn to the radical political and social ideas that were emerging throughout Europe, and he became increasingly interested in the revolutionary movements that were challenging the capitalist system. Lenin's ideas and strategies for social change would later become an important part of Marxist theory and would influence the thinking of other revolutionaries and activists around the world. Lenin's role in founding the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, was a critical turning point in the history of the socialist movement in Russia. Through his leadership and organizing efforts, Lenin helped to bring together a diverse group of socialists and revolutionaries, and to establish the foundation for a unified socialist movement. In 1898, Lenin and other prominent socialist leaders met in Minsk to establish the RSDLP. The party's founding charter called for the establishment of a democratic, socialist republic in Russia, and for the establishment of a proletarian dictatorship to achieve this goal. Lenin played a critical role in the founding of the party. He emphasized the importance of disciplined and organized political action, and he argued that the party should be the vanguard of the revolutionary movement. Lenin believed that the party should be tightly controlled, and that members should be required to adhere to a strict party line. The RSDLP was initially a small and relatively insignificant political organization, but under Lenin's leadership it grew rapidly in membership and influence. The party's emphasis on disciplined and centralized organization helped to set it apart from other socialist groups in Russia, and it attracted many young activists and intellectuals who were drawn to Lenin's ideas and leadership style. Over the next several years, Lenin worked tirelessly to build the RSDLP into a powerful political force. He traveled extensively throughout Russia, organizing party cells and spreading the party's message to workers and peasants. He also worked to expand the party's influence by building alliances with other socialist groups and by advocating for a more unified and coordinated approach to political action. Despite these efforts, the RSDLP faced significant challenges and setbacks. The party was frequently targeted by the Tsarist government, and many of its leaders were imprisoned or exiled. In addition, the party faced internal divisions over issues such as party discipline and the role of the party in the wider revolutionary movement. However, Lenin remained committed to the party's vision of revolutionary change. He continued to advocate for a highly centralized and disciplined party organization, and he remained a vocal critic of other socialist groups and factions that he believed were not sufficiently committed to the revolutionary cause. In 1917, the RSDLP played a critical role in the overthrow of the Tsarist government and the establishment of the first socialist government in the world. Lenin's leadership and organizing efforts helped to bring together a diverse coalition of revolutionary groups and to ensure the success of the Bolsheviks in the October Revolution. In the years that followed, the RSDLP would continue to play a key role in the development of socialist thought and practice in Russia and around the world. Lenin's vision of a highly centralized and disciplined party organization would influence the thinking of other socialist leaders, and his ideas would continue to be debated and discussed within the socialist movement for decades to come. In summary, Lenin's role in founding the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was a critical moment in the history of the socialist movement in Russia. Through his leadership and organizing efforts, Lenin helped to establish the foundation for a unified socialist movement and to build the party into a powerful political force. His ideas and leadership style would continue to shape the socialist movement for many years to come, and his legacy would be felt around the world. Lenin's influence on the Bolshevik faction within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was profound and far-reaching. Through his leadership and organizing efforts, Lenin helped to shape the Bolsheviks into a highly disciplined and tightly controlled political organization, with a clear vision for revolutionary change in Russia. The Bolshevik faction, which had split from the larger RSDLP in 1903, was initially a small and relatively insignificant group within the socialist movement. However, under Lenin's leadership, the Bolsheviks grew rapidly in membership and influence, and by the time of the October Revolution in 1917, they had become the dominant force within the party. One of Lenin's key contributions to the Bolsheviks was his emphasis on disciplined and centralized organization. Lenin believed that the party should be tightly controlled, with a small group of leaders at the top who would direct the actions of the rank-and-file members. He also argued that the party should be highly disciplined, with strict adherence to party line and loyalty to the leadership. This vision of party organization was reflected in the Bolsheviks' decision-making structures. The party's Central Committee, which was made up of a small group of senior leaders, had ultimate decision-making power, and its decisions were binding on all members of the party. In addition, the party's Politburo, a smaller group of leaders within the Central Committee, had even greater power and was responsible for making key strategic decisions. Lenin's emphasis on centralized organization and strict party discipline helped to set the Bolsheviks apart from other socialist groups in Russia, and it attracted many young activists and intellectuals who were drawn to Lenin's ideas and leadership style. The party's emphasis on discipline and centralized control also helped to ensure that the Bolsheviks were able to maintain a clear and consistent message, even in the face of significant challenges and setbacks. In addition to his emphasis on organization and discipline, Lenin also had a profound impact on the Bolsheviks' political vision. Lenin was a committed Marxist and revolutionary, and he believed that the only way to achieve socialist change in Russia was through a violent overthrow of the existing order. This commitment to revolutionary change was reflected in the Bolsheviks' overall political strategy. Lenin argued that the party should focus on building a highly disciplined and well-organized revolutionary movement, with the ultimate goal of seizing power through a violent revolution. He also advocated for the establishment of a socialist government, with the goal of building a new, more just society. Lenin's vision for revolutionary change in Russia helped to inspire and guide the Bolsheviks throughout their years of struggle. His leadership and organizing efforts helped to ensure the success of the Bolsheviks in the October Revolution, and his vision of a highly disciplined and tightly controlled party organization helped to shape the Bolsheviks into a powerful political force. However, Lenin's influence on the Bolsheviks was not without controversy. Some members of the party disagreed with his emphasis on discipline and centralized control, arguing that it stifled debate and creativity within the party. Others were uncomfortable with Lenin's revolutionary vision, believing that it was too extreme and would lead to unnecessary violence. Despite these challenges, Lenin's influence on the Bolshevik faction within the party was profound and long-lasting. His vision of a highly disciplined and tightly controlled party organization helped to shape the Bolsheviks into a powerful political force, and his commitment to revolutionary change inspired generations of socialist activists around the world. In summary, Lenin's influence on the Bolshevik faction within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was profound and far-reaching. His emphasis on disciplined and centralized organization helped to shape the Bolsheviks into a highly disciplined and tightly controlled political organization, and his commitment to revolutionary change inspired generations of socialist activists around the world. Lenin was not only a prolific writer and speaker, but also a highly influential revolutionary thinker. His writings and speeches laid out a clear and coherent vision for socialist change in Russia, and provided a roadmap for the Bolsheviks' successful seizure of power in 1917. Lenin's writing was characterized by its clarity, precision, and revolutionary fervor. He was a skilled and persuasive writer, capable of communicating complex ideas in a straightforward and accessible manner. His writing was also highly political, with a focus on the practical strategies and tactics needed to achieve socialist change in Russia. One of Lenin's most famous works is What is to be Done, a book he wrote in 1902 that laid out his vision for a disciplined and highly centralized socialist party. In the book, Lenin argued that the party should be tightly controlled by a small group of leaders, and that members should be highly disciplined and obedient to the leadership. He also argued that the party should be focused on practical political work, such as organizing strikes and protests, rather than theoretical debates. This emphasis on practical political work was a hallmark of Lenin's writing and speeches. He believed that the most important task for socialists was to engage in practical, on-the-ground organizing and activism, rather than engaging in theoretical debates or academic discussions. Another key aspect of Lenin's writing and speeches was his emphasis on the need for a vanguard party. Lenin believed that the socialist revolution could only be achieved through the leadership of a highly disciplined and tightly controlled revolutionary party. This party would serve as a vanguard, leading the working class to revolution and guiding the establishment of a socialist government. Lenin's writings and speeches were also characterized by his emphasis on the need for violent revolution. He believed that the ruling class would never give up power voluntarily, and that the only way to achieve socialist change was through a violent overthrow of the existing order. This commitment to violent revolution was reflected in the Bolsheviks' successful seizure of power in 1917. In addition to his writing, Lenin was also a powerful and influential speaker. His speeches were marked by their passion, clarity, and revolutionary fervor. He was a skilled orator, capable of inspiring and motivating his audience with his words. One of Lenin's most famous speeches is his April Theses, which he delivered in 1917 upon his return to Russia from exile. In the speech, Lenin laid out his vision for socialist change in Russia, calling for an end to the war, the overthrow of the provisional government, and the establishment of a socialist government. The speech was widely circulated and helped to inspire and galvanize support for the Bolsheviks' revolutionary program. Lenin's writing and speeches were not without controversy, however. Some members of the socialist movement disagreed with his emphasis on violent revolution, arguing that it was unnecessary and would lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Others were uncomfortable with his vision for a tightly controlled and highly centralized party organization, believing that it would stifle debate and creativity within the party. Despite these challenges, Lenin's writing and speeches were highly influential and helped to shape the course of Russian and world history. His vision for a tightly controlled and highly disciplined revolutionary party, and his commitment to practical political work and violent revolution, laid the groundwork for the successful seizure of power by the Bolsheviks in 1917. His legacy as a revolutionary thinker and organizer continues to inspire socialist activists around the world to this day. In summary, Lenin's writing and speeches were marked by their clarity, precision, and revolutionary fervor. He was a skilled and persuasive writer and speaker, capable of communicating complex ideas in a straightforward and accessible manner. Lenin's relationship with other political groups and leaders was complex and multifaceted, reflecting the tumultuous political landscape of early 20th century Russia. Throughout his career, Lenin worked with and against a variety of political actors, from rival socialist groups to reactionary political factions. One of the most important political groups that Lenin had to contend with was the Mensheviks, a rival faction within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP. The Mensheviks favored a more gradualist approach to socialism, emphasizing the need for legal political activity and collaboration with other socialist groups. Lenin, by contrast, was a revolutionary who believed in the need for violent overthrow of the existing order and the establishment of a highly centralized socialist state. The split between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks was a defining moment in Russian political history and set the stage for the Bolsheviks' eventual seizure of power. Lenin's relationship with other socialist groups was also complex. While he saw the need for a highly disciplined and tightly controlled revolutionary party, he also recognized the importance of collaborating with other socialist groups in pursuit of shared goals. In 1917, for example, the Bolsheviks formed a coalition with the Left Socialist Revolutionaries, a more radical faction of the socialist movement. The coalition was short-lived, however, and tensions between the Bolsheviks and other socialist groups continued to simmer throughout Lenin's time in power. Lenin's relationship with other political leaders was similarly complex. During the Russian Revolution of 1917, Lenin worked closely with Leon Trotsky, a fellow Bolshevik who played a key role in organizing the Red Army and securing Bolshevik control over Russia. However, tensions between Lenin and Trotsky emerged later on, with Trotsky ultimately being ousted from the Communist Party in 1927. Lenin's relationship with the broader political establishment was also fraught with tension. Throughout his career, he was a vocal critic of the Russian monarchy, the ruling class, and the provisional government that replaced the monarchy after the February Revolution of 1917. His uncompromising stance against the ruling class made him a polarizing figure within Russian politics, and he was frequently the target of assassination attempts and government crackdowns. Despite the challenges posed by rival political groups and leaders, Lenin remained steadfast in his commitment to socialist revolution. He saw the need for a tightly controlled and highly disciplined revolutionary party, and believed that the socialist transformation of Russia was necessary to ensure the welfare and prosperity of the working class. In summary, Lenin's relationship with other political groups and leaders was complex and multifaceted, reflecting the tumultuous political landscape of early 20th century Russia. While he saw the need for collaboration with other socialist groups in pursuit of shared goals, he also recognized the importance of a highly disciplined and tightly controlled revolutionary party. His commitment to socialist revolution put him at odds with rival political groups and the ruling establishment, but ultimately laid the groundwork for the Bolsheviks' successful seizure of power in 1917. Chapter 3: Lenin's role in the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. Lenin's strategy and tactics for the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 were a key factor in the success of the Bolsheviks in seizing power in Russia. Lenin's approach to revolution was shaped by his experiences as a revolutionary and his analysis of the political and economic conditions of Russia at the time. Lenin believed that the key to successful revolution was the creation of a highly disciplined and tightly controlled revolutionary party. He saw the need for a vanguard party that would act as a general staff of the revolution, guiding and directing the actions of the masses. This approach was reflected in the Bolshevik Party's organizational structure, which emphasized centralized decision-making and strict party discipline. Another key aspect of Lenin's strategy was his emphasis on the need for violent revolution. Lenin believed that the overthrow of the existing order would require the use of force, and he saw the need for the Revolutionary Party to be prepared to use violence in pursuit of its goals. This approach was reflected in the Bolsheviks' use of violence during the October Revolution, which saw the party seize power in Petrograd and begin the process of consolidating its control over the rest of Russia. Lenin's tactics for the Bolshevik Revolution also included a keen understanding of the importance of propaganda and agitation. Lenin recognized the need for the Revolutionary Party to build a broad base of support among the working class and other oppressed groups, and he saw the need for the party to be highly active in promoting its message and recruiting new members. This approach was reflected in the Bolsheviks' use of newspapers, pamphlets, and public speeches to spread their message and mobilize support for the revolution. Another key tactic employed by Lenin was his emphasis on the importance of timing. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend in large part on the party's ability to seize the moment and take advantage of the opportunities presented by the political and economic situation in Russia. This approach was reflected in the Bolsheviks' decision to launch the October Revolution when they did, taking advantage of the chaos and uncertainty of the moment to seize power. Finally, Lenin's strategy and tactics for the Bolshevik Revolution also included a deep understanding of the importance of international relations. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution in Russia would depend in part on the support of other socialist and communist movements around the world, and he worked tirelessly to build alliances and connections with these groups. This approach was reflected in the Bolsheviks' efforts to establish the Comintern, an international organization dedicated to promoting socialist revolution around the world. In summary, Lenin's strategy and tactics for the Bolshevik Revolution were a key factor in the success of the Bolsheviks in seizing power in Russia. His emphasis on the need for a highly disciplined and tightly controlled revolutionary party, his focus on the use of violence, his understanding of the importance of propaganda and agitation, his keen sense of timing, and his efforts to build international alliances all played a crucial role in the party's ultimate victory. While the revolution was not without its challenges and setbacks, Lenin's leadership and vision laid the groundwork for the establishment of the Soviet Union and the spread of communist ideology around the world. Lenin's leadership during the October Revolution of 1917 was a critical moment in the history of Russia and the world. The events of that October saw the Bolshevik Party, under Lenin's guidance, seize power in Petrograd and begin the process of consolidating its control over the rest of Russia. Lenin's leadership during this period was marked by his unwavering commitment to the revolution, his strategic thinking, and his ability to inspire and motivate his followers. One of the key elements of Lenin's leadership during the October Revolution was his ability to maintain a clear focus on the party's goals and priorities. Despite the chaotic and uncertain nature of the revolution, Lenin remained steadfast in his commitment to the establishment of a socialist state in Russia. He saw the seizure of power as a crucial first step in this process, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that the party remained focused on this objective. Another key element of Lenin's leadership during the October Revolution was his strategic thinking. Lenin recognized the importance of timing and opportunity, and he was able to use the chaotic and fluid nature of the moment to the party's advantage. He saw the need to strike quickly and decisively, and he worked to ensure that the party was well prepared to do so. This approach was reflected in the Bolsheviks' careful planning and execution of the seizure of power, which saw the party seize key locations in Petrograd and gain control of the city. Lenin's leadership during the October Revolution was also marked by his ability to inspire and motivate his followers. He was a charismatic and dynamic leader, with a gift for public speaking and a talent for motivating others. He was able to rally the party and the masses behind him, creating a sense of purpose and commitment that helped to sustain the revolution in the face of numerous challenges and obstacles. Another key element of Lenin's leadership during the October Revolution was his emphasis on the importance of party discipline and organization. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend in large part on the ability of the party to act as a unified and disciplined force. He saw the need for centralized decision-making and strict adherence to party principles, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that the party remained organized and disciplined throughout the revolution. In summary, Lenin's leadership during the October Revolution was a critical factor in the success of the Bolsheviks in seizing power in Russia. His ability to maintain a clear focus on the party's goals and priorities, his strategic thinking, his ability to inspire and motivate his followers, and his emphasis on party discipline and organization all played a critical role in the party's ultimate victory. While the revolution was not without its challenges and setbacks, Lenin's leadership and vision helped to pave the way for the establishment of the Soviet Union and the spread of communist ideology around the world. Lenin's role in the formation of the Soviet government was a critical moment in the history of Russia and the world. The events that followed the October Revolution saw the Bolshevik Party, under Lenin's guidance, establish the world's first socialist state. Lenin's leadership during this period was marked by his unwavering commitment to the revolution, his strategic thinking, and his ability to build and lead a government that was capable of carrying out the party's objectives. One of the key elements of Lenin's leadership in the formation of the Soviet government was his emphasis on the need for a strong and centralized government. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the party to establish a government that was capable of carrying out its objectives. He saw the need for centralized decision-making and strict adherence to party principles, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that the government remained organized and disciplined throughout this critical period. Another key element of Lenin's leadership in the formation of the Soviet government was his ability to build and lead a government that was capable of carrying out the party's objectives. Lenin recognized the importance of recruiting skilled and committed individuals to serve in the government, and he worked to establish a system of government that was based on competence and merit. He saw the need for a government that was capable of implementing radical reforms in a rapid and efficient manner, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that the government was capable of doing so. Lenin's leadership in the formation of the Soviet government was also marked by his emphasis on the importance of internationalism and cooperation. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend in large part on the ability of the Soviet Union to establish strong and productive relationships with other socialist states around the world. He saw the need for a government that was capable of working collaboratively with other nations to achieve common goals, and he worked tirelessly to promote international cooperation and solidarity. Another key element of Lenin's leadership in the formation of the Soviet government was his commitment to radical economic and social reform. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend in large part on the ability of the government to implement radical reforms that would transform Russian society and the economy. He saw the need for a government that was capable of breaking with the old order and establishing a new, socialist society based on the principles of equality and cooperation. In summary, Lenin's role in the formation of the Soviet government was a critical moment in the history of Russia and the world. His ability to build and lead a government that was capable of carrying out the party's objectives, his emphasis on the importance of internationalism and cooperation, and his commitment to radical economic and social reform all played a critical role in the establishment of the Soviet Union and the spread of communist ideology around the world. While the Soviet government faced many challenges and obstacles in the years that followed its formation, Lenin's leadership and vision helped to pave the way for the establishment of a new and radical political and economic system that would have profound implications for the future of the world. Lenin's policies towards the provisional government and the Constituent Assembly were a critical aspect of his leadership during the early years of the Soviet Union. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the Bolshevik Party to assert its authority over these institutions, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that the government remained true to the principles of the party. One of the key elements of Lenin's policies towards the provisional government was his insistence on the need for the Bolshevik Party to seize power as soon as possible. Lenin saw the provisional government as a temporary and ineffective institution that was incapable of carrying out the radical reforms that were necessary to transform Russian society. He recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the Bolshevik Party to assert its authority and establish a new, socialist government based on the principles of equality and cooperation. To achieve this goal, Lenin emphasized the importance of a strategy of dual power, in which the Bolshevik Party would seek to establish its authority alongside the provisional government. He recognized that this would require a delicate balancing act, as the party would need to build support among the masses while also working to undermine the authority of the provisional government. Another key element of Lenin's policies towards the provisional government was his emphasis on the need for the party to establish a government that was capable of carrying out the party's objectives. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the party to establish a strong and centralized government that was capable of implementing radical reforms in a rapid and efficient manner. This led to Lenin's policies towards the Constituent Assembly, which he saw as a potential obstacle to the party's objectives. Lenin recognized that the Constituent Assembly, which had been elected in November 1917, was dominated by moderate and conservative elements that were opposed to the Bolshevik Party's radical agenda. To overcome this obstacle, Lenin pushed for the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly in January 1918. He argued that the assembly was incapable of carrying out the radical reforms that were necessary to transform Russian society, and that its continued existence would only serve to hinder the party's efforts to establish a socialist government. Lenin's policies towards the provisional government and the Constituent Assembly were not without controversy. Many within the party were opposed to his strategy of dual power, arguing that it risked undermining the authority of the Bolshevik Party and could lead to chaos and disorder. Others were opposed to the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, arguing that it represented a betrayal of democratic principles and would damage the party's reputation. Despite these challenges, Lenin remained steadfast in his commitment to the party's objectives. He recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the party to establish a new, socialist government that was capable of carrying out the radical reforms that were necessary to transform Russian society. In summary, Lenin's policies towards the provisional government and the Constituent Assembly were a critical aspect of his leadership during the early years of the Soviet Union. His emphasis on the need for a strong and centralized government, his strategy of dual power, and his commitment to the establishment of a socialist government based on the principles of equality and cooperation all played a critical role in the establishment of the Soviet Union and the spread of communist ideology around the world. While his policies were not without controversy and opposition, Lenin's leadership and vision helped to pave the way for the establishment of a new and radical political and economic system that would have profound implications for the future of the world. Lenin's influence on the Red Army and the Civil War was a critical aspect of his leadership during the early years of the Soviet Union. As the country descended into civil war following the Bolshevik Revolution, Lenin recognized the need for a powerful military force to defend the fledgling socialist government and suppress counter-revolutionary forces. He worked tirelessly to build up the Red Army and establish a culture of discipline and obedience that would be critical to the success of the revolution. One of the key elements of Lenin's influence on the Red Army was his emphasis on the need for a centralized and disciplined military force. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the Red Army to operate in a coordinated and efficient manner, and he worked tirelessly to establish a culture of discipline and obedience within the military. To achieve this goal, Lenin implemented a number of measures aimed at strengthening the Red Army and improving its effectiveness. He emphasized the importance of political education and propaganda, recognizing that soldiers needed to be committed to the ideals of the revolution in order to fight effectively. He also pushed for the establishment of a strong chain of command, with clear lines of authority and strict discipline to ensure that orders were obeyed. Another key element of Lenin's influence on the Red Army was his emphasis on the need for revolutionary fervor and dedication among soldiers. Lenin recognized that the Red Army was fighting not just for the survival of the Soviet government, but for the very future of the socialist movement. He worked tirelessly to instill a sense of revolutionary fervor among soldiers, emphasizing the importance of sacrifice and dedication to the cause. This led to the establishment of a number of revolutionary measures within the Red Army, such as the use of commissars to ensure political loyalty and the establishment of special units dedicated to carrying out revolutionary tasks. These measures helped to build a sense of camaraderie and dedication among Red Army soldiers, and helped to cement their loyalty to the Bolshevik cause. Lenin's influence on the Red Army was not without controversy. Many within the party were opposed to his emphasis on discipline and obedience, arguing that it risked undermining the revolutionary spirit of the army and could lead to the establishment of a new form of authoritarianism. Others were opposed to his emphasis on revolutionary fervor, arguing that it could lead to recklessness and unnecessary risk-taking. Despite these challenges, Lenin remained steadfast in his commitment to building a powerful and effective Red Army. He recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the military to defend the socialist government and suppress counter-revolutionary forces, and he worked tirelessly to build a military force that was up to the task. In summary, Lenin's influence on the Red Army and the Civil War was a critical aspect of his leadership during the early years of the Soviet Union. His emphasis on discipline, obedience, and revolutionary fervor helped to build a powerful and effective military force that was critical to the success of the revolution. While his policies were not without controversy and opposition, Lenin's leadership and vision helped to pave the way for the establishment of a new and radical political and economic system that would have profound implications for the future of the world. Chapter 4: Lenin's leadership of the Soviet government. Lenin's role as the first chairman of the Council of People's Commissars was a critical aspect of his leadership during the early years of the Soviet Union. As the head of the government, Lenin played a central role in shaping the policies and direction of the new socialist state, working tirelessly to build a system that would be truly representative of the needs and desires of the working class. One of the key elements of Lenin's role as chairman was his emphasis on the need for a strong and centralized government. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the government to operate in a coordinated and efficient manner, and he worked tirelessly to establish a culture of discipline and obedience within the government. To achieve this goal, Lenin implemented a number of measures aimed at strengthening the government and improving its effectiveness. He emphasized the importance of political education and propaganda, recognizing that government officials needed to be committed to the ideals of the revolution in order to govern effectively. He also pushed for the establishment of a strong chain of command, with clear lines of authority and strict discipline to ensure that orders were obeyed. Another key element of Lenin's role as chairman was his emphasis on the need for economic and social reform. Lenin recognized that the new government had a responsibility to improve the lives of the working class and to build a more just and equitable society. To achieve this goal, he implemented a number of policies aimed at improving access to healthcare, education, and housing, as well as increasing social welfare and improving the rights of workers. This emphasis on economic and social reform was critical to the success of the Soviet Union in its early years. It helped to build a sense of loyalty and support among the working class, and it helped to establish the new government as a legitimate and credible alternative to the old order. Despite the successes of his early years in office, Lenin's leadership was not without controversy. Many within the party were opposed to his emphasis on discipline and obedience, arguing that it risked undermining the revolutionary spirit of the government and could lead to the establishment of a new form of authoritarianism. Others were opposed to his emphasis on economic and social reform, arguing that it could lead to a weakening of the socialist state and a return to capitalist exploitation. Despite these challenges, Lenin remained steadfast in his commitment to building a socialist state that was truly representative of the needs and desires of the working class. He recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the government to deliver on its promises of economic and social reform, and he worked tirelessly to build a system that would be able to achieve these goals. In summary, Lenin's role as the first chairman of the Council of People's Commissars was a critical aspect of his leadership during the early years of the Soviet Union. His emphasis on discipline, obedience, and economic and social reform helped to build a government that was truly representative of the needs and desires of the working class, and that was able to establish the new socialist state as a legitimate and credible alternative to the old order. While his policies were not without controversy and opposition, Lenin's leadership and vision helped to pave the way for the establishment of a new and radical political and economic system that would have profound implications for the future of the world. Lenin's domestic policies, which focused on economic and social reforms, were critical to the success of the new socialist state. Lenin recognized that the success of the revolution would depend on the ability of the government to improve the lives of the working class and to build a more just and equitable society. To achieve this goal, he implemented a number of policies aimed at improving access to healthcare, education, and housing, as well as increasing social welfare and improving the rights of workers. One of the key elements of Lenin's domestic policies was his emphasis on improving access to healthcare. Under the old regime, healthcare was only available to a small percentage of the population, with the majority of the working class having little to no access to medical services. Lenin recognized that improving access to healthcare was critical to building a healthy and productive workforce, and he worked tirelessly to establish a system of universal healthcare. To achieve this goal, Lenin implemented a number of policies aimed at expanding the availability of medical services. He established a system of public hospitals and clinics, and he worked to increase the number of doctors and nurses in the country. He also implemented policies aimed at promoting preventative care, such as vaccination programs and public health education initiatives. Another key element of Lenin's domestic policies was his emphasis on education. Lenin recognized that access to education was critical to building a skilled and educated workforce, and he worked to establish a system of universal education. He implemented policies aimed at expanding access to primary and secondary education, as well as increasing funding for higher education. To further promote education, Lenin also implemented a number of policies aimed at promoting cultural and intellectual development. He established a system of public libraries and museums, and he worked to promote the arts and humanities through state funding and support. In addition to his policies aimed at improving healthcare and education, Lenin also implemented a number of policies aimed at improving housing and social welfare. He recognized that access to safe and affordable housing was critical to building a healthy and productive workforce, and he worked to establish a system of public housing. To further promote social welfare, Lenin implemented policies aimed at improving the rights of workers. He established a system of workers' councils, or Soviets, which were intended to give workers a voice in the government and to promote worker control over the means of production. He also implemented policies aimed at improving working conditions, such as establishing a system of maximum hours of work and minimum wages. While Lenin's domestic policies were not without controversy, they were critical to the success of the new socialist state. By focusing on economic and social reforms, Lenin was able to build a government that was truly representative of the needs and desires of the working class, and that was able to establish the new socialist state as a legitimate and credible alternative to the old order. However, it is important to note that Lenin's policies were not without their challenges and shortcomings. Some within the party were opposed to his emphasis on universal education and healthcare, arguing that it risked undermining the revolutionary spirit of the government and could lead to a weakening of the socialist state. Others were opposed to his policies aimed at improving the rights of workers, arguing that it could lead to a weakening of the economy and a return to capitalist exploitation. Despite these challenges, Lenin remained committed to building a socialist state that was truly representative of the needs and desires of the working class. His domestic policies helped to build a system that was able to deliver on its promises of economic and social reform, and that was able to establish a new and radical political and economic system that would have profound implications for the future of the world. Lenin's foreign policies were characterized by a complex and shifting relationship with the Western powers, and his efforts to establish the Comintern, or the Communist International, as a tool for promoting international revolution. From the earliest days of the new socialist state, Lenin recognized the need to build alliances with other socialist and communist movements around the world, and he worked tirelessly to establish diplomatic relationships with foreign powers and to promote the spread of socialist ideas. One of the key elements of Lenin's foreign policy was his efforts to establish diplomatic relationships with other countries. Despite the hostility of the Western powers towards the new socialist state, Lenin recognized the need to establish relationships with foreign governments in order to secure support for the fledgling socialist state. He established diplomatic relationships with a number of countries, including Germany, Austria, and Great Britain, and he worked to establish trade relationships with foreign powers in order to secure the resources necessary for the development of the Soviet economy. However, Lenin's efforts to establish diplomatic relationships with foreign powers were often undermined by the hostility of the Western powers towards the new socialist state. The Western powers were deeply suspicious of the new Soviet government, and they sought to undermine its legitimacy at every turn. The United States and its allies in particular were deeply opposed to the spread of communism, and they worked to contain the influence of the Soviet Union both militarily and economically. In response to this hostility, Lenin sought to establish the Comintern as a tool for promoting international revolution. The Comintern was established in 1919 as an organization aimed at promoting the spread of socialist ideas and organizing socialist and communist movements around the world. Lenin saw the Comintern as a critical tool for promoting the spread of the revolution beyond the borders of the Soviet Union, and he worked tirelessly to establish relationships with other socialist and communist movements around the world. Despite the initial enthusiasm for the Comintern, however, it soon became clear that the organization was not achieving its desired goals. Many socialist and communist movements around the world were deeply divided and were often at odds with one another, and the Comintern struggled to establish itself as a unifying force for the socialist cause. Furthermore, the organization was undermined by the hostility of the Western powers, who viewed it as a tool for promoting Soviet influence around the world. Despite these challenges, Lenin remained committed to promoting international revolution and to building alliances with other socialist and communist movements around the world. He recognized that the success of the Soviet Union depended on the ability of the socialist movement to spread beyond its borders, and he worked tirelessly to establish relationships with other socialist and communist movements. While Lenin's foreign policies were not without their challenges and setbacks, they were critical to the success of the new socialist state. By establishing diplomatic relationships with foreign powers and promoting the spread of socialist ideas through the Comintern, Lenin was able to build a network of allies and supporters around the world who were committed to the socialist cause. These efforts helped to secure the survival of the new socialist state in the face of relentless opposition from the Western powers, and they paved the way for the future expansion of the socialist movement around the world. Lenin's leadership style was characterized by a combination of firmness and pragmatism, which allowed him to navigate the complex political landscape of the new Soviet state. While he was deeply committed to his revolutionary principles and was often uncompromising in his views, he was also able to recognize the need for flexibility and compromise in order to achieve his goals. One of the key elements of Lenin's leadership style was his ability to work collaboratively with other Soviet leaders. While he was unquestionably the most influential figure in the early Soviet state, he recognized the need to work closely with other members of the government in order to achieve his goals. He established a collegial leadership style that encouraged open discussion and debate, and he was known for his willingness to listen to the views of others and to consider alternative viewpoints. Despite this collaborative approach, however, Lenin was also known for his decisive and forceful leadership style. He was not afraid to make difficult decisions and to take bold actions in order to advance the goals of the Soviet state, and he was known for his ability to quickly cut through bureaucracy and red tape in order to achieve his objectives. Lenin's leadership style was also characterized by his willingness to experiment with new ideas and approaches. He recognized that the Soviet state was still in its infancy, and that there was much to be learned about how to build a successful socialist society. As a result, he was open to new ideas and approaches, and he was willing to try new things in order to advance the cause of socialism. One of the key challenges that Lenin faced in his leadership role was the need to balance the demands of revolutionary ideology with the practical realities of governing a new socialist state. While he was deeply committed to his revolutionary principles, he recognized that there were many practical challenges that needed to be addressed in order to build a successful socialist society. He was willing to compromise on certain issues in order to achieve his goals, and he was known for his ability to find creative solutions to difficult problems. Despite his collaborative approach and his willingness to compromise, however, Lenin was also a deeply ideological leader who was committed to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. He was known for his uncompromising views on issues such as the role of the state in the economy and the importance of proletarian revolution, and he was not afraid to take bold actions in order to advance these principles. Lenin's leadership style was also characterized by his willingness to take risks and to make difficult decisions. He recognized that the success of the Soviet state depended on the ability of its leaders to take bold action and to push the boundaries of what was possible. As a result, he was willing to take risks and to experiment with new ideas in order to advance the cause of socialism. Overall, Lenin's leadership style was a complex and nuanced combination of collaboration and decisiveness, flexibility and ideological commitment. His ability to balance these competing demands allowed him to successfully navigate the complex political landscape of the early Soviet state, and to establish himself as one of the most important figures in the history of socialist thought and practice. Lenin's vision for the future of the Soviet Union was deeply rooted in his commitment to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. He saw the Soviet Union as a laboratory for the development of socialism, and he believed that the success of the Soviet experiment would serve as an inspiration to working people around the world. At the heart of Lenin's vision for the future of the Soviet Union was the concept of proletarian revolution. He believed that the working class had the potential to overthrow the capitalist system and to establish a new socialist society based on the principles of equality, justice, and cooperation. He saw the Soviet Union as the vanguard of this global revolution, and he believed that the success of the Soviet experiment would inspire workers and peasants around the world to rise up against their oppressors. In order to achieve this vision, Lenin recognized the need for a strong and centralized state. He believed that the state had an important role to play in the development of socialist society, and he saw the state as the vehicle through which the working class could exercise its power. He recognized, however, that the state would need to be guided by a revolutionary party that was deeply committed to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. One of the key elements of Lenin's vision for the future of the Soviet Union was the development of a planned economy. He believed that the capitalist system was inherently unstable and prone to crisis, and he saw planning as a way to avoid these problems and to ensure the efficient use of resources. He recognized, however, that the development of a planned economy would require a massive reorganization of society and the mobilization of the working class to achieve this goal. Another important element of Lenin's vision for the future of the Soviet Union was the development of a socialist culture. He believed that the development of a new socialist society would require a radical break with the past, and that this break would need to be reflected in the development of a new culture that was based on the principles of equality and cooperation. He saw culture as a powerful force that could help to shape the consciousness of the masses and to promote the development of socialist values. In addition to these broader goals, Lenin also had a number of specific objectives for the future development of the Soviet Union. He recognized the need for universal education and the elimination of illiteracy, and he saw education as a key tool for the development of a new socialist consciousness. He also recognized the need for the development of a strong military in order to defend the Soviet Union against external threats. Overall, Lenin's vision for the future of the Soviet Union was deeply rooted in his commitment to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. He saw the Soviet Union as a vanguard of the global proletarian revolution, and he believed that the success of the Soviet experiment would inspire workers and peasants around the world to rise up against their oppressors. He recognized the need for a strong and centralized state, a planned economy, and a socialist culture, and he saw education and the military as important tools for achieving these goals. While not all of his objectives were realized in the Soviet Union, his vision continues to serve as an inspiration to socialist thinkers and activists around the world. Chapter 5: Lenin's Economic Policies, the New Economic Policy (NEP). In the aftermath of the Russian Civil War, the Soviet Union faced a series of daunting economic challenges. The war had devastated the country's infrastructure and had left its economy in shambles. There were shortages of basic goods, and many people were facing starvation. In order to address these problems, the Soviet government under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin implemented a new economic policy, NEP, in 1921. The NEP was a major departure from the Soviet Union's previous economic policies, which had been based on strict central planning and the collectivization of agriculture. Under the NEP, the Soviet Union began to allow for some limited private enterprise and foreign investment. Small businesses and private farmers were allowed to operate under certain conditions, and the government began to relax some of its control over the economy. The NEP was born out of a recognition that the Soviet Union's previous economic policies were not working. The country was facing widespread poverty and deprivation, and there was a sense that something needed to be done to stimulate economic growth and to improve living conditions for the Soviet people. The NEP was also motivated by a desire to restore order and stability to the country. The Civil War had left the Soviet Union in a state of chaos, and there were concerns that the country was on the brink of collapse. The NEP was seen as a way to stabilize the economy and to restore some sense of normalcy to Soviet society. Despite its many successes, the NEP was not without its critics. Some Soviet leaders saw the policy as a betrayal of the socialist principles that underpinned the Soviet Union. They argued that the NEP was allowing for the emergence of a new class of capitalists and was undermining the Soviet Union's commitment to collectivization and central planning. Despite these criticisms, the NEP proved to be an effective tool for jump-starting the Soviet economy. By allowing for some limited private enterprise and foreign investment, the Soviet Union was able to stimulate economic growth and to improve living conditions for many Soviet citizens. The NEP also helped to restore some sense of stability to the country, and it paved the way for the Soviet Union's eventual industrialization and modernization. In the end, the NEP was a pragmatic response to the Soviet Union's economic challenges. It recognized that the country could not continue down the path of strict central planning and collectivization, and it allowed for some limited experimentation with market-oriented policies. While the NEP was not without its flaws, it represented an important turning point in the Soviet Union's economic history and helped to lay the groundwork for the country's eventual transformation into a modern industrial state. Lenin's new economic policy, NEP, represented a significant departure from the Soviet Union's previous economic policies, which had been based on strict central planning and the collectivization of agriculture. Under the NEP, the Soviet Union began to allow for some limited private enterprise and foreign investment. Small businesses and private farmers were allowed to operate under certain conditions, and the government began to relax some of its control over the economy. However, while the NEP allowed for greater economic freedom, it was still guided by a set of principles and goals that were fundamentally different from those of a capitalist economy. One of Lenin's key goals for the NEP was to address the severe economic problems that the Soviet Union was facing. The country had been devastated by the Civil War, and its infrastructure and economy were in shambles. The NEP was seen as a way to stimulate economic growth and to improve living conditions for the Soviet people. Lenin believed that the NEP would allow for greater economic efficiency and would help to rebuild the country's infrastructure. At the same time, however, Lenin was deeply committed to socialist principles and believed that the NEP needed to be guided by a set of principles that were fundamentally different from those of a capitalist economy. For example, Lenin believed that the NEP needed to be based on the principle of state ownership of the means of production. This meant that while private enterprise was allowed under the NEP, the state still retained ultimate control over the economy. Another key principle of the NEP was the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This referred to the idea that the working class needed to be in control of the country's political and economic systems in order to achieve a truly socialist society. Lenin believed that the NEP needed to be guided by this principle in order to ensure that the country's economic development was in line with socialist ideals. In addition to these guiding principles, Lenin also had specific economic goals for the NEP. For example, he believed that the country needed to focus on increasing agricultural production in order to address the widespread food shortages that were plaguing the Soviet Union. Lenin saw agriculture as the foundation of the Soviet economy and believed that it needed to be modernized in order to increase productivity. Another key economic goal for Lenin was the development of heavy industry. Lenin believed that the Soviet Union needed to develop a modern industrial base in order to compete with the capitalist countries of the West. This meant investing heavily in heavy industry, such as steel production and machine building. Lenin saw heavy industry as the key to the Soviet Union's economic growth and believed that it was necessary for the country to develop a strong industrial base in order to achieve true socialism. Finally, Lenin also believed that the NEP needed to be guided by the principle of internationalism. This meant that the Soviet Union needed to be connected to the global economy and to work with other socialist countries in order to achieve its economic goals. Lenin saw the NEP as an important step towards the creation of a global socialist economy and believed that the Soviet Union needed to work with other socialist countries in order to achieve this goal. Overall, Lenin's economic goals and principles for the NEP were guided by his deep commitment to socialist principles and his belief that the Soviet Union needed to develop a modern industrial base in order to compete with the capitalist countries of the West. While the NEP allowed for greater economic freedom, it was still guided by a set of principles and goals that were fundamentally different from those of a capitalist economy. Despite its flaws, the NEP represented an important turning point in the Soviet Union's economic history and helped to lay the groundwork for the country's eventual transformation into a modern industrial state. In the aftermath of the devastating civil war that had ravaged the newly formed Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin faced the daunting task of rebuilding the country's shattered economy. It was clear that the previous economic policies, which had emphasized strict centralization and state control of all aspects of the economy, had failed miserably. The country was in ruins, and the people were suffering from famine, poverty, and despair. Lenin knew that a radical change was necessary, and he proposed a new economic policy that would loosen the state's grip on the economy and allow for some degree of private enterprise. This policy, known as the New Economic Policy, NEP, was one of the most significant and controversial economic policies of the Soviet Union. The NEP was implemented in 1921 and lasted until 1928. It was a complex policy that involved several measures to revive the economy and restore social stability. Its main objective was to stimulate the recovery of the agricultural and industrial sectors, which were in dire need of investment and innovation. Lenin recognized that the state alone could not provide the necessary resources and expertise to accomplish this task, and he proposed a compromise between socialism and capitalism that would allow the private sector to coexist with the state-controlled sector. Lenin's economic goals and principles for the NEP were clear. He aimed to create a mixed economy that would combine state control with private enterprise. The state would continue to control the large-scale industry and the banks, but small and medium-sized businesses would be allowed to operate under private ownership. The NEP also aimed to restore agricultural production by allowing peasants to sell their surplus crops on the open market, rather than being forced to give them to the state. This measure was intended to create an incentive for farmers to produce more and increase agricultural productivity. Another important aspect of the NEP was the introduction of a new currency, the chevonce, which replaced the old inflation-ridden ruble. The new currency was more stable and reliable, which helped to restore confidence in the economy and encourage investment. The state also began to allow foreign trade and investment, which brought much-needed capital and technology into the country. The implementation of the NEP was not without controversy. Many communists saw the policy as a betrayal of socialist principles and accused Lenin of abandoning the revolutionary cause. However, Lenin argued that the NEP was a temporary measure that was necessary to rebuild the economy and prepare the country for socialism. He also believed that the NEP would help to create a new class of prosperous peasants, who would eventually become supporters of the Communist Party. The results of the NEP were mixed. On the one hand, the policy succeeded in reviving the economy and restoring social stability. Agricultural production increased, and the country began to recover from the devastation of the Civil War. On the other hand, the NEP also created new social inequalities, as some people became wealthy while others remained poor. The policy also created tensions between the state-controlled and private sectors, which led to conflicts over resources and profits. In the end, the NEP was abandoned in 1928, when Stalin took over as the leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin believed that the NEP had served its purpose, and that it was time to return to strict centralization and state control. He implemented a new policy of rapid industrialization, which led to the forced collectivization of agriculture and the elimination of the private sector. This policy had devastating consequences for the Soviet Union, leading to widespread famine and suffering. In summary, Lenin's new economic policy was a significant and controversial policy that aimed to revive the Soviet economy after the devastation of the Civil War. It represented a compromise between socialism and capitalism, and allowed for some degree of private enterprise while maintaining state control over the large-scale industry and the banks. In the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, Vladimir Lenin recognized the dire economic situation in which his fledgling Soviet Union found itself. Years of war and political turmoil had taken their toll on the country's economy, leading to widespread poverty and hardship. The situation was made even worse by the need to rapidly industrialize the country and establish a socialist system. In response, Lenin put forward a new economic policy known as the NEP, or New Economic Policy. However, while the NEP was ultimately successful in improving the country's economic situation, Lenin had serious reservations about the policy and continued to search for alternatives. The NEP was introduced in March 1921 and represented a significant shift in economic policy from the earlier war communism policy that had been in place during the Civil War. Under the NEP, small-scale private enterprise was allowed, and peasants were allowed to sell their crops on the open market. State control over industry and agriculture was maintained, but was significantly scaled back. The NEP also allowed for some foreign investment and trade, which helped to stimulate economic growth. At the heart of the NEP was the idea of the commanding heights of the economy. Those industries that were seen as critical to the functioning of the state, such as heavy industry, transportation, and finance, would remain under state control, while other industries could be run by private individuals or cooperatives. This approach was seen as a compromise between socialism and capitalism, with the aim of creating a mixed economy that could provide for the needs of the Soviet people. Despite the success of the NEP in stabilizing the Soviet economy and improving the standard of living for many citizens, Lenin remained critical of the policy. He saw it as a necessary but temporary measure, and believed that it had significant drawbacks. In particular, Lenin was concerned about the rise of a new class of wealthy entrepreneurs and the potential for this class to undermine the socialist system. He was also concerned that the policy would lead to inequality and a lack of social justice. In search of alternatives to the NEP, Lenin and other members of the Soviet leadership looked to other countries for inspiration. One option that was considered was the model of state capitalism, which had been successfully implemented in countries like Germany and Japan. Under this model, the state would maintain control over key industries while allowing for a certain degree of private enterprise. However, this approach was ultimately rejected, as it was seen as potentially leading to the creation of a new capitalist class. Another option that was considered was the continuation of war communism, which would involve maintaining strict state control over all aspects of the economy. However, this approach was seen as unfeasible given the current state of the economy and the need for rapid industrialization. Ultimately, Lenin's concerns about the NEP proved to be well-founded. In the years after his death, the policy was gradually scaled back as the Soviet leadership became increasingly concerned about the rise of a new capitalist class. By the late 1920s, the Soviet economy had transitioned to a more centralized, state-controlled system, with the introduction of the five-year plans. Despite its limitations, the NEP remains an important part of Soviet economic history. It represented a significant shift in economic policy and played a key role in stabilizing the Soviet economy in the aftermath of the revolution. While Lenin himself remained critical of the policy, it remains a testament to his pragmatism and willingness to adapt to changing circumstances in order to achieve his larger goals of building a socialist society. In the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, Vladimir Lenin inherited a country that was devastated by World War I and the subsequent Civil War. The Soviet Union was in dire need of economic recovery and reconstruction, and Lenin recognized that traditional Marxist policies of strict state control and nationalization would not be sufficient for the country's immediate needs. Thus, Lenin implemented the new economic policy, NEP, in 1921, which allowed for some degree of private enterprise and market mechanisms in the Soviet economy. The NEP was a significant departure from the Bolsheviks' previous policies, and its impact would shape Soviet economic policy for decades to come. The NEP was enacted primarily as a response to the dire economic conditions that had developed in the Soviet Union. The country's agriculture and industry were in shambles, and widespread famine threatened millions of lives. Lenin recognized that the Soviet Union needed to rebuild quickly if it was to survive, and the NEP was seen as a necessary compromise with capitalist elements to achieve that goal. However, the NEP was not an abandonment of Marxist principles. Rather, it was seen as a temporary measure that would allow the Soviet Union to recover and eventually transition to full socialism. Lenin's economic goals for the NEP were twofold: to increase agricultural production and to stimulate industry. To achieve these goals, Lenin allowed some degree of private ownership and competition in both agriculture and industry. Private individuals and businesses were permitted to sell their surplus goods on the market and make a profit, and peasants were given more control over their land and production. The state still maintained control over major industries such as mining, transportation, and banking, but some smaller enterprises were allowed to operate independently. The implementation of the NEP was not without controversy. Many Bolsheviks saw it as a betrayal of Marxist principles, and there was significant opposition to the policy both within and outside the party. However, Lenin was able to push the policy through the party and the government, and it was largely successful in achieving its goals. Agricultural production increased significantly, and famine was averted. Industrial production also began to recover, and the country's economy stabilized. However, the NEP was not without its drawbacks. Private ownership and competition led to inequality and the emergence of a wealthy capitalist class, which many Bolsheviks saw as a threat to the socialist revolution. The policy also contributed to the growth of a black market and corruption, which undermined the Soviet economy. In addition, the NEP was only ever intended to be a temporary measure, and there was always the risk that it would delay the transition to full socialism. Lenin himself was critical of the NEP and recognized its limitations. He saw it as a necessary compromise, but he remained committed to the eventual transition to socialism. In his view, the NEP was a means to an end, and the end was always the establishment of a fully socialist society. Lenin also proposed alternative economic policies, such as the development of consumer cooperatives and the formation of state-controlled trusts. However, these ideas were never fully implemented during his lifetime. The legacy and impact of the NEP on Soviet economic policy were significant. The policy laid the groundwork for later Soviet economic reforms, such as the industrialization drive of the 1930s and the Khrushchev-era economic reforms of the 1950s and 60s. The NEP also contributed to the emergence of a mixed economy in the Soviet Union, with elements of both socialism and capitalism. However, the NEP's legacy is also controversial. Some argue that it delayed the transition to socialism and allowed for the emergence of a capitalist class, while others see it as a necessary compromise to prevent the collapse of the Soviet Union in its early years. Chapter 6: Lenin's Foreign Policy, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and International Relations. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was one of the most significant events in the early history of Soviet Russia. Signed on March 3, 1918, it marked the end of hostilities between Russia and Germany during World War I. The treaty, negotiated by a Russian delegation led by Leon Trotsky, had far-reaching consequences for the Soviet Union and for international relations in general. To understand the context of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, it is necessary to look back to the events of the First World War. The war had been raging in Europe since 1914, with Russia one of the major participants on the side of the Allies. The Russian army had initially enjoyed some success against Germany, but by 1917, the situation had turned dire. The Russian army was demoralized and poorly equipped, and the country's infrastructure was struggling to cope with the demands of the war. In February 1917, a revolution overthrew the Tsarist government and replaced it with a provisional government. The new government was weak and ineffective, and it failed to address the problems facing Russia. In October of that year, the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, seized power in a coup and established the world's first communist government. The Bolsheviks inherited a war-weary and weakened Russia, with little hope of victory against the powerful German army. Lenin realized that the only way to end the war and consolidate Bolshevik power was to negotiate a peace treaty with Germany. The negotiations that led to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk were therefore a matter of survival for the new Soviet state. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed on March 3, 1918, between Soviet Russia and the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire. The treaty ceded large territories to Germany, including Ukraine, Belarus, and parts of the Caucasus region. It also required the Soviet government to pay a substantial sum in reparations to Germany. The signing of the treaty was a controversial move for the Bolsheviks. Many members of the party saw it as a betrayal of the international socialist movement, and it led to a split between the Bolsheviks and other left-wing groups around the world. The treaty also had significant economic and political consequences for the Soviet Union. The loss of territory and resources weakened the Soviet state, while the reparations payments put a strain on the country's already struggling economy. Despite these drawbacks, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk allowed the Bolsheviks to consolidate their hold on power in Soviet Russia. With the war over, the Bolsheviks were able to focus on establishing their communist government and spreading their revolutionary ideals throughout the world. The treaty also allowed the Soviet Union to avoid further military conflict with Germany, which would have been disastrous for the country. In summary, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was a defining moment in the history of Soviet Russia. It allowed the Bolsheviks to consolidate their hold on power and avoid further military conflict with Germany. However, the treaty also had significant economic and political consequences for the Soviet Union, and it led to a split in the international socialist movement. The legacy of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk can still be felt today, as it marked the beginning of a new era in international relations and the rise of Soviet communism on the world stage. In the early 20th century, the world was rapidly changing, with great powers vying for control over territories and resources. Imperialism was rampant, and many socialist and Marxist thinkers, including Vladimir Lenin, saw it as a primary cause of war and exploitation. Lenin, a revolutionary and political leader, believed that imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism and that the global conflict of World War I was the result of imperialist rivalries. Lenin's views on imperialism were shaped by his experiences as a revolutionary in Russia, where he saw firsthand the oppressive nature of the Tsarist regime and the exploitation of workers and peasants. He believed that imperialism was the result of the need for capitalist countries to expand their markets and resources to maintain their profitability. According to Lenin, imperialism was a system of monopoly capitalism, where a handful of large corporations and banks controlled the world economy, and the smaller nations were subjugated to their will. In his famous work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Lenin argued that the capitalist countries were in a constant state of competition and conflict, with each seeking to expand their markets and control over resources. This drive for expansion, according to Lenin, was the main cause of war and conflict in the world. He believed that the First World War was the direct result of the imperialist policies of the great powers, who were competing for dominance over Europe and the world. Lenin also believed that imperialism had profound social and political implications. He saw it as a form of oppression and exploitation, which perpetuated inequalities and perpetuated the division between the rich and poor. Lenin believed that imperialism was a global system that required a global revolution to overthrow it. Lenin's views on imperialism had a profound impact on the political and social movements of the time. His work inspired other socialist and communist thinkers, who saw imperialism as a major threat to their goals of achieving a more equal and just society. Lenin's ideas also influenced the anti-colonial struggles of the time, as many countries sought to gain independence from their colonial overlords. In summary, Lenin's views on imperialism were shaped by his experiences as a revolutionary and his observations of the world around him. He saw imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, a system of monopoly capitalism that perpetuated inequality and conflict. Lenin's ideas continue to influence political and social movements around the world, and his legacy as a thinker and revolutionary is still felt today. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed on March 3, 1918, was one of the most controversial and consequential agreements in the history of Soviet Russia. Its roots can be traced back to the events of World War I and the collapse of the Russian Empire. In the midst of a devastating war that had left millions of Russians dead, wounded, or displaced, the Bolsheviks had seized power in October 1917 and proclaimed a new socialist state. However, their grip on power was far from secure, and they faced mounting opposition from both domestic and foreign foes. One of the most pressing challenges for the Bolsheviks was the war itself. Russia had been a key ally of the Entente powers, led by France, Britain, and the United States, but the war effort had taken a heavy toll on the country. The Russian army had suffered a series of crushing defeats, and the economy was in shambles. The Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, saw the war as a feudal imperialist conflict that served the interests of the ruling classes and drained the resources of the people. Lenin's views on the war were informed by his Marxist theory of imperialism, which held that capitalist powers were driven by the need to expand their markets and exploit the resources of other countries. According to Lenin, the war was the inevitable outcome of this process, and it represented the highest stage of capitalism, in which the ruling classes had turned to aggressive militarism to protect their interests. Lenin saw the war as an opportunity for revolution, and he urged workers and peasants around the world to rise up against their oppressors. However, the situation in Russia was far from ideal for a successful revolution. The Bolsheviks were facing a formidable coalition of counter-revolutionary forces, including the former ruling classes, the military, and foreign powers. In addition, the Russian economy was in ruins, and the country was plagued by food shortages, inflation, and social unrest. Against this backdrop, Lenin and his comrades decided to pursue a risky strategy of negotiating a separate peace with the Central Powers, led by Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire. This move was highly controversial, as it went against the Bolsheviks' internationalist and anti-imperialist principles, and it risked alienating their supporters in the Entente powers. Lenin recognized the risks of the negotiations, but he saw them as a necessary step in securing the Bolsheviks' hold on power and preserving the gains of the revolution. He argued that the treaty would allow Russia to withdraw from the war and focus on rebuilding its shattered economy and society. He also saw the treaty as a means of isolating the counter-revolutionary forces and weakening their support among the masses. The negotiations were led by the Bolsheviks' chief diplomat, Leon Trotsky, who had been appointed People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Trotsky was a skilled negotiator and a staunch defender of the Bolsheviks' interests, and he faced a formidable opponent in the German delegation, led by the foreign minister Richard von Kuhlmann. The negotiations were long and difficult, and they were marked by numerous setbacks and disputes. The Germans demanded harsh terms, including the cession of large territories in the West, the payment of heavy reparations, and the demobilization of the Russian army. The Bolsheviks, on the other hand, sought to minimize the concessions and to retain control over the Soviet territories. In the end, the treaty was signed on March 3, 1918, and it was a bitter pill for the Bolsheviks to swallow. The treaty ceded vast territories, including Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic states, to the Central Powers, and it imposed onerous economic and military obligations on Russia. In the tumultuous aftermath of the Russian Revolution and the end of World War I, Vladimir Lenin faced a daunting task. The Bolshevik government was fighting a civil war against various anti-communist forces, while also seeking to establish its legitimacy on the international stage. To this end, Lenin pursued a controversial policy of ending Russia's participation in the war and negotiating a separate peace with the Central Powers. This policy culminated in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which remains one of the most contentious and debated moments in Soviet history. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed on March 3, 1918, between the Soviet government and the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire. The treaty effectively ended Russia's involvement in World War I and ceded vast territories to the Central Powers, including Finland, the Baltic states, Ukraine, and parts of Poland and Belarus. In return, the Soviet government received recognition of its legitimacy and some relief from the economic blockade that the Allies had imposed on Russia. The decision to negotiate a separate peace with the Central Powers was not an easy one for Lenin and the Bolshevik leadership. On one hand, they saw the war as an imperialist conflict that had nothing to do with the interests of the working class. They also believed that the continuation of the war was undermining the Soviet government's efforts to establish socialism in Russia. On the other hand, they knew that the treaty would be deeply unpopular among many Russians, who saw it as a betrayal of the country's patriotic duty. Lenin's views on the treaty were shaped by his broader views on imperialism and internationalism. He argued that the war was the result of competition between imperialist powers for control of markets and resources. He believed that the working class in each country had more in common with one another than with their own ruling classes, and that the only way to end the war and achieve lasting peace was for the workers to rise up and overthrow their governments. Lenin also saw the treaty as a temporary expedient, one that would allow the Soviet government to consolidate its power and focus on building socialism in Russia. He believed that the loss of territory was regrettable but necessary, and that the Soviet Union would eventually be able to regain its lost lands through revolution in other countries. He saw the treaty as a way to buy time and avoid a protracted war that would only weaken the Soviet government and the cause of socialism. The signing of the treaty was not without controversy. Many Russians saw it as a betrayal of national interests and a surrender to German imperialism. The treaty was also denounced by many socialists and communists abroad, who saw it as a violation of the principles of internationalism and working-class solidarity. Despite these criticisms, the treaty had a significant impact on the course of Soviet history. It allowed the Soviet government to end the war and focus on building socialism in Russia, and it helped to establish the Soviet Union's legitimacy on the international stage. However, the loss of territory and resources had serious economic consequences for the Soviet Union, and the treaty remains a source of controversy and debate among historians and political scientists. In the years following the treaty, Lenin continued to advocate for internationalism and revolution as the path to lasting peace and socialism. He saw the Soviet Union as the vanguard of a global socialist movement, and he believed that the eventual victory of socialism was inevitable. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was one of many steps along the way to this goal, and it remains a powerful symbol of the tensions between national interests and internationalism in the early years of the Soviet Union. In the annals of Soviet history, few leaders have had as profound an impact on foreign policy as Vladimir Lenin. Born in 1870 into a middle-class family in the town of Simbirsk, Lenin would go on to become one of the most influential figures of the 20th century, shaping the course of world history with his revolutionary ideas and actions. Throughout his life, Lenin was deeply committed to the principles of Marxist-Leninist ideology, which placed a heavy emphasis on class struggle and internationalism. As a result, his approach to foreign policy was fundamentally different from that of his predecessors, and would go on to shape the foreign policy of the Soviet Union for decades to come. At the heart of Lenin's approach to foreign policy was his belief in the importance of proletarian revolution. In his view, the working classes of all countries were united in their struggle against the ruling classes, and it was the duty of communists to support these struggles wherever they occurred. This belief led Lenin to adopt a highly interventionist foreign policy, in which the Soviet Union actively supported revolutionary movements around the world. From the very beginning of the Soviet regime, Lenin made it clear that the new state would provide assistance and support to revolutionary movements in other countries. In 1918, he established the Communist International, or Comintern, which was tasked with promoting and coordinating revolutionary activities worldwide. One of the most significant examples of Soviet support for revolutionary movements was the Russian Civil War, which lasted from 1918 to 1922. During this period, the Soviet Union provided military and logistical support to communist forces in a number of countries, including Germany, Hungary, and China. This support played a crucial role in the success of these movements, and helped to spread the influence of communism throughout the world. However, it also had the effect of antagonizing many other countries, particularly those that were opposed to communism. Despite the tensions that often arose as a result of Soviet support for revolutionary movements, Lenin remained committed to his belief in proletarian revolution. He saw the struggle against capitalism as a global one, and believed that the Soviet Union had a duty to support revolutionary movements wherever they occurred. This belief led him to support the idea of world revolution, in which communism would spread across the globe, eventually leading to the establishment of a classless society. Lenin's commitment to internationalism also led him to seek better relations with other socialist countries. In 1921, he established the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, which was designed to be a federation of socialist republics. This move was an attempt to build an alliance of socialist states, which would be united in their opposition to capitalist powers. Lenin's vision of the USSR as a beacon of socialism in the world was one that would be embraced by Soviet leaders for decades to come. However, Lenin's foreign policy was not without its controversies. One of the most significant of these was the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which Lenin signed in 1918 with Germany and its allies. This treaty ended Russia's participation in World War I, but at a heavy cost. The Soviet Union was forced to cede large amounts of territory to Germany and its allies. Many in Russia saw this as a betrayal of the country's national interests, and it remains a controversial decision to this day. Despite these controversies, Lenin's impact on Soviet foreign policy was profound. His belief in proletarian revolution and internationalism shaped the way that the Soviet Union interacted with other countries, and had a profound impact on the course of world history. Although his approach was often controversial, it was also highly influential, and remains an important part of the legacy of the Soviet Union. Chapter 7: Lenin's Ideology, Marxism-Leninism and the Vanguard Party. The teachings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have been a central component of socialist ideology and revolutionary movements throughout the world. However, their interpretations and applications of Marxist theory have varied widely depending on the political, social, and economic context in which they were developed. Vladimir Lenin, the founder and first leader of the Soviet Union, played a crucial role in adapting Marxist theory to the specific conditions of Russian society and guiding the Bolshevik Party to power in 1917. Lenin's interpretation of Marxism can be seen as an extension of his broader philosophy of revolutionary socialism. He rejected the reformist approach of social democracy and instead advocated for a more militant, revolutionary strategy for achieving socialism. Lenin believed that the working class could not simply vote itself into power through parliamentary elections, but had to seize power through a violent revolution. This view was informed by his analysis of the Russian social and economic situation, which he argued was characterized by a dual-power situation in which the existing government and the emerging Soviet system were in conflict. Lenin's understanding of Marxist theory also emphasized the importance of party organization and discipline. He believed that a vanguard party, composed of professional revolutionaries, was necessary to lead the working class in the struggle for power. Lenin's conception of the party differed from the more loosely organized socialist parties of Western Europe, which he saw as too reformist and bureaucratic. Instead, he advocated for a tightly disciplined, centralized party that would serve as the brain of the revolution. One of Lenin's most important contributions to Marxist theory was his development of the concept of imperialism. He argued that the rise of monopoly capitalism had led to the domination of the world by a handful of imperialist powers, who used their economic and military power to exploit the rest of the world. Lenin believed that the contradictions of imperialism created the conditions for revolution, as the working class and oppressed nations of the world would unite to overthrow their oppressors. Lenin's theory of imperialism also informed his views on the national question. He argued that the national liberation struggles of oppressed peoples were an integral part of the broader struggle for socialism. Lenin believed that the working class of the oppressed nations had a particular role to play in the revolutionary process, as they were both oppressed by imperialism and had the potential to mobilize the masses in their own countries. Lenin's interpretation of Marxism was also informed by his experiences in the revolutionary struggle. He saw the October Revolution of 1917 as a vindication of his theory of the vanguard party and the necessity of violent revolution. Lenin believed that the Russian Revolution had created a new type of state, the proletarian dictatorship, which could serve as a model for the rest of the world. However, Lenin's interpretation of Marxism was not without its critics. Some argued that his emphasis on the vanguard party and proletarian dictatorship led to a highly centralized and authoritarian state, which suppressed democracy and workers' control. Others criticized Lenin's views on the national question, arguing that he did not fully recognize the importance of national liberation struggles. Despite these criticisms, Lenin's interpretation of Marxism had a profound impact on socialist theory and revolutionary practice. His emphasis on the vanguard party, imperialism, and national liberation struggles influenced socialist movements throughout the world, from China to Cuba to Vietnam. Lenin's legacy remains a subject of debate and controversy, but his contributions to Marxist theory and revolutionary strategy cannot be denied. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the world witnessed the rise of Marxist ideology, which advocated for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of a socialist state. Among the most influential figures in this movement was Vladimir Lenin, who built upon the theories of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels and developed his own interpretations of Marxism. One of Lenin's most significant contributions to Marxist theory was his critique of capitalism and bourgeois democracy. Lenin argued that capitalism was inherently unstable and prone to crisis, as it was based on the exploitation of the working class and the pursuit of profit at the expense of human welfare. In his view, the only way to achieve a just and equitable society was to abolish capitalism and establish a socialist system. Lenin also criticized bourgeois democracy, which he saw as a form of political oppression that served the interests of the ruling class. He argued that under capitalism, democracy was little more than a facade, as the bourgeoisie controlled the means of communication and the political process. As a result, the working class was effectively disenfranchised and excluded from the decision-making process. In Lenin's view, the only way to achieve true democracy was to establish a socialist system in which the working class had the power to govern. He believed that this could only be achieved through revolution, which would entail the overthrow of the existing order and the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat. This dictatorship, he argued, would be necessary to suppress the bourgeoisie and their allies and to ensure that the working class was able to exercise political power. Lenin's critique of capitalism and bourgeois democracy was informed by his own experiences as a revolutionary activist in Tsarist Russia. He witnessed firsthand the brutality of the ruling class and the suffering of the working class, and he was convinced that only a socialist revolution could bring about meaningful change. Lenin's ideas on these topics had a profound impact on Marxist theory and on the development of socialist movements around the world. His writings on the need for revolution, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the role of the state in socialist society continue to be studied and debated by scholars and activists today. Despite the controversies surrounding Lenin's ideas, his critique of capitalism and bourgeois democracy remains a significant contribution to Marxist theory. By highlighting the contradictions and injustices of the capitalist system, Lenin helped to inspire a generation of revolutionaries and socialists who sought to build a better world. In the long and turbulent history of political theory, few ideas have been more influential or controversial than Lenin's concept of the vanguard party. For Lenin, the vanguard party was the key to successful revolution, the engine that would drive the working class to seize power and establish a socialist state. Lenin's idea of the vanguard party was deeply rooted in his interpretation of Marxist theory. In Marxist theory, the working class is the revolutionary subject, the agent of historical change that will overthrow the capitalist system and establish a socialist society. But Lenin argued that the working class was not capable of achieving this on its own, that it needed a vanguard, a dedicated and disciplined group of revolutionary intellectuals who would lead the struggle and guide the masses to victory. Lenin's idea of the vanguard party was also influenced by his own experience as a revolutionary. He had witnessed the failure of earlier attempts to overthrow the Tsarist regime, and he was convinced that a new approach was needed. In his view, the vanguard party would be the instrument of this new approach, the means by which the working class could break through the barriers of capitalism and establish a new social order. The vanguard party, according to Lenin, was not just any political party. It was a party with a specific mission and purpose, a party that existed solely to lead the working class to victory. It was a party that was characterized by its discipline, its unity, and its commitment to revolutionary principles. Lenin's conception of the vanguard party was based on the idea that the working class was not homogeneous, that it was divided by different interests and tendencies. The vanguard party, therefore, had to be a party that could unify the working class, that could bring together all of its different tendencies and led them in a single direction. The vanguard party was also based on the idea that revolution was a long-term struggle, that it required patient and persistent effort over many years. The vanguard party, therefore, had to be a party that was capable of surviving the ups and downs of the struggle, that could maintain its discipline and its unity over the long haul. For Lenin, the vanguard party was the key to successful revolution. Without the vanguard party, he believed, the working class would be unable to overcome the obstacles of capitalism and establish a socialist state. But the vanguard party was not an end in itself. Its ultimate goal was the establishment of a classless society, a society in which the working class was the ruling class and in which exploitation and oppression had been abolished. Lenin's concept of the vanguard party was highly controversial, and it has been the subject of intense debate ever since. Critics have argued that the vanguard party is elitist and undemocratic, that it concentrates power in the hands of a small group of intellectuals and bureaucrats. Others have argued that the vanguard party is essential for successful revolution, that it is the only way to overcome the divisions and weaknesses of the working class. Despite the controversy, Lenin's concept of the vanguard party has had a profound impact on revolutionary politics. It has inspired countless revolutions and movements around the world, and it has shaped the thinking of generations of revolutionaries. Whether one agrees or disagrees with Lenin's concept of the vanguard party, it is clear that it has played a major role in shaping the course of history. The ideology of Leninism, the political theory developed by Vladimir Lenin, has been one of the most influential and controversial philosophies of the modern era. At its core is the concept of proletarian dictatorship, the idea that the working class must seize control of the state apparatus and use it to suppress the bourgeoisie, leading to the establishment of a socialist society. This idea, along with Lenin's other theories, had a profound impact on the course of the Russian Revolution and the subsequent history of the Soviet Union. Lenin's views on proletarian dictatorship were shaped by his analysis of the conditions of capitalist society. He saw capitalism as inherently unstable, marked by cycles of boom and bust, and characterized by the exploitation of the working class by the capitalist class. According to Lenin, the only way to overcome the contradictions of capitalism was for the working class to overthrow the capitalist state and establish a new proletarian state. Lenin believed that the establishment of proletarian dictatorship was essential to the success of the socialist revolution. He argued that the working class needed a strong centralized state apparatus to consolidate its gains and defend against counter-revolutionary forces. This state, which he called the dictatorship of the proletariat, would be composed of workers' councils, or Soviets, which would exercise power through a system of direct democracy. Lenin's theory of the vanguard party was also central to his conception of proletarian dictatorship. He believed that the working class, while capable of revolutionary action, could not develop the political consciousness necessary to seize power on its own. Instead, a small, highly disciplined party of professional revolutionaries was needed to guide the masses and carry out the revolution. This vanguard party, according to Lenin, would serve as the driving force of the revolution, providing the leadership and organization necessary to achieve the proletarian dictatorship. Lenin's ideas about proletarian dictatorship and the vanguard party were put into practice during the Russian Revolution of 1917. After the overthrow of the provisional government, the Bolshevik Party established a new socialist state based on the principles of proletarian dictatorship. The party also formed a new government, the Council of People's Commissars, which was led by Lenin. Under Lenin's leadership, the Bolsheviks consolidated their power and began the process of building a socialist society. They nationalized industry, established universal education and healthcare, and implemented a system of central planning to coordinate economic activity. At the same time, they faced numerous challenges, including a civil war, a famine, and opposition from capitalist powers abroad. Lenin's ideas about proletarian dictatorship and the vanguard party continued to be debated and implemented in the Soviet Union after his death in 1924. His successors, including Joseph Stalin, continued to emphasize the importance of the party and the need for a strong state to defend against counter-revolutionary forces. However, they also introduced significant changes, such as the collectivization of agriculture and the purges of the 1930s, which were not always consistent with Lenin's vision of socialism. Despite these controversies, Lenin's ideas about proletarian dictatorship and the vanguard party continue to be influential today. They have been adopted by numerous Marxist-Leninist parties and movements around the world, and have played a significant role in the history of socialist and communist movements. Whether one agrees or disagrees with Lenin's ideas, it is clear that they have had a lasting impact on the political and intellectual history of the 20th century. It is difficult to overstate the impact that Vladimir Lenin had on Marxist and communist thought. Through his extensive writings and speeches, Lenin established himself as one of the foremost authorities on Marxist theory and its practical application. In this essay, we will examine Lenin's intellectual legacy, his contributions to Marxist theory, and his impact on the development of communism. One of Lenin's most significant contributions to Marxist thought was his development of the concept of imperialism. Lenin argued that imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism, characterized by the domination of monopolies, the export of capital to colonies, and the division of the world into spheres of influence. According to Lenin, imperialism was the cause of World War I, which he saw as a struggle between imperialist powers over markets and resources. Lenin also emphasized the importance of the proletariat in Marxist theory. He argued that the working class was the driving force of history, and that the struggle for socialism could only be achieved through the organized action of the proletariat. Lenin's concept of the vanguard party was central to this idea. He believed that the party should be a small, disciplined group of revolutionaries that could lead the working class to victory. Lenin's interpretation of Marxism also had important implications for the role of the state. Unlike some of his contemporaries, who believed that the state could be gradually transformed into a socialist society, Lenin argued that the state had to be smashed and replaced by a workers' state. This idea was put into practice during the Russian Revolution, when Lenin and the Bolsheviks overthrew the provisional government and established the Soviet government. Another important aspect of Lenin's thought was his critique of bourgeois democracy. Lenin argued that capitalist democracy was a sham, designed to protect the interests of the ruling class. Instead, he advocated for a proletarian dictatorship, in which the working class would have the power to transform society. This idea was reflected in the establishment of Soviet democracy, which emphasized the participation of workers and peasants in the government. Lenin's impact on the development of communism was significant. His ideas on imperialism, the role of the proletariat, and the need for a vanguard party were adopted by communist movements around the world. In China, Mao Zedong applied Lenin's theories to the Chinese Revolution, emphasizing the importance of the peasantry and the establishment of a communist state. In Cuba, Fidel Castro and Che Guevara were influenced by Lenin's ideas on imperialism and the role of the state. Overall, Lenin's legacy in Marxist and communist thought is difficult to overstate. His contributions to Marxist theory, including his concept of imperialism, the role of the proletariat, and the need for a vanguard party, have had a lasting impact on the development of communism. Lenin's ideas on the state and the critique of bourgeois democracy have also influenced the development of socialist and communist movements around the world. Chapter 8: Lenin's Writing and Thought, Works and Legacy. The writing and political thought of Vladimir Lenin are inextricably linked with the history of the Soviet Union and the Russian Revolution. Lenin was a prolific writer and thinker, whose works shaped the course of history and had a profound impact on Marxist and communist thought. Lenin's writing career began in the late 1890s, during a period of intense political repression in Russia. At this time, he was living in exile in Europe, where he had been sent for his revolutionary activities. In 1895, he published his first major work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, which explored the economic and social conditions of Russia and the prospects for revolution. The book was a critical success and established Lenin as a major figure in the Marxist movement. Over the next several years, Lenin continued to write and publish works on political theory and revolutionary tactics. In 1902, he wrote What is to be Done?, which argued for the necessity of a centralized revolutionary party and the importance of a professional revolutionary class. The book was controversial within the Marxist movement, but it helped to establish the Bolshevik faction within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. In the years leading up to the 1917 Russian Revolution, Lenin continued to write and publish a number of influential works. In 1916, he wrote Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, which argued that capitalism had entered a new stage of development characterized by monopoly capitalism and the export of capital. The book was a significant contribution to Marxist theory and helped to shape Lenin's views on imperialism and international relations. After the Bolsheviks seized power in the October Revolution, Lenin's writing turned to the practical challenges of governing the new Soviet state. He wrote a number of works on economic policy, including The State and Revolution and the Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government, which laid out his vision for the transition to socialism and the role of the state in the economy. Throughout his career, Lenin's writing was characterized by a strong commitment to Marxist theory and a focus on the practical challenges of revolutionary politics. He was a master of political propaganda, and his works were widely read and influential among the Soviet intelligentsia. Lenin's political thought was also shaped by his experience as a revolutionary and political organizer. He was a passionate advocate for the revolutionary overthrow of the capitalist system and believed that the working class had a historic role to play in the transition to socialism. He was also a strong advocate for party discipline and the importance of a centralized revolutionary organization. One of Lenin's most significant contributions to Marxist thought was his theory of the vanguard party. He believed that a revolutionary party composed of professional revolutionaries was necessary to lead the working class to revolution. The vanguard party was seen as the nucleus of the socialist state and the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin's views on the nature of the state were also influential. He believed that the state was a tool of the ruling class, and that the working class needed to seize control of the state apparatus in order to create a socialist society. He argued that the proletarian state should be characterized by workers' councils or Soviets, which would serve as the foundation of a new socialist democracy. In summary, the writing and political thought of Vladimir Lenin were central to the development of Marxist and communist theory in the 20th century. His works on political theory, revolutionary tactics, and economic policy continue to be studied and debated by scholars today. Lenin's commitment to the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a socialist society remains an enduring legacy of his political thought. The writings of Vladimir Lenin are some of the most significant contributions to Marxist theory and socialist thought. Lenin's works not only helped to develop Marxist theory, but also provided practical guidance for the revolutionary movement in Russia and around the world. Lenin's writings cover a broad range of topics, including political economy, imperialism, party organization, and the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this essay, we will examine Lenin's major works and their contributions to Marxist theory. One of Lenin's earliest works, What is to be Done? 1902, focused on the question of how to build a revolutionary party capable of leading the proletariat to victory. In the work, Lenin argued that the spontaneous struggles of the working class were insufficient to overthrow capitalism, and that a vanguard party was necessary to organize the proletariat and provide leadership. He called for a centralized, disciplined party that would be composed of professional revolutionaries who were dedicated to the cause of proletarian revolution. This work had a significant impact on the development of revolutionary theory and practice in Russia and around the world. In 1916, Lenin wrote Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, which analyzed the economic and political conditions that led to the outbreak of World War I. The work argued that imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism, characterized by the concentration of production and capital into monopolies and the division of the world into spheres of influence among the great powers. Lenin showed how the pursuit of profit by the capitalist class led to the exploitation and oppression of the working class at home and abroad. He also argued that the imperialist system was inherently unstable and would inevitably lead to war and revolution. This work provided a Marxist analysis of imperialism that remains influential to this day. In 1917, Lenin wrote The State and Revolution, which outlined his views on the role of the state in the transition from capitalism to socialism. Lenin argued that the bourgeois state was an instrument of class rule that served the interests of the capitalist class. He called for the establishment of a proletarian state, based on the principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which would serve the interests of the working class. He also argued that the state should be gradually abolished as the conditions for socialism were created. This work provided a theoretical framework for the revolutionary struggle for state power. In Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder 1920, Lenin addressed the problem of ultra-leftism in the communist movement. He criticized those who rejected the tactics of the United Front and advocated for the immediate overthrow of the bourgeois state. Lenin argued that the communist movement should be flexible and adaptable, taking advantage of the contradictions and weaknesses of the ruling class to build a broad-based movement for proletarian revolution. This work helped to guide the communist movement away from sectarianism and towards practical tactics for revolutionary struggle. Finally, in 1922, Lenin wrote On Cooperation, which addressed the question of how to organize the socialist economy. In the work, Lenin argued that the cooperative movement was a key element of socialist construction, as it allowed the working class to control the means of production and distribution. He called for the establishment of a network of cooperatives that would be linked together in a planned socialist economy. This work provided a practical vision for socialist construction that was later developed by Soviet planners. In summary, Vladimir Lenin's writings had a profound impact on the development of Marxist theory and socialist practice. His works addressed a broad range of topics, from the role of the Revolutionary Party to the organization of the socialist economy. Lenin's contributions to Marxist theory and practice have had a lasting impact on the socialist movement and remain relevant today. In the tumultuous period of the early 20th century, the world witnessed a major transformation of political thought and ideology, largely due to the works of Vladimir Lenin. As the founder of the Bolshevik Party and the first leader of the Soviet Union, Lenin played a pivotal role in the development of Marxist theory and its adaptation to the specific conditions of Russia. His ideas continue to influence Marxist and communist thought to this day. Lenin's writing and political thought developed over a period of several decades. In his youth, he was heavily influenced by the works of revolutionary thinkers such as Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. However, he also developed his own ideas about the nature of capitalism, imperialism, and the role of the working class in the revolutionary process. One of Lenin's earliest works, published in 1899, was The Development of Capitalism in Russia. In this work, Lenin argued that Russia was a unique case in which capitalism was developing rapidly, but was still largely based on primitive forms of production. He argued that this created a situation in which the proletariat could play a leading role in the revolutionary process, as it was relatively small but highly concentrated in urban areas. In his next major work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1917, Lenin expanded on his critique of capitalism and its relationship to imperialism. He argued that as capitalism matured, it would inevitably lead to the domination of the world by a few large imperialist powers. This would create a situation in which the working class would be further exploited and oppressed, as these powers sought to maintain their dominance through military force. Lenin's most famous work, The State and Revolution, 1917, dealt with the nature of the state and the role of the proletariat in establishing a socialist society. He argued that the state was a tool of the ruling class, and that the proletariat must overthrow the existing state and replace it with a dictatorship of the proletariat. This would be a temporary phase, in which the working class would use state power to suppress the bourgeoisie and establish a socialist society. Another important work by Lenin was Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, 1920, in which he addressed the issue of factionalism within the communist movement. He argued that while factions were inevitable, they could be harmful if they were not based on a correct analysis of the situation. He also emphasized the need for communists to participate in the political struggles of their own countries, rather than simply waiting for a revolution to occur. Throughout his writing and political thought, Lenin emphasized the need for a highly organized and disciplined Communist Party, which would act as the vanguard of the proletariat in the revolutionary struggle. He argued that this party must be highly centralized and led by a small group of dedicated revolutionaries who were committed to the cause of the working class. Lenin's ideas had a profound impact on the development of Marxist and communist thought in the 20th century. His emphasis on the role of the working class as the driving force of the revolutionary process and his critique of imperialism and capitalism have been influential in shaping leftist political movements around the world. However, his ideas have also been the subject of criticism and debate, particularly in the areas of party organization and the role of the state in socialist society. In summary, Vladimir Lenin was a towering figure in the development of Marxist and communist thought. His writing and political thought evolved over a period of several decades, and were heavily influenced by his experiences as a revolutionary leader. His ideas about the nature of capitalism, imperialism, and the role of the working class in the revolutionary process continue to influence leftist political movements to this day. Born in 1870 in the city of Simbirsk, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, better known as Lenin, would become one of the most influential figures in the history of the Soviet Union. Lenin's impact on Soviet politics and governance can hardly be overstated, as he was responsible for founding the Soviet state, implementing its first socialist policies, and establishing the Leninist model of governance that would shape the Soviet Union for decades to come. In this essay, we will examine the development of Lenin's political thought and the ways in which his ideas shaped the Soviet state. Lenin's political career began in the late 19th century, when he became involved in the revolutionary movement in Russia. At that time, the Russian Empire was an autocratic monarchy ruled by Tsar Nicholas II, who was resistant to political reform. Lenin, like many other revolutionaries of the time, believed that the only way to bring about meaningful change in Russia was through revolution. In 1895, Lenin was arrested for his involvement in revolutionary activities and was exiled to Siberia. During his time in exile, he continued to write and study revolutionary theory, eventually becoming one of the leading thinkers of the Marxist movement in Russia. One of Lenin's most significant contributions to Marxist theory was his belief that a socialist revolution could be successful in a predominantly agrarian society like Russia. Many Marxist theorists at the time believed that socialism could only succeed in industrialized societies, where the proletariat had already been formed. Lenin argued that Russia's large population of peasants could be mobilized in the revolution, and that they would form the backbone of the new socialist state. Lenin's theory of the vanguard party was also an essential aspect of his political thought. He believed that the working class was not capable of achieving a socialist revolution on their own, and that they needed the guidance of a vanguard party. This party would consist of the most politically conscious and committed members of the proletariat, who would lead the revolution and establish the socialist state. In 1917, Lenin's revolutionary theory was put into practice when the Bolsheviks, the party he led, seized power in Russia. The Bolsheviks were a small but highly disciplined and committed party that had been formed in 1903 as a faction within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Lenin's leadership and political vision were instrumental in the Bolsheviks' success in the October Revolution. Once in power, Lenin quickly set about implementing his socialist policies. One of his first acts as leader of the Soviet state was to nationalize industry, which put it under the control of the state. This was followed by the collectivization of agriculture, which forced peasants to pool their resources and work on collective farms. The goal of these policies was to create a socialist economy that was not subject to the whims of the market. Lenin's approach to governance was also highly centralized and authoritarian. He believed that the state had to be highly centralized in order to prevent counter-revolution and ensure the success of the socialist project. As a result, he established a strong central government led by the Communist Party, which exercised control over all aspects of Soviet life. Lenin's vision of socialism and his approach to governance would shape the Soviet Union for decades to come. His belief in the vanguard party, centralized state control, and socialist economics would become the core tenets of Leninism, which would be practiced by the Soviet Union and other communist states around the world. In summary, Vladimir Lenin's impact on Soviet politics and governance cannot be overstated. His revolutionary theory, including his belief in the vanguard party and the possibility of socialist revolution in agrarian societies, was instrumental in the Bolsheviks' success in the October Revolution. In the centuries since his death, Vladimir Lenin's ideas and legacy have continued to captivate and inspire scholars, activists, and politicians across the world. Despite the fall of the Soviet Union and the decline of communism as a global movement, Lenin's writings and teachings continue to be studied and debated by both his adherents and detractors. Lenin's ideas on the nature of capitalism, the role of the state, and the necessity of proletarian revolution continue to influence left-wing politics and economics. His critique of imperialism and his call for international solidarity among the working class still resonate with those struggling against economic exploitation and political oppression. Even those who reject Lenin's ideas outright must reckon with his profound impact on the 20th century. One reason for Lenin's enduring relevance is the depth and breadth of his writings. Over the course of his life, he authored numerous articles, essays, and books on a wide range of topics, from economics to philosophy to politics. His most famous works, including The State and Revolution, Imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism, and What is to be Done, are still studied by Marxist scholars and activists around the world. In these works, Lenin laid out his vision of a socialist society and the means by which it could be achieved. He argued that capitalism was inherently exploitative, and that the only way to achieve true equality and freedom was through proletarian revolution. He believed that the working class had the potential to build a better society, but that it needed a vanguard party to guide it in this task. Lenin's ideas on the role of the state were also influential. He believed that the state was not a neutral institution, but rather a tool of the ruling class to maintain its power and privilege. He argued that the working class needed to seize state power in order to build a socialist society. This idea led to the creation of the Soviet Union and the establishment of communist governments in other countries. Despite his enduring influence, Lenin's legacy is not without controversy. Critics argue that his ideas led to the establishment of authoritarian regimes and the suppression of individual freedoms. They point to the violence and repression that characterized the Soviet Union and other communist states as evidence of the dangers of Leninism. Others defend Lenin's legacy, arguing that the failures of communist governments were not a result of his ideas, but rather of the specific historical circumstances in which they were implemented. They contend that Lenin's emphasis on the need for a vanguard party and the dictatorship of the proletariat were meant to be temporary measures to establish a socialist society and not permanent features of communist rule. Regardless of one's opinion of Lenin and his ideas, his legacy continues to shape the world we live in today. The struggle for economic and social justice, the fight against imperialism, and the quest for a more equal and democratic society all owe a debt to his writings and teachings. As long as these issues remain relevant, so too will the ideas of Vladimir Lenin. Chapter 9: Lenin's Health and Death, Illness, Treatment, and Funeral. The life of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the founder and first leader of the Soviet Union, was characterized by his extraordinary contributions to Marxist theory and his tireless efforts to bring about revolution in Russia. But in the midst of his revolutionary activities, Lenin's health began to decline, ultimately leading to his untimely death. In this essay, we will examine the onset and progression of Lenin's illness, the impact of his poor health on his political work, and the ways in which his deteriorating health ultimately led to his death. Lenin's health problems can be traced back to 1895, when he was just 25 years old. At that time, he was living in exile in Siberia, having been banished from St. Petersburg by the Tsarist authorities for his revolutionary activities. While in Siberia, Lenin began to experience severe headaches and other symptoms that he attributed to the harsh climate and the stress of his political work. However, it was not until several years later that he received a formal diagnosis of his condition. In 1902, Lenin was living in Munich, Germany, where he was working on the publication of his book, What is to be Done? It was during this time that he began to experience more serious health problems, including seizures, memory loss, and a loss of sensation in his left arm and leg. Lenin was eventually diagnosed with syphilis, which at the time was incurable and often led to serious neurological problems. Despite his health problems, Lenin continued to work tirelessly for the cause of revolution. He remained politically active, and in 1903 he helped to found the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. He also continued to write and publish extensively, producing a number of influential works on Marxist theory and revolutionary tactics. Over the next several years, Lenin's health problems continued to worsen. In 1918, he suffered a series of strokes that left him partially paralyzed and unable to speak for several months. Despite this setback, Lenin remained committed to his work, and with the help of his colleagues, he continued to lead the Soviet Union. In the final years of his life, Lenin's health declined rapidly. He suffered from a variety of ailments, including pneumonia, and his neurological symptoms worsened. In 1923, he suffered another stroke that left him bedridden and unable to communicate. Lenin's colleagues were forced to take over his duties as leader of the Soviet Union, and they struggled to fill the void left by his absence. Lenin died on January 21, 1924, at the age of 53. His death was widely mourned in the Soviet Union and around the world, and his contributions to Marxist theory and revolutionary tactics continue to be studied and debated to this day. In summary, Vladimir Lenin's poor health was a significant factor in his political work and ultimately led to his premature death. Despite his struggles with illness, Lenin remained committed to his revolutionary ideals and worked tirelessly for the cause of socialism. His legacy continues to inspire scholars and activists around the world, and his contributions to Marxist theory and revolutionary tactics remain relevant today. The health of Vladimir Lenin, the first leader of the Soviet Union, was a subject of much concern and speculation during his lifetime. Lenin's health problems began in 1922, when he suffered a series of strokes that left him partially paralyzed and unable to speak. Despite his condition, he remained active in politics and continued to lead the Soviet government until his death in 1924. Lenin's strokes were caused by a condition known as atherosclerosis, a hardening and narrowing of the arteries that supply blood to the brain. This condition can lead to the formation of blood clots, which can block the flow of blood to the brain and cause a stroke. At first, Lenin's strokes were relatively mild, causing only temporary weakness and difficulty speaking. However, over time they became more severe and frequent, eventually leaving him unable to walk or talk. Despite his condition, Lenin continued to work and communicate with his colleagues through written notes and gestures. To treat his condition, Lenin was placed under the care of a team of doctors, who prescribed a variety of treatments, including rest, medication, and physical therapy. However, there was little that could be done to reverse the damage caused by his strokes, and Lenin's condition continued to deteriorate. In addition to his physical health problems, Lenin also suffered from depression and anxiety, which were exacerbated by his illness and the stresses of his job. He frequently complained of feeling tired and overwhelmed, and he struggled to maintain his focus and concentration. Despite his declining health, Lenin remained an active and influential leader until the end of his life. He continued to write and communicate with his colleagues, and he played a key role in shaping Soviet policy and governance. His legacy as a revolutionary and political leader is still felt today, more than a century after his death. In the winter of 1922, Vladimir Lenin suffered a severe stroke that would forever change the course of his life and political activity. The onset of the illness was sudden and unexpected, and it would mark the beginning of a long period of isolation and confinement for the revolutionary leader. This event had a significant impact not only on Lenin himself, but also on the Soviet Union and the course of world history. The exact cause of Lenin's stroke is not known, but it is believed to have been related to his high blood pressure, which was a long-standing condition. The first symptoms appeared in December 1921, when he began experiencing severe headaches and nausea. Despite these warning signs, Lenin continued to work tirelessly, writing and dictating letters and speeches and attending meetings and conferences. On the evening of December 16, 1922, Lenin's condition suddenly worsened. He collapsed and was unable to move or speak. His wife Nadezhda Krupskaya immediately called for medical help, and a team of doctors was quickly assembled. However, due to the inadequate medical facilities in Russia at the time, the treatment options available were limited. For the first few days after the stroke, Lenin was unconscious and completely immobilized. He was unable to speak or move, and his breathing was labored. The doctors tried various treatments, including bloodletting and oxygen therapy, but none were effective in improving his condition. Despite his incapacitation, Lenin remained mentally alert, and he was able to communicate with his doctors and close associates through writing and gestures. However, his inability to participate fully in political affairs created a power vacuum that would have profound consequences for the Soviet Union. Lenin's condition gradually improved over the next few months, but he never fully recovered. He was left with partial paralysis on his right side, making it difficult for him to walk or use his right hand. He also suffered from aphasia, a condition that affected his ability to speak and communicate effectively. As a result of his illness, Lenin became increasingly isolated from the outside world. He was unable to attend political meetings or travel abroad, and he spent much of his time in bed or in a wheelchair. He continued to work on political and economic issues, dictating letters and speeches to his secretaries, but his role in the government became increasingly limited. Lenin's isolation also had a profound impact on Soviet politics. In his absence, a power struggle emerged between the leading members of the Communist Party, including Joseph Stalin, Leon Trotsky, and Nikolai Bukharin. Without Lenin's leadership and guidance, the party became increasingly factionalized, and the seeds were sown for the political purges and repression that would define Stalin's reign. Lenin's health continued to decline over the next few years, and he suffered several more strokes before his death in January 1924. However, his legacy and impact on Soviet and world history would endure long after his death. In summary, Lenin's health problems had a significant impact on his political activity and the course of Soviet history. His stroke and subsequent isolation created a power vacuum that led to political factionalism and ultimately paved the way for Stalin's rise to power. While Lenin continued to work on political and economic issues despite his illness, his physical limitations made it increasingly difficult for him to participate fully in government affairs. His legacy and impact on Marxist and communist thought, however, would endure long after his death. As the revolutionary leader and Soviet statesman Vladimir Lenin's health declined, he found himself increasingly isolated from his political life and comrades. Lenin had been an active figure in the early days of Soviet governance, but a series of strokes in the early 1920s caused him to withdraw from public life. Eventually, on January 21, 1924, Lenin suffered a major stroke that left him partially paralyzed and unable to communicate. The circumstances surrounding Lenin's death are still the subject of some debate and speculation. Some have suggested that his death was hastened by the medical treatments he received, while others believe that political maneuvering played a role in his demise. Regardless of the exact cause, Lenin's passing marked the end of an era in Soviet history and had profound implications for the future of the country. Lenin's illness was first diagnosed in May of 1922, after he complained of fatigue and poor vision. Over the next 2 years, he suffered a series of strokes that left him increasingly disabled. In March of 1923, he was struck by a severe attack that caused him to lose the ability to speak and forced him to rely on written communication. Despite his declining health, Lenin remained involved in the affairs of the Communist Party and the Soviet Union, communicating with his aides and issuing written directives. However, as his illness progressed, Lenin's isolation from his comrades deepened. He was unable to attend meetings or participate in debates, and his written communications became increasingly infrequent and difficult to decipher. This left other members of the party to interpret his wishes and implement his policies, often without his direct input. The medical treatments that Lenin received have been the subject of much scrutiny and debate. Some have suggested that his physicians used experimental and unproven treatments, including the use of drugs like strychnine and caffeine, which may have contributed to his decline. Others have speculated that political maneuvering played a role in his treatment, with some members of the party seeking to hasten his demise in order to advance their own political agendas. Regardless of the cause, Lenin's death on January 21, 1924, marked the end of an era in Soviet history. He was mourned by millions of people throughout the Soviet Union and around the world, and his legacy as a revolutionary leader and Marxist thinker was already firmly established. His passing also set off a power struggle within the Communist Party, as various factions jockeyed for position and influence in the wake of his death. In the months and years following Lenin's death, his legacy continued to shape Soviet politics and governance. His ideas and principles formed the basis of Soviet communism, and his vision of a classless society and a planned economy guided the country's economic policies for decades to come. However, his passing also marked the beginning of a new era in Soviet history, as his successors sought to build on his legacy while also charting their own course for the future. In January 1924, the Soviet Union was plunged into mourning upon the death of its leader, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. His passing marked not only the end of an era, but also the beginning of a new chapter in Soviet history. The funeral of Lenin, therefore, was a significant event not only for the Soviet Union but for the world as a whole. The funeral of Lenin was a highly orchestrated event, designed to pay tribute to the revolutionary leader and reinforce his legacy. The Soviet government spared no expense in ensuring that the funeral was a grand spectacle, befitting the status of one of the most significant figures in modern history. The planning and execution of the funeral were carried out by a committee chaired by Joseph Stalin, who was at the time a leading member of the Politburo. The funeral was held on January 27, 1924, in Moscow. The body of Lenin was placed in a glass coffin and placed in the House of Unions, where it was open to the public for 2 days. Over 900,000 people filed past the coffin to pay their respects to the deceased leader. The procession to Red Square was led by a guard of honor made up of party members and members of the Red Army. The streets were lined with mourners, and workers from across the Soviet Union came to pay their respects. The funeral was attended by representatives from the Soviet Union's international allies, including Communist Party leaders from China, Germany, France, and Britain. The international significance of Lenin's passing was emphasized by the presence of these representatives. The funeral procession was led by Leon Trotsky, who was at the time a leading member of the Politburo and a close associate of Lenin. The procession made its way to Red Square, where a massive rally was held. The funeral rally was addressed by a number of prominent Soviet leaders, including Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. However, the most significant address was given by Joseph Stalin, who delivered a eulogy in which he emphasized Lenin's role as a revolutionary leader and the importance of his ideas. Stalin's address was designed to reinforce Lenin's legacy and ensure that his ideas would continue to guide the Soviet Union. Following the rally, the body of Lenin was taken to the Kremlin Wall necropolis, where it was interred in a specially constructed mausoleum. The mausoleum, which still stands today, has become a symbol of the Soviet Union and a pilgrimage site for visitors to Moscow. It is visited by millions of people each year and has become an iconic symbol of Soviet history and ideology. The funeral of Lenin was significant for a number of reasons. First, it marked the passing of one of the most significant figures in modern history and reinforced his legacy as a revolutionary leader and a champion of socialism. Second, it was a highly orchestrated event designed to pay tribute to Lenin and ensure that his ideas would continue to guide the Soviet Union. Finally, it was a significant international event, highlighting the global significance of Lenin's ideas and the impact of the Soviet Union on world history. Chapter 10: Lenin's Impact on World History, Relevance and Significance Today. The name Vladimir Lenin evokes images of the Russian Revolution and the founding of the Soviet Union. Lenin is known as the father of the Bolshevik Party and the architect of the communist state. But his influence did not end with his death in 1924. Lenin's ideas and leadership style continued to inspire and shape communist movements around the world, from China to Cuba. Lenin's influence on the development of communist states and movements can be traced back to his role as the leader of the Bolshevik Party. Lenin's commitment to Marxist ideology and his willingness to use force to achieve his goals set the stage for the establishment of the world's first socialist state. One of Lenin's most significant contributions to communist theory was his concept of the vanguard party. Lenin believed that a small, disciplined group of dedicated revolutionaries could lead the proletariat to victory. He argued that the vanguard party must be willing to take drastic action to overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish a socialist state. Lenin's emphasis on the vanguard party was reflected in the organization of the Soviet Union. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, was modeled on Lenin's principles of a disciplined, centralized party structure. The CPSU was the only legal political party in the Soviet Union, and it controlled all aspects of political and economic life. Lenin's influence extended beyond the Soviet Union to other communist states and movements. The Chinese Communist Party, for example, looked to Lenin's leadership during the Russian Revolution as a model for their own revolution. Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, was heavily influenced by Lenin's writings on guerrilla warfare and revolutionary strategy. In Cuba, Fidel Castro and Che Guevara were both inspired by Lenin's emphasis on the vanguard party and his commitment to revolutionary violence. The Cuban Revolution was led by a small group of dedicated revolutionaries who were willing to use force to achieve their goals. Lenin's influence on communist movements was not limited to his leadership style. His economic policies and theories also had a significant impact on the development of socialist states. Lenin's new economic policy, NEP, provided a model for other communist states to follow as they sought to establish socialist economies. The NEP allowed for a limited amount of private enterprise, which was seen as a necessary step in the transition from capitalism to socialism. This policy was adopted by other socialist states, including China and Vietnam, as they sought to develop their own economies. Lenin's theories on imperialism also had a profound impact on the development of communist movements. Lenin argued that imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism, and that capitalist powers were engaged in a struggle for global domination. This theory provided a justification for revolutionary violence, as communist movements sought to overthrow imperialist powers and establish socialist states. Lenin's influence on the development of communism is still felt today. Although the Soviet Union has collapsed and many communist states have transitioned to market economies, Lenin's ideas and leadership style continue to inspire socialist movements around the world. From Venezuela to Nepal, communist parties continue to look to Lenin as a model for revolutionary action. In summary, Vladimir Lenin's influence on the development of communist states and movements cannot be overstated. His emphasis on the vanguard party, his economic policies, and his theories on imperialism continue to shape socialist thought and practice. Lenin's legacy is a testament to the enduring power of revolutionary ideas and the impact they can have on the course of history. The name of Vladimir Lenin is inextricably linked to the history of the Soviet Union and the rise of communism as a political ideology in the 20th century. Born in 1870 in the city of Simbirsk, Lenin's impact on Soviet and Russian history is undeniable. His leadership of the Bolshevik Party and role in the October Revolution of 1917 led to the establishment of the world's first socialist state, the Soviet Union. Lenin's ideas, theories, and strategies influenced the development of communism around the world, making him one of the most important figures in the history of socialist movements. Lenin's role in shaping Soviet and Russian history began with his involvement in the revolutionary movement in Russia. As a student in Kazan and later at the University of St. Petersburg, Lenin was exposed to radical political ideas and became involved in revolutionary activities. He became a Marxist in 1887, and by the early 1890s, he had become a leading figure in the Marxist movement in Russia. In 1895, Lenin went into exile in Siberia for his revolutionary activities. It was during this period that he wrote some of his most influential works, including The Development of Capitalism in Russia and What is to be Done. These works helped to define Lenin's ideas on revolutionary tactics, organizational structure, and the role of the proletariat in the socialist revolution. After his release from exile in 1900, Lenin continued to work for the revolutionary cause. He was a key figure in the formation of the Bolshevik faction within the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, in 1903. Lenin's leadership of the Bolsheviks would prove critical in the years leading up to the Russian Revolution of 1917. Lenin's influence on Soviet and Russian history can be seen most clearly in his leadership of the Bolsheviks during the revolution. After the fall of the provisional government in October 1917, Lenin became the first head of the Council of People's Commissars, Sovnarkom, the Soviet government. He implemented policies aimed at redistributing land and nationalizing industry, as well as establishing a system of state control over the economy. Lenin's legacy in Soviet and Russian history is also tied to his role in the establishment of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU. The party was founded in 1918, and Lenin was instrumental in defining its ideology, structure, and role in Soviet politics. He was the party's first general secretary, a position he held until his death in 1924. Perhaps Lenin's most enduring legacy is his contribution to the development of Marxist theory. Lenin's ideas on imperialism, the role of the state, and the dictatorship of the proletariat have had a lasting impact on the development of communist thought. His writings, including Imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism, and State and Revolution, remain influential to this day. Lenin's role in shaping Soviet and Russian history cannot be overstated. His leadership of the Bolsheviks, his establishment of the Soviet government and the CPSU, and his contributions to Marxist theory have all had a profound impact on the development of socialism and communist movements around the world. Lenin's ideas continue to be studied and debated, and his legacy remains an important part of the history of the 20th century. In the history of revolutionary thought and practice, few names loom as large as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Born in 1870 to a middle-class family in the provincial city of Simbirsk, Lenin would go on to become the architect of the world's first socialist state and one of the most influential political thinkers of the 20th century. His ideas on imperialism, the role of the proletariat, and the necessity of a vanguard party have shaped the course of leftist movements around the world, while his leadership during the Russian Revolution and the early years of Soviet power continue to be a subject of intense study and debate. Lenin's impact on the theory and practice of revolution can be traced back to his early political activities as a young man. After completing his education, Lenin became involved in Marxist circles in St. Petersburg, where he began to develop his revolutionary ideas. He was particularly influenced by the writings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, as well as by the experiences of the Paris Commune and the failed 1905 revolution in Russia. In his writings and speeches during this period, Lenin articulated his belief in the necessity of a proletarian revolution to overthrow the capitalist system and establish a socialist society. He argued that the working class had the potential to become the ruling class, and that the only way to achieve this was through a disciplined and organized struggle against the bourgeoisie. To this end, he emphasized the need for a vanguard party of professional revolutionaries to lead the masses and carry out the tasks of the revolution. This idea of the vanguard party was central to Lenin's conception of revolution and would become a defining feature of his political thought. In his famous work, What is to be Done? 1902, he argued that the working class could not develop a revolutionary consciousness on its own, but required the guidance of a dedicated group of intellectuals who were committed to the cause of socialism. This party, he believed, would be composed of the most advanced and committed members of the working class, who would be trained in the theory and practice of revolutionary struggle. Lenin's ideas on the vanguard party and its role in revolution were put into practice during the Russian Revolution of 1917. In the early months of the year, Lenin returned to Russia from his exile in Switzerland and began to organize the Bolshevik Party for the coming struggle. He recognized that the time was ripe for revolution and that the Russian working class was ready to rise up against the old regime. With the support of his fellow Bolsheviks, Lenin set about building a mass movement for revolution. He advocated for a program of immediate and radical demands, such as the redistribution of land, the establishment of workers' control over industry, and the withdrawal of Russia from the First World War. He argued that the time had come for the working class to take power into its own hands, and that the Bolshevik Party was the only organization capable of leading the struggle. Lenin's leadership during the Russian Revolution was characterized by his unwavering commitment to the principles of Marxist-Leninist theory. He recognized that the success of the revolution depended on the ability of the vanguard party to organize and lead the masses, and he worked tirelessly to build up the Bolshevik Party into a powerful force for change. His speeches and writings during this period were a rallying cry for the proletariat, calling on them to unite and fight for their rights. After the Bolsheviks seized power in October 1917, Lenin continued to play a central role in the new Soviet government. He served as the first chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and worked to implement a program of radical social and economic reforms. In the annals of Marxist and communist thought, few figures loom as large as Vladimir Lenin. As the founder of the Soviet state, Lenin played an instrumental role in the development of Marxist ideology, both in theory and in practice. Throughout his life, Lenin sought to refine and update Marxist theory, adapting it to the unique conditions of the Russian Revolution and using it as a tool to guide the construction of a socialist society. At the heart of Lenin's contribution to Marxist thought was his emphasis on the need for a vanguard party to lead the revolutionary struggle. Drawing on the works of Marx and Engels, Lenin argued that the working class could not achieve political power on its own, but required the guidance of a disciplined, centralized political organization. In his seminal work, What is to be Done?, Lenin outlined his vision for such a party, advocating for a small, highly trained cadre of revolutionaries who would serve as the brains of the movement, leading the masses in a revolutionary struggle against capitalism. Lenin's ideas on the vanguard party had a profound impact on Marxist thought, and were later embraced by communist parties around the world. His emphasis on the importance of party discipline and organization helped to shape the structure and strategy of communist parties, and his vision of the vanguard party as the guiding force of the revolution became a central tenet of Marxist-Leninist ideology. Another key contribution of Lenin to Marxist theory was his concept of imperialism, which he developed in his 1916 work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Building on the ideas of Marx and Engels, Lenin argued that imperialism represented the highest form of capitalist development, in which monopolies and finance capital had come to dominate the global economy. According to Lenin, this new stage of capitalism had significant implications for the struggle for socialism, as it had created a global division of labor that made it more difficult for workers to unite across national boundaries. Lenin's theory of imperialism had a significant impact on Marxist thought, and was later taken up by anti-colonial movements around the world. His emphasis on the importance of anti-imperialist struggle helped to shape the strategy and tactics of revolutionary movements in the Global South, and his analysis of the global economy continues to be relevant today in discussions of globalization and economic inequality. In addition to his theoretical contributions to Marxist thought, Lenin was also an important figure in the development of socialist practice. As the leader of the Soviet Union, he oversaw the construction of a socialist society, implementing policies and programs that aimed to build a new, egalitarian society from the ground up. Lenin's ideas on socialist construction had a significant impact on Marxist-Leninist theory and were later taken up by communist parties around the world as a model for socialist development. Despite his contributions to Marxist and communist thought, Lenin's legacy remains a subject of controversy and debate. Critics argue that his emphasis on the need for a vanguard party and his authoritarian approach to political organization paved the way for the rise of Stalinism and other forms of communist dictatorship. Others, however, see Lenin as a visionary leader who played a critical role in the development of socialist thought and practice, and whose ideas continue to be relevant today in struggles for social justice and economic equality. The ideas and legacy of Vladimir Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union, continue to reverberate around the world today. Though his ideas have been variously interpreted and applied, they remain a touchstone for many leftists and revolutionaries, inspiring movements and political parties across the globe. One of the key legacies of Lenin's thought is his interpretation of Marxism, which he developed and elaborated in numerous works over the course of his life. In particular, Lenin emphasized the importance of a vanguard party in leading the working class to revolution. He argued that the proletariat by itself was not capable of achieving a socialist revolution, and that a disciplined, centralized party was necessary to lead the struggle. This idea has been influential in the development of Marxist-Leninist parties and states, which have sought to apply Lenin's theory of the vanguard party to their own struggles. Another important contribution of Lenin's thought is his critique of capitalism and bourgeois democracy. Lenin argued that capitalism was inherently exploitative and unstable, and that it would inevitably lead to crisis and social conflict. He also criticized bourgeois democracy as a form of democracy that served the interests of the ruling class, rather than the interests of the people. Instead, Lenin argued for the establishment of a proletarian dictatorship, in which the working class would exercise political power in the interests of the majority. Lenin's legacy also extends to his political strategy and tactics. He famously argued for a revolutionary defeatism in World War I, calling on workers to oppose the war and to turn their guns on their own rulers. He also advocated for the tactic of the United Front, in which different leftist groups would temporarily set aside their differences to work together toward a common goal. These ideas have been influential in the development of socialist and communist political movements around the world. In addition to his political thought, Lenin's legacy also includes his contributions to Soviet governance and administration. As the first leader of the Soviet Union, he oversaw the establishment of a socialist state and the development of a planned economy. He also worked to promote literacy and education, and to improve the status of women in society. These policies and programs have influenced the development of socialist and communist states around the world. The continuing relevance of Lenin's ideas and legacy can be seen in the persistence of socialist and communist movements today. While these movements have often been marginalized or suppressed, they continue to inspire activists and thinkers who seek to build a more just and egalitarian society. Lenin's ideas about the importance of a vanguard party, the need for a proletarian dictatorship, and the necessity of socialist revolution continue to shape the thinking and strategy of leftist movements around the world. At the same time, Lenin's legacy has been the subject of controversy and debate. Some critics have accused Lenin of authoritarianism and of laying the groundwork for Stalin's repressive regime. Others have criticized his emphasis on the vanguard party and his rejection of spontaneous revolution. Still, others have questioned the viability of socialism as a political and economic system. Despite these criticisms, the legacy of Lenin remains an important touchstone for those seeking to build a more equitable and democratic society. Whether or not one agrees with his ideas or his methods, there can be no denying the impact that Lenin has had on the course of world history. From the establishment of the Soviet Union to the ongoing struggles for social justice around the world, Lenin's legacy continues to shape our understanding of the possibilities and limitations of socialist revolution. This has been History of Vladimir Lenin. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison, copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston, production copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. History of Joseph Stalin. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1: Early Life and Rise to Power of Joseph Stalin. In exploring the life and family background of Joseph Stalin, one is drawn to consider the intricate web of circumstances and social conditions that contributed to the rise of this infamous Soviet dictator. Born in the small town of Gori in Georgia in 1878, Stalin was the only surviving child of a humble cobbler and his wife. His early life was characterized by poverty, uncertainty, and social upheaval, and it was in this environment that Stalin's formative years were shaped. The Gori of Stalin's childhood was a town on the periphery of the Russian Empire, and it was here that he first encountered the diverse and multi-ethnic society that would come to be a defining feature of his later rule. His father, Vissarion Djugashvili, was a Georgian peasant who had moved to the town to pursue his trade as a shoemaker, while his mother, Ekaterina Geladze, was of Ossetian descent. This mix of Georgian and Ossetian heritage would play a significant role in shaping Stalin's identity, as he came to identify strongly with the oppressed minorities of the Russian Empire. Stalin's early childhood was marked by tragedy and hardship. His father was an abusive alcoholic who frequently beat his wife and son, and he died when Stalin was only 11 years old. This left Stalin's mother to provide for the family on her own, a task she struggled to accomplish amidst the poverty and social unrest of Gori. Stalin himself was a sickly child, suffering from smallpox and a severe case of childhood tuberculosis that left him with a permanently damaged arm. Despite these challenges, Stalin was a bright and ambitious child who excelled in his studies. He was admitted to the Tiflis Theological Seminary at the age of 14, where he distinguished himself as a top student and an emerging intellectual. It was here that he first encountered Marxist ideology, which would come to shape his political philosophy for the rest of his life. Stalin's family background played a significant role in his political development. As a Georgian and an ethnic minority, he was acutely aware of the social inequalities that plagued the Russian Empire. His mother's Ossetian heritage further fueled his sense of otherness and his identification with oppressed minorities. These experiences would later inform his policies of Sovietization, which aimed to promote the assimilation of ethnic minorities into a homogenized Soviet society. Stalin's family life was also marked by a series of complex relationships and personal tragedies. He married his first wife, Ekaterina Svanidze, in 1906, and they had a son, Yakov, the following year. However, Ekaterina died of typhus in 1907, leaving Stalin devastated and alone. He would go on to remarry twice more, but both marriages were marked by infidelity and estrangement. Stalin's relationship with his son Yakov was also fraught with tension and tragedy. Yakov was conscripted into the Red Army during World War II and was captured by the German army in 1941. Stalin famously refused to negotiate his son's release, reportedly stating that he would not trade a marshal for a lieutenant. Yakov died in captivity in 1943, leaving Stalin with a deep sense of guilt and remorse that would haunt him for the rest of his life. In many ways, Stalin's childhood and family background served as a crucible for his later political career. The poverty, oppression, and social inequality that he experienced as a child shaped his worldview and his commitment to Marxist ideology. His personal tragedies and complex family relationships would also come to inform his policies and decisions as a leader, and his sense of guilt and remorse over the death of his son would contribute to his increasing paranoia and brutality. The early education and intellectual development of Joseph Stalin, the notorious Soviet dictator, were shaped by a series of formative experiences that would come to define his political career. Born in 1878 in the small town of Gori in Georgia, Stalin grew up in a world of poverty, oppression, and social upheaval. Nevertheless, his intelligence and curiosity would eventually lead him to become one of the most important figures in the history of the Soviet Union. Stalin's early education began in the Tiflis Theological Seminary, a prestigious school for the children of the Georgian Orthodox Church. There, he received a rigorous education in theology, literature, and the classics, but it was the emerging Marxist ideology that captured his imagination. Stalin became a devoted student of the socialist philosopher Kautsky, and he immersed himself in the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. His readings convinced him of the need for a proletarian revolution, and he began to see himself as a leader in the struggle for socialism. Stalin's early intellectual development was marked by a restless curiosity and a willingness to question authority. He was deeply critical of the established order and the social hierarchy that kept the poor and oppressed in their place. His studies at the seminary also exposed him to the diversity and complexity of Georgian society, and he became acutely aware of the plight of ethnic minorities and the need for social justice. Stalin's intellectual development was also shaped by a series of personal tragedies and political upheavals. His father died when he was only 11 years old, leaving his mother to support the family on her own. Stalin himself was a sickly child, suffering from smallpox and a severe case of childhood tuberculosis that left him with a permanently damaged arm. These experiences would later inform his commitment to Marxist ideology and his deep sense of solidarity with the oppressed and marginalized. As Stalin's intellectual development progressed, he became increasingly involved in revolutionary politics. He joined the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, and he played a key role in the 1917 October Revolution that overthrew the provisional government and established the Soviet Union. Stalin quickly rose through the ranks of the Communist Party, and he became one of the most important figures in the Soviet government. Stalin's early education and intellectual development were crucial to his rise to power, but they were also marked by a series of contradictions and complexities. He was a deeply committed Marxist who believed in the need for a proletarian revolution, but he was also a pragmatist who was willing to make compromises to achieve his goals. He was a fierce critic of the social hierarchy and the established order, but he was also a master of political manipulation and the art of maintaining power. In many ways, Stalin's intellectual development was shaped by his experiences in the seminary and his exposure to Marxist ideology. His commitment to socialism and his belief in the need for a proletarian revolution were central to his political career, and his readings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin provided him with a theoretical framework for his actions. However, Stalin's intellectual development was also shaped by his personal experiences and the social conditions of his time. The poverty and oppression that he witnessed as a child fueled his commitment to social justice, while the political upheavals of the early 20th century provided him with opportunities to seize power and reshape the world in his own image. In summary, the early education and intellectual development of Joseph Stalin were complex and multifaceted, shaped by a range of personal, social, and political factors. His experiences in the seminary and his exposure to Marxist ideology were crucial to his rise to power, but they were also influenced by his personal tragedies and his sense of solidarity with the oppressed. The early political activism of Joseph Stalin, the infamous Soviet dictator, was marked by a fierce commitment to Marxist ideology and a deep sense of solidarity with the working class. Born in 1878 in the small town of Gori in Georgia, Stalin began his political career in the early 1900s, when he joined the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. His early participation in the Bolshevik Party would come to define his political career and shape the course of Soviet history. Stalin's early political activism was shaped by a range of personal, social, and political factors. His experiences in the Tiflis Theological Seminary exposed him to Marxist ideology, which he embraced with fervor. He became a devoted student of socialist philosophy, immersing himself in the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. He saw himself as a leader in the struggle for socialism, and he was determined to overthrow the capitalist system and establish a proletarian dictatorship. Stalin's early political activism was also shaped by the social conditions of his time. He grew up in a world of poverty, oppression, and social inequality, and he was acutely aware of the plight of the working class. He saw the capitalist system as a source of exploitation and oppression, and he was committed to fighting for the rights of the proletariat. Stalin's participation in the Bolshevik Party began in 1903 when he joined the party's revolutionary wing. He quickly became a prominent figure within the party, and he played a key role in organizing the 1905 revolution. The revolution, which was sparked by a wave of strikes and protests, was ultimately crushed by the government, but it marked a turning point in the struggle for socialism in Russia. Stalin's early political activism was marked by a series of setbacks and challenges. He was repeatedly arrested and imprisoned by the government, and he was forced to go into hiding to avoid capture. However, he remained committed to the cause of socialism, and he continued to work tirelessly to advance the party's goals. Stalin's participation in the Bolshevik Party reached its peak during the October Revolution of 1917. He played a key role in organizing the Bolshevik coup that overthrew the provisional government and established the Soviet Union. Stalin's skills as an organizer and his commitment to the cause of socialism were crucial to the success of the revolution, and he quickly rose through the ranks of the Communist Party. Stalin's early political activism was defined by his commitment to Marxist ideology and his unwavering dedication to the struggle for socialism. He was a skilled organizer and a fierce critic of the established order, and he played a key role in the Bolshevik Party's rise to power. However, his participation in the party was also marked by a series of contradictions and complexities. He was a pragmatist who was willing to make compromises to achieve his goals, and he was a master of political manipulation and the art of maintaining power. In many ways, Stalin's early political activism set the stage for his later career as a dictator. His commitment to socialism and his willingness to use violence and intimidation to achieve his goals were central to his political philosophy, and his early experiences in the Bolshevik Party provided him with the skills and the connections he needed to rise to power. However, his early political activism was also shaped by his personal experiences and the social conditions of his time. The poverty and oppression he witnessed as a child fueled his commitment to social justice, while the political upheavals of the early 20th century provided him with opportunities to seize power and reshape the world in his own image. In summary, the early political activism of Joseph Stalin was marked by a fierce commitment to Marxist ideology and a deep sense of solidarity with the working class. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 was a pivotal moment in the history of the Soviet Union, and the role of Joseph Stalin in this event was crucial to the success of the Bolshevik cause. Born in 1878 in the small town of Gori in Georgia, Stalin began his political career in the early 1900s, when he joined the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. His participation in the Bolshevik Party would come to define his political career and shape the course of Soviet history. Stalin played a key role in the October Revolution of 1917, which overthrew the provisional government and established the Soviet Union. He was a member of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, and he played a crucial role in organizing the coup that would topple the government. Stalin's skills as an organizer and his commitment to the cause of socialism were crucial to the success of the revolution, and he quickly rose through the ranks of the Communist Party. Stalin's role in the Bolshevik Revolution was defined by his ability to organize and mobilize the masses. He was a master of political manipulation and the art of maintaining power, and he was able to rally support from a broad range of social groups. His leadership during the revolution was marked by a fierce determination to achieve the goals of the party, and he was willing to use violence and intimidation to achieve those goals. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Stalin continued to play a key role in the Soviet government. He was appointed People's Commissar for Nationalities Affairs, and he played a key role in shaping the Soviet Union's policies on nationalities and ethnic minorities. He was also appointed General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1922, which gave him unprecedented control over the party and the government. Stalin's leadership during the Civil War was also crucial to the success of the Soviet Union. The Civil War, which lasted from 1918 to 1922, was a period of intense violence and upheaval in Russia, as various groups vied for control of the country. Stalin played a key role in organizing the Red Army, which would ultimately emerge victorious in the war. He was also instrumental in shaping the Soviet Union's policies on military strategy and tactics, which helped to secure the victory. Stalin's role in the Bolshevik Revolution and the Civil War was marked by a series of contradictions and complexities. He was a fierce critic of the established order and the social hierarchy that kept the poor and oppressed in their place, and he was committed to fighting for the rights of the proletariat. However, he was also a pragmatist who was willing to make compromises to achieve his goals, and he was a master of political manipulation and the art of maintaining power. In many ways, Stalin's role in the Bolshevik Revolution and the Civil War set the stage for his later career as a dictator. His ability to organize and mobilize the masses his commitment to the cause of socialism, and his willingness to use violence and intimidation to achieve his goals were central to his political philosophy. However, his role in these events was also shaped by his personal experiences and the social conditions of his time. The poverty and oppression he witnessed as a child fueled his commitment to social justice, while the political upheavals of the early 20th century provided him with opportunities to seize power and reshape the world in his own image. In summary, the role of Joseph Stalin in the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 and the Civil War was crucial to the success of the Soviet Union. His skills as an organizer, his commitment to the cause of socialism, and his willingness to use violence and intimidation to achieve his goals were central to his political philosophy. The appointment of Joseph Stalin as General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1922 marked a turning point in the history of the Soviet Union. Born in 1878 in the small town of Gori in Georgia, Stalin had risen through the ranks of the Communist Party to become one of its most important figures. His appointment as General Secretary would give him unprecedented control over the party and the government, and it would ultimately pave the way for his consolidation of power in the Soviet Union. Stalin's appointment as General Secretary was a result of a series of complex political maneuvers and personal relationships. The previous General Secretary, Yakov Sverdlov, had died in 1919, and the position had been vacant for several years. When Lenin became incapacitated in the early 1920s, a power struggle ensued between the various factions within the Communist Party. Stalin was able to emerge as a compromise candidate, due in part to his skills as an organizer and his ability to maintain the support of the party's key players. As General Secretary, Stalin was responsible for overseeing the party's day-to-day operations, including the appointment and promotion of party officials. He quickly set about consolidating his power within the party, using his position to remove his rivals and promote his supporters. He also developed a vast network of informants and secret police, which he used to monitor the activities of party members and suppress dissent. Stalin's consolidation of power was marked by a series of brutal purges and show trials, in which he accused his opponents of conspiring against him and the party. He used the trials to eliminate his rivals and consolidate his control over the Soviet government. The purges were marked by violence and terror, and they would ultimately claim the lives of millions of Soviet citizens. Stalin's consolidation of power was also marked by a series of sweeping social and economic changes in the Soviet Union. He launched a series of 5-year plans, which aimed to transform the Soviet economy from an agrarian to an industrialized society. The plans were marked by forced labor and a disregard for human life, and they would ultimately lead to widespread famine and suffering among the Soviet people. Stalin's consolidation of power was a defining moment in the history of the Soviet Union. It marked the beginning of his reign as a dictator, and it set the stage for the brutal repression and terror that would come to define his rule. His appointment as General Secretary gave him unprecedented control over the party and the government, and he used that power to eliminate his rivals and consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. In summary, the appointment of Joseph Stalin as General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1922 was a pivotal moment in the history of the Soviet Union. It gave him unprecedented control over the party and the government, and it set the stage for his consolidation of power in the Soviet Union. Stalin's consolidation of power was marked by a series of brutal purges and show trials, as well as sweeping social and economic changes in the Soviet Union. His reign as a dictator was marked by violence, terror, and the suppression of dissent, and it would ultimately have a profound impact on the course of world history. Chapter 2: Stalin's Leadership Style, Authoritarianism and Totalitarianism. The leadership style of Joseph Stalin, the notorious Soviet dictator, was defined by a combination of fear, terror, and manipulation. Stalin came to power in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and his reign as a dictator would last until his death in 1953. Throughout his time in power, he used a variety of tactics to maintain his control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party. One of the defining characteristics of Stalin's leadership style was his use of fear and terror. He was notorious for his brutal purges and show trials, in which he accused his opponents of conspiring against him and the party. He used these trials to eliminate his rivals and consolidate his control over the Soviet government. The purges were marked by violence and terror, and they would ultimately claim the lives of millions of Soviet citizens. Stalin's leadership style was also marked by a pervasive culture of suspicion and paranoia. He developed a vast network of informants and secret police, which he used to monitor the activities of party members and suppress dissent. He was deeply mistrustful of anyone who he perceived as a threat to his power, and he would often turn on his allies and supporters if he suspected that they were disloyal. Stalin's leadership style was also characterized by his use of propaganda and manipulation. He controlled the Soviet media and used it to promote his own image as a great leader and savior of the Soviet people. He also manipulated public opinion to maintain his control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party. He would often use scapegoats and false narratives to justify his actions and suppress dissent. Another key characteristic of Stalin's leadership style was his cult of personality. He was revered as a hero and a great leader by many Soviet citizens, who saw him as a symbol of strength and stability in a turbulent world. Stalin encouraged this cult of personality through propaganda and manipulation, and it helped to reinforce his control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party. Stalin's leadership style was ultimately defined by his desire for power and control. He was willing to use any means necessary to maintain his control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party, including violence, terror, propaganda, and manipulation. His reign as a dictator was marked by a profound disregard for human life and a willingness to sacrifice the lives of millions of Soviet citizens to achieve his goals. In summary, the leadership style of Joseph Stalin was defined by fear, terror, manipulation, propaganda, and a cult of personality. He was a brutal dictator who was willing to use any means necessary to maintain his control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party. His reign was marked by a pervasive culture of suspicion and paranoia, as well as a profound disregard for human life. Stalin's leadership style had a profound impact on the course of Soviet history, and it would ultimately have a profound impact on the course of world history as well. The reign of Joseph Stalin as the dictator of the Soviet Union was characterized by the pervasive use of propaganda and the cult of personality. Stalin's regime used a variety of tactics to shape public opinion, control information, and reinforce the power of the Communist Party. These tactics were instrumental in maintaining Stalin's grip on power, and they had a profound impact on the course of Soviet history. One of the key elements of Stalin's propaganda was the cult of personality. Stalin was portrayed as a great leader, a savior of the Soviet people, and a symbol of strength and stability. His image was ubiquitous in Soviet society, appearing on posters, billboards, and in the media. His birthday was celebrated as a national holiday, and his speeches were broadcast on the radio and in public squares. The cult of personality was reinforced through propaganda that celebrated Stalin's achievements and demonized his enemies. Stalin was portrayed as a hero who had led the Soviet Union to victory in World War II, who had transformed the Soviet economy into an industrial powerhouse, and who had championed the cause of socialism around the world. His enemies, on the other hand, were portrayed as traitors and saboteurs who were working against the interests of the Soviet people. Another key element of Stalin's propaganda was the control of information. The Soviet government controlled all forms of media, including newspapers, radio, and film. The media was used to promote the Communist Party's agenda, to spread propaganda, and to suppress dissent. Any media that was critical of the party or Stalin was censored or destroyed. Stalin's regime also used education as a tool of propaganda. The Soviet education system was designed to instill Marxist-Leninist ideology in students and to promote the cult of personality. Children were taught to revere Stalin and to see him as a hero and a great leader. History textbooks were rewritten to glorify the achievements of the Communist Party and to demonize its enemies. The use of propaganda and the cult of personality had a profound impact on Soviet society. It helped to reinforce Stalin's control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party, and it helped to shape public opinion. However, it also had a profound impact on the psyche of the Soviet people. The constant barrage of propaganda and the cult of personality helped to create a climate of fear and suspicion, where any deviation from the party line was seen as a betrayal of the Soviet people. In summary, the use of propaganda and the cult of personality was a defining characteristic of Stalin's regime in the Soviet Union. It helped to reinforce his control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party, and it helped to shape public opinion. However, it also had a profound impact on the psyche of the Soviet people, creating a climate of fear and suspicion that lasted for decades. The legacy of Stalin's propaganda and cult of personality lives on in the memory of the Soviet people and in the history of the Soviet Union. The use of repression and terror as political tools has a long and bloody history, and nowhere is this more apparent than in the reign of Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union. Stalin's regime was marked by a brutal and relentless campaign of repression and terror, which was used to eliminate his enemies, maintain his grip on power, and control the Soviet people. The use of repression and terror was a defining characteristic of Stalin's regime, and it had a profound impact on the course of Soviet history. One of the key elements of Stalin's use of repression and terror was the purges. These purges were designed to eliminate any potential threats to Stalin's power, and they targeted a wide range of individuals, including political opponents, intellectuals, and even ordinary citizens. The purges were marked by show trials, in which the accused were forced to confess to crimes they had not committed. The trials were often public spectacles, designed to intimidate the Soviet people and reinforce Stalin's power. Stalin's regime also used terror as a means of controlling the Soviet people. The Soviet secret police, known as the NKVD, were responsible for carrying out Stalin's campaign of terror. The NKVD was infamous for its use of torture, imprisonment, and execution to maintain order and control dissent. The NKVD was also responsible for running the network of gulags, where millions of Soviet citizens were imprisoned and forced to work under brutal conditions. The use of repression and terror had a profound impact on Soviet society. The constant fear of repression and terror helped to create a climate of fear and suspicion, where even innocent actions could be seen as a threat to the Soviet government. The purges and terror campaigns also had a devastating impact on the Soviet economy, as many of the country's most talented and productive citizens were imprisoned or executed. Stalin's use of repression and terror was also a defining characteristic of his leadership style. Stalin saw himself as a ruthless leader who was willing to use any means necessary to maintain his grip on power. His use of repression and terror helped to reinforce his image as a strong leader, and it helped to suppress dissent and opposition to his rule. The use of repression and terror as political tools has a long and bloody history, and Stalin's regime is one of the most extreme examples of this type of political strategy. The use of repression and terror had a profound impact on Soviet society, and it helped to shape the course of Soviet history. The legacy of Stalin's use of repression and terror lives on in the memory of the Soviet people, and it serves as a warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. The control of the media, arts, and culture has long been recognized as a key element of authoritarian regimes, and nowhere is this more apparent than in the reign of Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union. Stalin's regime was marked by a relentless campaign to control every aspect of Soviet life, including the media, arts, and culture. Stalin saw these as powerful tools for shaping public opinion and reinforcing his control over the Soviet people. One of the key elements of Stalin's control of the media was censorship. The Soviet government had strict control over all forms of media, including newspapers, radio, and film. The government censored any media that was critical of the party or Stalin, and many newspapers and journals were shut down or destroyed. The government also closely monitored the content of films and radio programs, ensuring that they promoted the party's agenda and reinforced Stalin's image as a great leader. Stalin's regime also used the arts as a tool for propaganda. Artists, writers, and musicians were expected to create works that promoted the party's ideology and reinforced the cult of personality around Stalin. The government heavily subsidized the arts, and many artists were given prestigious positions within the Soviet government. However, this support came with the expectation that artists would create works that were in line with the party's agenda. The Soviet government also closely monitored the content of literature and art, ensuring that it promoted the party's ideology and reinforced Stalin's image as a great leader. Works that were seen as critical of the party or Stalin were banned, and many artists and writers were persecuted or imprisoned for their work. Some artists and writers chose to work in secret, creating works that were critical of the government but were not published until after Stalin's death. Stalin's control of the media, arts, and culture had a profound impact on Soviet society. The constant censorship and propaganda helped to reinforce Stalin's image as a great leader and savior of the Soviet people, but it also created a climate of fear and suspicion. The government's control over the arts also stifled creativity and innovation, as many artists and writers were forced to conform to the party's agenda rather than expressing their own ideas and perspectives. Stalin's control of the media, arts, and culture was also a defining characteristic of his leadership style. Stalin saw these as powerful tools for shaping public opinion and reinforcing his control over the Soviet people. His government's control over the media, arts, and culture helped to reinforce his image as a strong leader, but it also reinforced his government's authoritarian nature. In summary, the control of the media, arts, and culture was a defining characteristic of Stalin's regime in the Soviet Union. Stalin saw these as powerful tools for shaping public opinion and reinforcing his control over the Soviet people. His government's control over the media, arts, and culture helped to reinforce his image as a great leader, but it also stifled creativity and innovation and created a climate of fear and suspicion. The legacy of Stalin's control of the media, arts, and culture serves as a warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. The legacy of Joseph Stalin in the development of totalitarianism as a political system cannot be overstated. Stalin's reign in the Soviet Union was marked by a brutal and relentless campaign of repression and terror, as well as a pervasive culture of fear and suspicion. Stalin's government controlled every aspect of Soviet life, from the media and arts to the economy and the military. This total control over society and the government became a model for other authoritarian regimes around the world. One of the defining characteristics of Stalin's regime was its use of propaganda and the cult of personality. Stalin was portrayed as a great leader and savior of the Soviet people, and his image was ubiquitous in Soviet society. The constant barrage of propaganda helped to create a climate of fear and suspicion, where even innocent actions could be seen as a threat to the Soviet government. The cult of personality also helped to reinforce Stalin's power and control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party. Another defining characteristic of Stalin's regime was its use of repression and terror. Stalin's government used a variety of tactics to eliminate its enemies, including political opponents, intellectuals, and even ordinary citizens. The purges, show trials, and terror campaigns were marked by violence and fear, and they would ultimately claim the lives of millions of Soviet citizens. Stalin's government also tightly controlled the Soviet economy through a system of central planning and the nationalization of key industries. The government used the economy as a tool for reinforcing its power and control over the Soviet people, and it created a system of inequality that favored those in power. The Soviet economy would ultimately stagnate and decline, due in part to the government's tight control over it. Stalin's regime had a profound impact on the development of totalitarianism as a political system. The Soviet Union became a model for other authoritarian regimes around the world, who saw the government's total control over society and the government as a blueprint for their own regimes. Totalitarian regimes would go on to emerge in countries such as North Korea, China, and Cuba, and they would use many of the same tactics that Stalin's government used to maintain their control over their citizens. Stalin's legacy in the development of totalitarianism also serves as a warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. Stalin's government was marked by a profound disregard for human life and a willingness to sacrifice the lives of millions of Soviet citizens to achieve its goals. The legacy of Stalin's regime is a reminder of the importance of democracy, the rule of law, and the protection of human rights in protecting against the rise of authoritarian regimes. In summary, Stalin's legacy in the development of totalitarianism as a political system cannot be overstated. Stalin's government was marked by total control over society and the government, through the use of propaganda, repression, and terror. The Soviet Union became a model for other authoritarian regimes around the world, and the legacy of Stalin's regime serves as a warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. The lessons of Stalin's regime remain relevant today, as the world continues to confront the rise of authoritarian regimes and the erosion of democratic institutions. Chapter 3: Stalin's Policies of Collectivization and Industrialization. The policies of Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union were shaped by a complex set of factors, including the legacy of Soviet history, Marxist ideology, and Stalin's own personal ambitions. Stalin saw himself as a revolutionary leader who was determined to build a socialist society in the Soviet Union, and he was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. One of the key factors shaping Stalin's policies was the legacy of Soviet history. The Soviet Union had emerged from the chaos and violence of the Russian Revolution, and Stalin saw himself as the heir to that revolutionary tradition. Stalin believed that the Soviet Union was the vanguard of a new world order, and he was determined to build a socialist society that would serve as a model for other countries. Stalin's policies were also shaped by Marxist ideology, which held that socialism could only be achieved through the complete overthrow of capitalist society. Stalin believed that the Soviet Union was engaged in a global struggle against capitalism, and he saw himself as a warrior in that struggle. Stalin's policies were designed to create a society in which the means of production were owned by the state, and in which the proletariat held power. Stalin's personal ambitions also played a significant role in shaping his policies. Stalin was a ruthless leader who was determined to maintain his grip on power. He saw himself as a strong leader who was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Stalin's policies were designed to reinforce his power and control over the Soviet government and the Communist Party. Stalin's policies can be divided into several key areas, including industrialization, collectivization, and the purges. Stalin believed that industrialization was key to the development of a socialist society, and he launched a massive campaign to modernize the Soviet economy. This campaign was marked by the construction of new factories and the nationalization of key industries. The government also launched a campaign of collectivization, in which individual farms were combined into large collective farms. This campaign was marked by violence and repression, as many farmers resisted the government's efforts to take control of their land. Stalin's policies were also marked by a brutal campaign of repression and terror, which was designed to eliminate his enemies and maintain his grip on power. The purges targeted a wide range of individuals, including political opponents, intellectuals, and even ordinary citizens. The purges were marked by show trials, in which the accused were forced to confess to crimes they had not committed. The trials were often public spectacles, designed to intimidate the Soviet people and reinforce Stalin's power. The rationale behind Stalin's policies was rooted in his belief that socialism could only be achieved through the complete overthrow of capitalist society. Stalin believed that the Soviet Union was engaged in a global struggle against capitalism, and he saw himself as a warrior in that struggle. His policies were designed to create a society in which the means of production were owned by the state, and in which the proletariat held power. In summary, the policies of Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union were shaped by a complex set of factors, including the legacy of Soviet history, Marxist ideology, and Stalin's own personal ambitions. Stalin saw himself as a revolutionary leader who was determined to build a socialist society in the Soviet Union, and he was willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. His policies were designed to create a society in which the means of production were owned by the state, and in which the proletariat held power. However, his policies were also marked by a brutal campaign of repression and terror, which had a devastating impact on Soviet society. The legacy of Stalin's policies serves as a warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. Agricultural collectivization was a key policy of Joseph Stalin's government in the Soviet Union, designed to modernize agriculture and increase food production. The policy aimed to consolidate individual farms into large collective farms, where farmers would work together to produce crops and livestock. However, the implementation of agricultural collectivization was marked by violence, repression, and a devastating impact on Soviet agriculture. The implementation of agricultural collectivization began in 1928, with the launch of the first five-year plan. The government launched a massive campaign to force farmers to join collective farms, using a combination of persuasion, coercion, and violence. Many farmers resisted the government's efforts to take control of their land, and the government responded with a campaign of repression and terror. The government's campaign of repression and terror was aimed at eliminating opposition to the collectivization campaign. Many farmers were arrested, imprisoned, or executed for resisting the government's efforts to collectivize agriculture. The government also used propaganda to promote the benefits of collective farming, portraying it as a way to modernize agriculture and increase food production. The implementation of agricultural collectivization had a devastating impact on Soviet agriculture. Many farmers resisted the government's efforts to collectivize their land, and the government responded with violence and repression. The government's campaign of repression and terror resulted in the deaths of millions of Soviet citizens, many of them farmers who had resisted the government's efforts to collectivize their land. The implementation of agricultural collectivization also had a profound impact on Soviet agriculture. The consolidation of individual farms into large collective farms was often poorly planned and executed, leading to a decline in agricultural productivity. The government's focus on industrialization meant that agriculture was often neglected, leading to shortages of food and other agricultural products. The results of agricultural collectivization were disastrous for Soviet agriculture and the Soviet people. The government's campaign of repression and terror resulted in the deaths of millions of Soviet citizens, and the consolidation of individual farms into large collective farms led to a decline in agricultural productivity. The government's focus on industrialization meant that agriculture was often neglected, leading to shortages of food and other agricultural products. In summary, the implementation of agricultural collectivization in the Soviet Union was marked by violence, repression, and a devastating impact on Soviet agriculture. The government's campaign of repression and terror resulted in the deaths of millions of Soviet citizens, and the consolidation of individual farms into large collective farms led to a decline in agricultural productivity. The legacy of agricultural collectivization serves as a warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority, and it highlights the importance of considering the impact of policies on the lives of ordinary citizens. The industrialization of the Soviet Union was a key policy of Joseph Stalin's government, designed to modernize the Soviet economy and increase its productive capacity. The policy aimed to rapidly industrialize the Soviet Union, creating a strong industrial base that would enable the Soviet Union to compete with other industrialized nations. However, the effects of industrialization on the Soviet economy and society were complex, and the policy had a significant impact on the lives of Soviet citizens. One of the key effects of industrialization on the Soviet economy was the rapid growth of industrial production. The Soviet government launched a massive campaign to modernize the economy, constructing new factories and expanding existing industries. The government also nationalized key industries, taking control of the means of production and directing resources towards industrial development. The rapid growth of industrial production had a significant impact on the Soviet economy. Industrial production increased rapidly, allowing the Soviet Union to catch up with other industrialized nations. The growth of industry also created new jobs, providing employment opportunities for Soviet citizens. However, the focus on industrialization also had negative effects on the Soviet economy. The government's focus on industrial development meant that other sectors of the economy, such as agriculture and consumer goods, were often neglected. This led to shortages of food and other consumer goods, and the government was forced to ration basic necessities. The effects of industrialization on Soviet society were also complex. The rapid growth of industry led to the creation of new jobs, providing employment opportunities for Soviet citizens. The government also provided housing and other social benefits for workers, improving the quality of life for many Soviet citizens. However, the rapid industrialization also had negative effects on Soviet society. The government's focus on industrial development meant that other sectors of society, such as culture and education, were often neglected. The government also used propaganda to promote the benefits of industrialization, portraying it as a key element of building a socialist society. The impact of industrialization on Soviet society was also marked by a significant shift in the social structure. The growth of industry led to the creation of a new class of industrial workers, who held significant power and influence in Soviet society. This new class of workers was often promoted as a key element of building a socialist society, and the government provided them with social benefits and other privileges. In summary, the effects of industrialization on the Soviet economy and society were complex. The rapid growth of industry led to the creation of new jobs and provided employment opportunities for Soviet citizens. The government also provided housing and other social benefits for workers, improving the quality of life for many Soviet citizens. However, the focus on industrial development also had negative effects, including neglect of other sectors of the economy and shortages of basic necessities. The impact on Soviet society was also marked by a significant shift in the social structure, creating a new class of industrial workers with significant power and influence. The legacy of industrialization in the Soviet Union serves as a reminder of the complex and far-reaching effects of economic policies on society and the lives of ordinary citizens. The economic policies of Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union were marked by a focus on industrialization and the rapid development of the Soviet economy. However, these policies also had a significant human cost, including famine and forced labor. One of the most devastating consequences of Stalin's economic policies was the famine that swept across the Soviet Union in the early 1930s. The government's focus on industrial development meant that agriculture was often neglected, and the government's policies led to a decline in agricultural productivity. The government also forced farmers to join collective farms, which were often poorly managed and unproductive. The decline in agricultural productivity, combined with the government's focus on industrialization, led to food shortages across the Soviet Union. The government responded with a campaign of repression and terror, arresting and executing farmers who resisted the government's policies. The government also confiscated food from peasants, leading to mass starvation. The human cost of the famine was staggering. Millions of Soviet citizens died of starvation, and many others suffered from malnutrition and disease. The famine had a profound impact on Soviet society, leaving many families without food or basic necessities. Another consequence of Stalin's economic policies was the widespread use of forced labor. The government's focus on industrial development meant that the Soviet Union needed a large workforce to construct new factories and other infrastructure. The government responded by using forced labor, including the use of prisoners and political dissidents. The use of forced labor had a devastating impact on the lives of Soviet citizens. Many were forced to work in harsh and dangerous conditions, with little regard for their safety or well-being. The government's use of forced labor also created a culture of fear and suspicion, where even innocent actions could be seen as a threat to the Soviet government. The human cost of Stalin's economic policies highlights the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. The government's focus on industrial development led to neglect of other sectors of the economy, including agriculture. The resulting famine had a devastating impact on Soviet citizens, leading to mass starvation and suffering. The government's use of forced labor also had a profound impact on the lives of Soviet citizens, leading to the use of harsh and dangerous conditions. The legacy of Stalin's economic policies serves as a reminder of the importance of considering the impact of economic policies on the lives of ordinary citizens. The policies of a government can have far-reaching consequences, and the human cost of these policies should always be carefully considered. The lessons of Stalin's economic policies remain relevant today, as the world continues to confront the dangers of unchecked power and the abuse of authority. The legacy of Joseph Stalin in Soviet economic development was marked by a focus on industrialization and rapid economic growth. Stalin saw industrialization as a key element of building a socialist society, and he launched a massive campaign to modernize the Soviet economy. However, Stalin's policies also had a significant impact on the perception of industrialization, both in the Soviet Union and around the world. Stalin's policies led to rapid industrial growth in the Soviet Union, and the country became a major industrial power in a short period of time. The government's focus on industrial development created a strong industrial base, which enabled the Soviet Union to compete with other industrialized nations. The growth of industry also created new jobs, providing employment opportunities for Soviet citizens. The rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union had a significant impact on the perception of industrialization, both in the Soviet Union and around the world. In the Soviet Union, industrialization was often portrayed as a key element of building a socialist society. The government used propaganda to promote the benefits of industrialization, portraying it as a way to modernize the economy and create a better life for Soviet citizens. However, the perception of industrialization was also shaped by the negative consequences of Stalin's policies. The government's focus on industrial development meant that other sectors of the economy, such as agriculture and consumer goods, were often neglected. This led to shortages of food and other basic necessities, and the government was forced to ration essential goods. The negative consequences of Stalin's policies also had a significant impact on the perception of industrialization outside of the Soviet Union. The famine that swept across the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, caused by the government's policies, led to international condemnation of Stalin's government. The use of forced labor in the construction of factories and other infrastructure also created a negative perception of industrialization, as it was associated with the use of slave labor. The legacy of Stalin's policies in Soviet economic development remains complex and controversial. While the rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union created a strong industrial base, it also had negative consequences, including neglect of other sectors of the economy and the use of forced labor. The perception of industrialization was shaped by both the benefits and the negative consequences of Stalin's policies. In summary, Stalin's legacy in Soviet economic development and the perception of industrialization is complex and controversial. The rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union created a strong industrial base, enabling the country to compete with other industrialized nations. However, the negative consequences of Stalin's policies, including the neglect of other sectors of the economy, the use of forced labor, and the famine that swept across the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, created a negative perception of industrialization. The legacy of Stalin's policies serves as a reminder of the importance of considering the impact of economic policies on the lives of ordinary citizens and the perception of policies both at home and abroad. Chapter 4: Stalin's Role in World War II, the Soviet Union's Triumph over Nazi Germany. The war on the Eastern Front of World War II was a pivotal moment in the history of the Soviet Union, and the strategy and tactics employed by Joseph Stalin played a key role in the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. Stalin's strategy for the war on the Eastern Front was marked by a focus on defense and attrition. The Soviet Union faced a much larger and better-equipped German army, and Stalin recognized that the Soviet Union could not win a conventional war against Germany. Instead, he focused on slowing down the German advance, wearing down the German army, and then launching a counteroffensive. The defensive strategy employed by Stalin was marked by a willingness to trade space for time. The Soviet Union retreated and abandoned territory, allowing the German army to advance deeper into Soviet territory. This allowed the Soviet Union to regroup and build up its forces for a counteroffensive. The defensive strategy was also marked by the use of scorched earth tactics. The Soviet Union destroyed factories, crops, and infrastructure as it retreated, denying the German army access to resources and making it difficult for the German army to maintain its advance. Stalin's tactics on the Eastern Front were also marked by a willingness to use his troops as cannon fodder. The Soviet Union had a huge army, but it was poorly equipped and poorly trained. Stalin was willing to sacrifice large numbers of Soviet soldiers to slow down the German advance and wear down the German army. The Soviet Union's counteroffensive on the Eastern Front was marked by the use of large-scale encirclement battles. The Soviet Union surrounded large groups of German soldiers and cut off their supply lines, forcing them to surrender or fight to the death. Stalin's strategy and tactics on the Eastern Front played a key role in the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. The defensive strategy allowed the Soviet Union to regroup and build up its forces, while the use of scorched earth tactics denied the German army access to resources. The willingness to use Soviet soldiers as cannon fodder slowed down the German advance and wore down the German army. The counteroffensive on the Eastern Front was also marked by the use of large-scale encirclement battles. These battles were often brutal and costly, but they allowed the Soviet Union to inflict significant damage on the German army and ultimately played a key role in the Soviet Union's victory. In summary, Stalin's strategy and tactics for the war on the Eastern Front were marked by a focus on defense and attrition. The defensive strategy allowed the Soviet Union to slow down the German advance and regroup for a counteroffensive, while the scorched earth tactics denied the German army access to resources. The willingness to use Soviet soldiers as cannon fodder slowed down the German advance and wore down the German army. The counteroffensive on the Eastern Front, marked by large-scale encirclement battles, played a key role in the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. The contribution of the Soviet Union to the Allied victory in World War II was a pivotal moment in the history of the 20th century. The Soviet Union played a key role in defeating Nazi Germany and securing the Allied victory, with Joseph Stalin leading the Soviet war effort. One of the most significant contributions of the Soviet Union to the Allied victory was the sacrifice of Soviet soldiers. The Soviet Union had a massive army, and Stalin was willing to use his soldiers as cannon fodder, slowing down the German advance and wearing down the German army. The Soviet Union suffered enormous casualties during the war, with estimates ranging from 20 million to 30 million Soviet citizens killed. The Soviet Union's industrial output was also a significant contribution to the Allied victory. Stalin launched a massive campaign of industrialization during the war, building new factories and expanding existing ones. This allowed the Soviet Union to produce large quantities of war materials, including tanks, planes, and artillery. The Soviet Union also played a key role in defeating Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front. The German army launched a massive invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, with the goal of quickly defeating the Soviet Union and securing its territory. However, the Soviet Union was able to slow down the German advance and launch a counteroffensive, eventually driving the German army back and surrounding it at Stalingrad. The Soviet Union's contribution to the Allied victory was not without controversy. Stalin's brutal tactics, including the use of scorched earth tactics and the willingness to sacrifice large numbers of Soviet soldiers, were often criticized. However, Stalin's leadership during the war was marked by a fierce determination to defeat Nazi Germany, and his leadership was crucial in securing the Allied victory. In addition to the Soviet Union's military contributions, the country also played a key role in the diplomatic efforts that led to the Allied victory. The Soviet Union was a member of the Allied powers, along with the United States and Great Britain, and played a key role in shaping the post-war world. The Soviet Union's contribution to the Allied victory in World War II remains a pivotal moment in the history of the 20th century. The country's willingness to sacrifice its citizens and industrial output, along with its military contributions, played a key role in securing the Allied victory. While Stalin's leadership was not without controversy, his fierce determination to defeat Nazi Germany was crucial in securing the Allied victory. The Soviet Union's contribution to the Allied victory serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by millions of people during the war, and the importance of international cooperation in securing peace and stability. Joseph Stalin's military leadership during World War II was a crucial factor in the Soviet Union's success on the Eastern Front. Stalin was heavily involved in the Soviet war effort, and he played a key role in the Red Army's performance in battle. One of Stalin's key contributions to the Red Army's performance was his leadership in the early stages of the war. In the first weeks of the German invasion of the Soviet Union, Stalin was initially in shock and was slow to respond. However, he quickly recovered and took control of the situation, ordering the Red Army to retreat and adopting a strategy of defense and attrition. Stalin's leadership in the early stages of the war was marked by a willingness to make difficult decisions. He ordered the destruction of factories, crops, and infrastructure as the Red Army retreated, denying the German army access to resources and making it difficult for the German army to maintain its advance. Stalin also ordered the execution of Red Army officers who were suspected of disloyalty or incompetence, which helped to weed out ineffective leadership in the military. Stalin's leadership also played a key role in the Red Army's counteroffensive on the Eastern Front. Stalin oversaw the planning and execution of the counteroffensive, which was marked by large-scale encirclement battles that inflicted significant damage on the German army. The Red Army's counteroffensive eventually drove the German army back, securing Soviet victory on the Eastern Front. The Red Army's performance in battle was also shaped by its organizational structure. Stalin reorganized the Red Army in the early stages of the war, placing more emphasis on the role of political commissars in the military. Political commissars were tasked with ensuring loyalty to the Soviet government among Red Army soldiers and officers, and they played a key role in maintaining morale and discipline in the military. The Red Army's performance in battle was also shaped by its use of innovative tactics and technology. The Red Army developed new tactics, such as the use of mobile tank columns, which helped to break through German lines. The Red Army also developed new technology, such as the T-34 tank, which was a crucial element of the Red Army's success on the Eastern Front. In summary, Stalin's military leadership and the Red Army's performance in battle played a crucial role in the Soviet Union's victory on the Eastern Front. Stalin's leadership in the early stages of the war, marked by a willingness to make difficult decisions and weed out ineffective leadership in the military, set the stage for the Red Army's counteroffensive. The Red Army's organizational structure, innovative tactics, and technology also contributed to its success in battle. Stalin's military leadership during World War II remains a controversial topic, but it is clear that his leadership was crucial in securing Soviet victory on the Eastern Front. The Soviet Union's participation in World War II was marked by enormous human cost, both in terms of military casualties and civilian deaths. The Soviet Union suffered the highest number of casualties of any country involved in the war, and the human cost of the war had a profound impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. Military casualties during the war were enormous. The Soviet Union suffered an estimated 26 million deaths, with most of those deaths being military casualties. Soviet soldiers fought on multiple fronts, and the brutal nature of the war meant that casualties were often high. The Red Army suffered significant losses during the early stages of the war, but the Soviet Union was able to recover and ultimately played a key role in defeating Nazi Germany. Civilian deaths during the war were also significant. The Soviet Union suffered enormous losses in civilian population, with estimates ranging from 10 million to 20 million civilians killed. The German invasion of the Soviet Union led to mass executions and the deportation of Soviet citizens to concentration camps, and the Soviet Union also suffered significant civilian casualties during the war. The human cost of the war had a profound impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The Soviet Union was forced to devote enormous resources to the war effort, which had significant economic consequences. The war also led to significant changes in Soviet society, with women taking on a greater role in the workforce and the country's demographics being significantly impacted by the loss of life during the war. The human cost of the war also had a significant impact on the Soviet Union's political development. The war played a key role in legitimizing the Soviet government in the eyes of its citizens, as the country's sacrifices during the war were seen as proof of the government's commitment to protecting the Soviet people. However, the war also led to significant political repression, with the government using the war as an excuse to crack down on dissent and opposition. In summary, the human cost of the Soviet Union's participation in World War II was enormous, both in terms of military casualties and civilian deaths. The impact of the war on Soviet society and the country's political development was profound, and the war played a key role in legitimizing the Soviet government in the eyes of its citizens. However, the war also led to significant political repression, and the human cost of the war remains a reminder of the sacrifices made by millions of people during the war. Joseph Stalin's legacy in World War II was a pivotal moment in the history of the Soviet Union and its role as a global power. Stalin's leadership during the war, marked by a fierce determination to defeat Nazi Germany, played a key role in the Soviet Union's victory on the Eastern Front and its status as a global power in the post-war world. Stalin's legacy in World War II was marked by the Soviet Union's contribution to the Allied victory. The Soviet Union played a crucial role in defeating Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front, and the sacrifices made by Soviet soldiers and citizens during the war helped to shape the post-war world. The Soviet Union emerged from the war as one of the world's superpowers, alongside the United States. The Soviet Union's role in defeating Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front was a significant part of Stalin's legacy. The Red Army's counteroffensive, which drove the German army back and ultimately surrounded it at Stalingrad, was a key moment in the war. The Soviet Union's victory on the Eastern Front was a significant factor in the Allied victory, and it helped to shape the post-war world. Stalin's legacy in World War II was also marked by the Soviet Union's role in shaping the post-war world. The Soviet Union was a member of the Allied powers, alongside the United States and Great Britain, and played a key role in shaping the post-war world. The Soviet Union's victory on the Eastern Front gave it significant leverage in post-war negotiations, and the country emerged from the war as a global power. Stalin's legacy in World War II also had a significant impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The war played a key role in legitimizing the Soviet government in the eyes of its citizens, as the country's sacrifices during the war were seen as proof of the government's commitment to protecting the Soviet people. However, the war also led to significant political repression, with the government using the war as an excuse to crack down on dissent and opposition. In terms of the perception of the Soviet Union as a global power, Stalin's legacy in World War II was mixed. The Soviet Union emerged from the war as a global power, but its image was tainted by Stalin's brutality and repression. The Soviet Union's role in shaping the post-war world was also marked by its rivalry with the United States, which led to the Cold War and decades of tension between the two superpowers. In summary, Stalin's legacy in World War II was a pivotal moment in the history of the Soviet Union and its role as a global power. Stalin's leadership during the war played a key role in the Soviet Union's victory on the Eastern Front and its emergence as a global power in the post-war world. However, Stalin's legacy was also marked by political repression and brutality, which tainted the image of the Soviet Union as a global power. The legacy of Stalin and the Soviet Union in World War II remains a complex and controversial topic, but it is clear that their contributions to the war had a significant impact on the post-war world. Chapter 5: Stalin's Domestic Policies, the Great Purge and Terror. The Great Purge, also known as the Great Terror, was a period of intense political repression in the Soviet Union from 1936 to 1938. The Great Purge was marked by the arrest, torture, and execution of millions of Soviet citizens, including prominent politicians, military leaders, and intellectuals. The context and causes of the Great Purge are complex, and they reflect the political and social tensions that were present in the Soviet Union during this period. One of the key factors that contributed to the Great Purge was Stalin's desire to consolidate his power. Stalin had become the leader of the Soviet Union after the death of Vladimir Lenin, and he was determined to eliminate any potential threats to his leadership. Stalin saw the Communist Party as a potential threat to his power, and he launched the Great Purge as a means of purging the party of any potential opposition. Another factor that contributed to the Great Purge was the fear of external enemies. The Soviet Union was facing significant external threats during this period, including the rise of Nazi Germany and the growing tensions with Japan. The Soviet government believed that there were external agents working within the country to undermine the government, and the Great Purge was seen as a means of rooting out these agents and protecting the Soviet Union from external threats. The Great Purge was also shaped by the political and social tensions that were present in the Soviet Union during this period. The country was undergoing significant social and economic changes, with the government pursuing a policy of industrialization and collectivization. These changes led to significant unrest, particularly in rural areas, and the government believed that there were potential opposition groups that needed to be eliminated. The Great Purge had a significant impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The purges led to the execution of millions of Soviet citizens, including prominent politicians and intellectuals. The purges also led to significant political repression, with the government cracking down on any opposition or dissent. In terms of the legacy of the Great Purge, it remains a controversial and complex topic. The purges had a significant impact on Soviet society, and they played a key role in shaping the country's political development. The purges also had a profound impact on the Soviet Union's relationship with the rest of the world, as the brutality of the purges tarnished the image of the Soviet Union as a global power. In summary, the Great Purge was a period of intense political repression in the Soviet Union that was marked by the arrest, torture, and execution of millions of Soviet citizens. The context and causes of the Great Purge reflect the political and social tensions that were present in the Soviet Union during this period, including Stalin's desire to consolidate his power, the fear of external enemies, and the social and economic changes that were taking place in the country. The legacy of the Great Purge remains a controversial and complex topic, but it is clear that the purges had a significant impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The Great Purge, also known as the Great Terror, was a period of intense political repression in the Soviet Union from 1936 to 1938. The purge was a key moment in the history of the Soviet Union, and it had a significant impact on the country's political development. Stalin's goals and objectives for the purge were shaped by his desire to consolidate his power and eliminate any potential threats to his leadership. One of Stalin's key goals for the purge was to eliminate any potential threats to his leadership within the Communist Party. Stalin believed that there were potential opposition groups within the party that needed to be purged in order to ensure his own political survival. The purges were designed to eliminate any potential rivals or critics within the party, and they were carried out with brutal efficiency. Another goal of the purge was to eliminate any potential threats to the Soviet Union from external enemies. The Soviet government believed that there were external agents working within the country to undermine the government, and the purge was seen as a means of rooting out these agents and protecting the Soviet Union from external threats. Stalin's goals for the purge were also shaped by his desire to transform Soviet society. Stalin believed that the country needed to undergo significant social and economic changes, and he saw the purge as a means of removing any potential obstacles to these changes. The purge was also designed to intimidate the population and ensure that they remained loyal to the government. The purge had a significant impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The purges led to the execution of millions of Soviet citizens, including prominent politicians and intellectuals. The purges also led to significant political repression, with the government cracking down on any opposition or dissent. The legacy of the purge remains a controversial and complex topic. While Stalin's goals for the purge were rooted in his desire to consolidate his power and transform Soviet society, the brutality of the purge and the impact on Soviet citizens were significant. The purge tarnished the image of the Soviet Union as a global power, and it had a profound impact on the country's political development. In summary, Stalin's goals and objectives for the purge were shaped by his desire to consolidate his power, eliminate any potential threats to his leadership, protect the Soviet Union from external enemies, and transform Soviet society. While the purge had a significant impact on the Soviet Union's political development, it also had a profound impact on Soviet citizens, and the brutality of the purge tarnished the image of the Soviet Union as a global power. The legacy of the purge remains a controversial and complex topic, and it is a reminder of the dangers of political repression and the need to protect individual freedoms and human rights. The Great Purge, also known as the Great Terror, was a period of intense political repression in the Soviet Union from 1936 to 1938. The purge was marked by the arrest, torture, and execution of millions of Soviet citizens, including prominent politicians, military leaders, and intellectuals. The scale and extent of the purge were vast, and it had a profound impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The purge targeted a wide range of individuals, including high-ranking officials in the Communist Party, military leaders, intellectuals, and ordinary citizens. The purges were designed to eliminate any potential threats to Stalin's leadership, and they were carried out with brutal efficiency. Those who were targeted included individuals who were perceived to be disloyal to Stalin, as well as individuals who were seen as potential opposition or dissent. The purge had a significant impact on the Soviet Union's political development. The purges led to the execution of millions of Soviet citizens, including prominent politicians and intellectuals. The purges also led to significant political repression, with the government cracking down on any opposition or dissent. The purge also had a significant impact on Soviet society. The purges led to a climate of fear and suspicion, with individuals afraid to speak out against the government for fear of being targeted. The purges also had a significant impact on families, with individuals being forced to denounce their loved ones or risk being targeted themselves. The purge also had a significant impact on the Soviet Union's relationship with the rest of the world. The brutality of the purges tarnished the image of the Soviet Union as a global power, and it led to a significant amount of international criticism. The legacy of the purge remains a controversial and complex topic. While the purge was designed to eliminate any potential threats to Stalin's leadership, the scale and extent of the purges were vast, and it had a profound impact on Soviet citizens and the country's political development. The purge remains a reminder of the dangers of political repression and the need to protect individual freedoms and human rights. In summary, the scale and extent of the purge were vast, and it had a profound impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The purge targeted a wide range of individuals, including high-ranking officials in the Communist Party, military leaders, intellectuals, and ordinary citizens. The purge led to the execution of millions of Soviet citizens and had a significant impact on families. The purge tarnished the image of the Soviet Union as a global power, and remains a controversial and complex topic. It is a reminder of the dangers of political repression and the need to protect individual freedoms and human rights. The NKVD, or People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, was the secret police force in the Soviet Union during the reign of Joseph Stalin. The NKVD was responsible for maintaining Stalin's grip on power, and it was notorious for its use of brutal methods and techniques. The methods and techniques of the NKVD played a significant role in the Great Purge, and they had a profound impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. One of the key methods used by the NKVD was surveillance. The NKVD maintained an extensive network of informants and spies who were tasked with monitoring the activities of Soviet citizens. The NKVD also used wiretapping and other forms of electronic surveillance to monitor the communications of its targets. This surveillance was designed to root out any potential threats to Stalin's leadership and to identify potential opposition or dissent. Another key method used by the NKVD was torture. The NKVD was notorious for its use of brutal methods of interrogation, including beatings, electrocution, and waterboarding. The goal of these methods was to extract confessions and to force individuals to implicate others in their alleged crimes. Torture was used as a means of intimidating individuals and as a way of reinforcing the power of the NKVD. The NKVD also used show trials as a means of eliminating potential threats to Stalin's leadership. The show trials were designed to create a public spectacle and to humiliate those who were accused of crimes. The trials were marked by forced confessions, and the accused were often sentenced to death or to lengthy prison sentences. The NKVD also used the tactic of disappearance, where individuals were taken into custody and then simply disappeared. This tactic was used as a means of eliminating potential threats without having to go through the process of a trial. Disappearance was a particularly effective tactic, as it created a climate of fear and uncertainty, with individuals afraid to speak out against the government for fear of being targeted themselves. In terms of the impact of the NKVD's methods and techniques, they had a profound impact on Soviet society and the country's political development. The use of surveillance, torture, and disappearance created a climate of fear and intimidation, with individuals afraid to speak out against the government. The methods of the NKVD reinforced Stalin's power and had a significant impact on the country's political development. In summary, the methods and techniques of the NKVD were brutal and notorious. The NKVD used surveillance, torture, show trials, and disappearance as means of maintaining Stalin's grip on power and eliminating any potential threats. The impact of these methods on Soviet society and the country's political development was significant, with the NKVD's tactics creating a climate of fear and intimidation. The legacy of the NKVD and the Great Purge remains a controversial and complex topic, but it is clear that the methods and techniques of the NKVD played a key role in shaping Soviet society and the country's political development. The Great Purge, also known as the Great Terror, was a period of intense political repression in the Soviet Union from 1936 to 1938. The purge had a profound impact on Soviet society and politics, and its legacy remains a controversial and complex topic. One of the key impacts of the purge was the elimination of potential opposition or dissent. The purge was designed to eliminate any potential threats to Stalin's leadership, and it was carried out with brutal efficiency. The purges led to the execution of millions of Soviet citizens, including prominent politicians and intellectuals. The purges also led to significant political repression, with the government cracking down on any opposition or dissent. This created a climate of fear and intimidation, with individuals afraid to speak out against the government. The purge also had a significant impact on Soviet society. The purges led to a loss of talent and expertise, with many of the country's most prominent politicians and intellectuals being executed. The purges also led to significant social dislocation, with families being torn apart and individuals being forced to denounce their loved ones or risk being targeted themselves. The impact of the purges on families and communities was profound, with many individuals experiencing long-lasting psychological trauma. The purge also had a significant impact on the Soviet Union's relationship with the rest of the world. The brutality of the purges tarnished the image of the Soviet Union as a global power, and it led to a significant amount of international criticism. The purge also had a profound impact on the Soviet Union's political development, with the government becoming increasingly authoritarian and repressive in the years following the purge. The legacy of the purge remains a controversial and complex topic. While the purge was designed to eliminate any potential threats to Stalin's leadership, the impact on Soviet society and politics was significant. The purge created a climate of fear and intimidation, with individuals afraid to speak out against the government. The purges also led to a loss of talent and expertise, and the impact on families and communities was profound. The legacy of the purge also extends to the way that it has been remembered and commemorated in the years since. The Soviet government initially denied the existence of the purges and the scale of the atrocities that occurred. However, in the years since, the government has acknowledged the impact of the purge and attempted to come to terms with its legacy. The purge has also been the subject of numerous artistic works, including novels, films, and plays, which have sought to explore the impact of the purges on Soviet society and politics. In summary, the Great Purge had a profound impact on Soviet society and politics. The purges led to the execution of millions of Soviet citizens and created a climate of fear and intimidation. The impact of the purges on families and communities was significant, and the loss of talent and expertise was felt throughout the country. The legacy of the purge remains a controversial and complex topic, but it is clear that the impact of the purges on Soviet society and politics was significant, and it will continue to be remembered and commemorated for years to come. Chapter 6: Stalin's Foreign Policies, Soviet Expansionism and the Cold War. Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism was a central tenet of his foreign policy. Stalin believed that the Soviet Union needed to expand its sphere of influence in order to ensure its security and protect itself from external threats. This concept had a profound impact on Soviet foreign policy during Stalin's reign and continues to shape Russian foreign policy to this day. Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism was rooted in his belief that the Soviet Union was surrounded by hostile powers that posed a threat to its security. Stalin believed that the only way to protect the Soviet Union was to expand its sphere of influence and create a buffer zone of friendly states along its borders. Stalin also believed that the Soviet Union needed to acquire strategic resources and territories in order to ensure its economic and military security. Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism was reflected in the Soviet Union's foreign policy during his reign. The Soviet Union sought to expand its influence in Eastern Europe and Asia, and it engaged in a series of proxy wars and interventions in these regions. The Soviet Union also sought to acquire strategic resources and territories, such as the oil fields of the Caucasus and the coal fields of Eastern Europe. Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism had a profound impact on the countries of Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union used its military and economic power to dominate these countries, imposing communist regimes and suppressing dissent. The Soviet Union also intervened militarily in countries such as Hungary and Czechoslovakia in order to maintain its control over the region. Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism also had a significant impact on the Soviet Union's relationship with the rest of the world. The Soviet Union was seen as a major threat to the security of the Western powers, and this led to a series of Cold War conflicts and tensions. The Soviet Union's expansionist policies also led to a series of proxy wars and interventions in countries such as Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Angola. The legacy of Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism continues to shape Russian foreign policy to this day. Russia continues to seek to expand its sphere of influence in the former Soviet republics and to maintain its strategic presence in the Middle East and Asia. Russia has also engaged in a series of proxy wars and interventions in countries such as Syria and Ukraine. In summary, Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism was a central tenet of his foreign policy. Stalin believed that the Soviet Union needed to expand its sphere of influence in order to protect itself from external threats and to ensure its economic and military security. The impact of Stalin's policies was significant, with the Soviet Union dominating Eastern Europe and engaging in a series of proxy wars and interventions around the world. The legacy of Stalin's concept of Soviet security and expansionism continues to shape Russian foreign policy to this day, with Russia seeking to expand its sphere of influence and maintain its strategic presence in key regions around the world. After World War II, Soviet relations with the Western powers and allies were marked by a deep ideological divide and a series of tense and often hostile interactions. The Soviet Union emerged from the war as a global superpower, and it sought to spread its communist ideology throughout the world. This put the Soviet Union at odds with the Western powers, which saw the spread of communism as a threat to their own security and interests. One of the key areas of conflict between the Soviet Union and the Western powers was in Europe. The Soviet Union sought to dominate Eastern Europe, imposing communist regimes and suppressing dissent. The Western powers, led by the United States, sought to contain Soviet expansionism and support democratic governments in the region. This led to a series of Cold War conflicts, including the Berlin blockade and the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Soviet Union also sought to spread its influence beyond Europe. The Soviet Union supported communist movements and governments in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, leading to a series of proxy wars and interventions. The United States and its allies sought to contain Soviet influence, leading to conflicts in countries such as Korea and Vietnam. Despite these conflicts, there were also moments of cooperation between the Soviet Union and the Western powers. The Soviet Union was a key member of the Allied forces during World War II, and it played a significant role in defeating Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union also worked with the Western powers to establish the United Nations and to address global issues such as nuclear disarmament. The end of the Cold War in the 1990s marked a significant shift in Soviet relations with the Western powers and allies. The collapse of the Soviet Union led to a period of political and economic instability in the region, and the United States and its allies played a significant role in shaping the post-Soviet landscape. The United States and Russia also engaged in a series of arms control agreements, leading to significant reductions in nuclear weapons. In summary, Soviet relations with the Western powers and allies after World War II were marked by a deep ideological divide and a series of tense and often hostile interactions. The Soviet Union sought to spread its communist ideology throughout the world, putting it at odds with the Western powers. Despite these conflicts, there were also moments of cooperation between the Soviet Union and the Western powers, particularly during World War II. The end of the Cold War marked a significant shift in Soviet relations with the West, leading to a period of political and economic instability in the region. Stalin played a central role in the Cold War, which was a period of geopolitical tension between the Soviet Union and the Western powers, led by the United States. The Cold War lasted from the end of World War II in 1945 until the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, and it had a profound impact on global politics and security. One of the key areas of tension between Stalin and the United States was in Europe. The Soviet Union sought to dominate Eastern Europe, imposing communist regimes and suppressing dissent. The United States and its allies, led by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, sought to contain Soviet expansionism and support democratic governments in the region. This led to a series of Cold War conflicts, including the Berlin blockade and the Cuban Missile Crisis. Stalin also played a central role in shaping Soviet foreign policy during the Cold War. Stalin sought to spread Soviet influence and communist ideology throughout the world, supporting communist movements and governments in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This put the Soviet Union at odds with the United States and its allies, who saw the spread of communism as a threat to their own security and interests. Stalin's role in the Cold War was also marked by a series of proxy wars and interventions. The Soviet Union supported communist movements and governments in countries such as Korea and Vietnam, leading to conflict with the United States and its allies. The Soviet Union also intervened militarily in Afghanistan in the 1980s, leading to a prolonged conflict with Afghan rebels and their allies. The tensions between Stalin and the United States and NATO had a profound impact on global politics and security. The threat of nuclear war between the two superpowers was a constant concern, and it led to a significant arms race between the Soviet Union and the United States. The Cold War also had a significant impact on the domestic politics of both the Soviet Union and the United States, with each side seeking to demonstrate its ideological superiority and military strength. In summary, Stalin played a central role in the Cold War, which was a period of geopolitical tension between the Soviet Union and the Western powers, led by the United States. Stalin sought to spread Soviet influence and communist ideology throughout the world, putting him at odds with the United States and its allies. The tensions between Stalin and the United States and NATO had a profound impact on global politics and security, leading to a significant arms race and a series of proxy wars and interventions. The legacy of the Cold War continues to shape global politics and security to this day. After World War II, the Soviet Union sought to establish its control over Eastern Europe, creating a series of satellite states that were politically and economically dependent on the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union also created the Warsaw Pact, a military alliance of communist states in Eastern Europe. This gave the Soviet Union significant influence in the region and allowed it to project its power beyond its borders. The Soviet Union's control of Eastern Europe was rooted in its ideology of communism, which called for the establishment of a socialist state and the elimination of capitalist and imperialist influences. The Soviet Union sought to spread its communist ideology throughout the world, and it saw the creation of satellite states in Eastern Europe as a means of achieving this goal. The Soviet Union used a variety of tactics to establish its control over Eastern Europe. It imposed communist regimes in countries such as Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, and it suppressed dissent and opposition. The Soviet Union also used its economic and military power to dominate these countries, creating a system of economic dependence and imposing a military presence in the region. The creation of the Warsaw Pact in 1955 further solidified the Soviet Union's control over Eastern Europe. The Warsaw Pact was a military alliance of communist states in the region, and it provided the Soviet Union with a significant military presence in the region. The Warsaw Pact also served as a counterbalance to NATO, which was established by the Western powers to contain Soviet expansionism. The Soviet Union's control of Eastern Europe had a significant impact on the region's political and economic development. The communist regimes established by the Soviet Union were often authoritarian and repressive, suppressing dissent and opposition. The Soviet Union also imposed a system of economic dependence on these countries, which hindered their development and led to significant social and economic disparities. The Soviet Union's control of Eastern Europe also had a significant impact on global politics and security. The tensions between the Soviet Union and the Western powers over Eastern Europe were a key driver of the Cold War, and they led to a series of proxy wars and interventions in countries such as Korea and Vietnam. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 marked the end of the Soviet Union's control of Eastern Europe, and it led to a period of political and economic transition in the region. In summary, the Soviet Union's control of Eastern Europe was a central aspect of its foreign policy after World War II. The Soviet Union sought to spread its communist ideology throughout the world, and it saw the establishment of satellite states in Eastern Europe as a means of achieving this goal. The Soviet Union used a variety of tactics, including the imposition of communist regimes and the creation of the Warsaw Pact, to establish its control over the region. The legacy of the Soviet Union's control of Eastern Europe continues to shape global politics and security to this day. Stalin played a central role in shaping Soviet foreign policy and relations with other countries during his time in power. Stalin sought to spread Soviet influence and communist ideology throughout the world, and he saw the establishment of a socialist state as a means of achieving this goal. Stalin's foreign policy was marked by a combination of pragmatism and ideological commitment, and it had a significant impact on global politics and security. One of the key aspects of Stalin's foreign policy was the establishment of a series of satellite states in Eastern Europe. These states were politically and economically dependent on the Soviet Union, and they served as a means of extending Soviet influence beyond its borders. The creation of the Warsaw Pact, a military alliance of communist states in Eastern Europe, further solidified the Soviet Union's control over the region. Stalin's foreign policy was also marked by a series of interventions and proxy wars in other countries. The Soviet Union supported communist movements and governments in countries such as Korea, Vietnam, and Cuba, leading to conflicts with the United States and its allies. The Soviet Union also intervened militarily in Afghanistan in the 1980s, leading to a prolonged conflict with Afghan rebels and their allies. Stalin's foreign policy was also marked by a significant arms race with the United States. The Soviet Union sought to develop a military and technological edge over the United States, leading to a significant investment in military and defense spending. This arms race had a significant impact on global politics and security, and it heightened tensions between the two superpowers. Despite these conflicts, there were also moments of cooperation between the Soviet Union and other countries. The Soviet Union played a significant role in the Allied victory in World War II, and it worked with the United States and other countries to establish the United Nations and to address global issues such as nuclear disarmament. Stalin's foreign policy had a significant impact on global politics and security, and it shaped the perception of the Soviet Union as a global superpower. The legacy of Stalin's foreign policy continues to shape global politics and security to this day, particularly in relation to the ongoing tensions between Russia and the United States. In summary, Stalin played a central role in shaping Soviet foreign policy and relations with other countries during his time in power. Stalin sought to spread Soviet influence and communist ideology throughout the world, and he used a combination of pragmatism and ideological commitment to achieve this goal. Stalin's foreign policy was marked by a series of interventions and proxy wars, as well as a significant arms race with the United States. The legacy of Stalin's foreign policy continues to shape global politics and security to this day, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of diplomacy and cooperation in international relations. Chapter 7: Stalin's Propaganda and Cult of Personality. Stalin's regime was marked by the use of propaganda as a means of shaping public opinion and promoting the ideals of the Soviet state. Stalin sought to create a Soviet mythology, one that emphasized the role of the Communist Party and the achievements of the Soviet Union. This mythology served as a means of justifying Stalin's authoritarian rule and consolidating his power. One of the key aspects of the Soviet mythology was the cult of personality that developed around Stalin. Stalin was portrayed as a heroic figure, a leader who was both wise and just. Portraits of Stalin adorned public buildings and streets, and his speeches were broadcast widely across the Soviet Union. Stalin's image was used to promote the idea of a strong and unified Soviet state, one that was guided by the Communist Party and its leadership. The Soviet mythology also emphasized the achievements of the Soviet Union, particularly in the areas of industrialization and economic development. The Soviet Union was portrayed as a model socialist state, one that was superior to the capitalist states of the West. The Soviet Union's successes in areas such as space exploration and military technology were used to demonstrate the superiority of Soviet socialism. The Soviet mythology also served as a means of promoting the ideals of the Communist Party. The Communist Party was portrayed as the vanguard of the proletariat, the class that would lead the socialist revolution. The Soviet Union was presented as a classless society, one in which workers and peasants held power and had equal rights. The use of propaganda in Stalin's regime had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. The Soviet mythology created a sense of national pride and unity, and it helped to promote the ideals of Soviet socialism. However, the use of propaganda also had a darker side, as it was used to suppress dissent and opposition. Those who opposed Stalin's regime were portrayed as enemies of the state, and they were often subject to arrest, imprisonment, or execution. The legacy of the Soviet mythology continues to shape perceptions of the Soviet Union and its legacy. The Soviet Union is often seen as a symbol of authoritarianism and repression, and the use of propaganda in Stalin's regime is seen as a key aspect of this legacy. However, the Soviet mythology also had a significant impact on the development of socialist thought and ideology, and it continues to influence political discourse in many parts of the world. In summary, the use of propaganda in Stalin's regime played a significant role in shaping Soviet society and politics. The creation of a Soviet mythology served as a means of promoting the ideals of Soviet socialism and justifying Stalin's authoritarian rule. The cult of personality that developed around Stalin and the emphasis on the achievements of the Soviet Union helped to create a sense of national pride and unity. However, the use of propaganda also had a darker side, as it was used to suppress dissent and opposition. The legacy of the Soviet mythology continues to shape perceptions of the Soviet Union and its legacy, and it serves as a reminder of the power of propaganda in shaping public opinion and promoting political agendas. Stalin's regime was marked by the creation of a cult of personality, in which Stalin was deified and portrayed as a heroic figure who was central to the survival and success of the Soviet Union. This cult of personality served as a means of justifying Stalin's authoritarian rule and consolidating his power, but it also had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. The cult of personality was built around Stalin's image, which was widely propagated through posters, films, and other forms of propaganda. Stalin was portrayed as a wise and just leader, a father figure who cared for the Soviet people and was dedicated to their well-being. His speeches and writings were broadcast widely across the Soviet Union, and his image was used to promote the idea of a strong and unified Soviet state. The cult of personality also served as a means of promoting Stalin's policies and ideals. Stalin was presented as a champion of socialist ideals, one who was committed to creating a classless society in which workers and peasants held power. The cult of personality helped to promote the idea of a strong and centralized communist party, one that was dedicated to the ideals of Soviet socialism. The deification of Stalin had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. The cult of personality helped to create a sense of national pride and unity, and it promoted the ideals of Soviet socialism. However, the cult of personality also had a darker side, as it was used to suppress dissent and opposition. Those who opposed Stalin's regime were portrayed as enemies of the state, and they were often subject to arrest, imprisonment, or execution. The legacy of the cult of personality continues to shape perceptions of the Soviet Union and its legacy. The deification of Stalin is often seen as a symbol of authoritarianism and repression, and it serves as a reminder of the dangers of personality cults in politics. However, the cult of personality also had a significant impact on the development of socialist thought and ideology, and it continues to influence political discourse in many parts of the world. In summary, the cult of personality that developed around Stalin in the Soviet Union played a significant role in shaping Soviet society and politics. The deification of Stalin helped to create a sense of national pride and unity, and it promoted the ideals of Soviet socialism. However, the cult of personality also had a darker side, as it was used to suppress dissent and opposition. The legacy of the cult of personality serves as a reminder of the dangers of personality cults in politics, and it continues to shape perceptions of the Soviet Union and its legacy. Stalin's regime relied heavily on art, literature, and media as tools of propaganda. The Soviet Union saw culture as a means of promoting the ideals of Soviet socialism and shaping public opinion, and the regime worked to control and shape cultural production to fit its political agenda. The role of art, literature, and media in the propaganda machine had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. One of the key aspects of the propaganda machine was the use of art and literature to promote the ideals of Soviet socialism. Soviet art and literature emphasized themes such as industrialization, collectivization, and the achievements of the Soviet Union. The regime worked to control cultural production, censoring works that did not fit its political agenda and promoting those that did. This led to the creation of a highly politicized cultural landscape, one in which art and literature were used to promote the ideals of the Soviet state. The media also played a central role in the propaganda machine. The Soviet Union had a highly centralized media system, with all media outlets controlled by the state. The media was used to promote the ideals of Soviet socialism, to portray the Soviet Union as a strong and unified state, and to demonize enemies of the state. The regime used the media to create a sense of national pride and unity, and to shape public opinion in favor of the Communist Party. The use of art, literature, and media in the propaganda machine had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. The emphasis on political correctness and the promotion of the ideals of Soviet socialism led to the creation of a highly controlled cultural landscape, one in which creativity and innovation were often stifled. The regime's control of the media also led to a highly censored and controlled public discourse, one in which dissent and opposition were often suppressed. Despite these limitations, the propaganda machine also had a significant impact on the development of Soviet culture and art. The regime's emphasis on promoting the ideals of Soviet socialism led to the creation of a distinct Soviet culture, one that was marked by a focus on collective values and the achievements of the Soviet Union. Soviet literature and art often sought to promote socialist values, and they played a central role in shaping the cultural landscape of the Soviet Union. The legacy of the propaganda machine continues to shape perceptions of Soviet culture and art. Soviet culture is often seen as highly politicized and controlled, and the role of art, literature, and media in the propaganda machine is often seen as a key aspect of this legacy. However, the propaganda machine also had a significant impact on the development of Soviet culture and art, and it continues to influence political discourse and artistic expression in many parts of the world. In summary, the role of art, literature, and media in the propaganda machine played a significant role in shaping Soviet society and politics. The regime relied on culture as a means of promoting the ideals of Soviet socialism and shaping public opinion, leading to a highly controlled cultural landscape and public discourse. However, the propaganda machine also had a significant impact on the development of Soviet culture and art, and it continues to shape perceptions of Soviet culture and art to this day. Soviet propaganda was marked by the use of techniques and methods of indoctrination and censorship to shape public opinion and promote the ideals of Soviet socialism. The regime relied heavily on propaganda to maintain its grip on power and control the thoughts and actions of the Soviet people. The techniques and methods of Soviet propaganda had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. Indoctrination was a key aspect of Soviet propaganda. The regime sought to promote the ideals of Soviet socialism and to create a sense of national pride and unity. To achieve this, the regime relied on the education system to indoctrinate Soviet youth with communist ideology. Soviet schools emphasized the importance of collective values, the role of the Communist Party in guiding society, and the superiority of Soviet socialism. Students were taught to revere Soviet leaders, particularly Stalin, and to view the achievements of the Soviet Union as evidence of the superiority of socialist ideology. Censorship was another key aspect of Soviet propaganda. The regime sought to control the flow of information and to suppress dissent and opposition. All forms of media were tightly controlled by the state, with the regime censoring newspapers, books, films, and other forms of media. Any material that did not fit the political agenda of the regime was censored, and those who produced or disseminated such material were subject to arrest, imprisonment, or execution. This led to a highly controlled public discourse, one in which dissent and opposition were often suppressed. The techniques and methods of Soviet propaganda had a significant impact on Soviet society and politics. Indoctrination and censorship helped to create a highly controlled cultural landscape and public discourse, one in which the ideals of Soviet socialism were promoted at the expense of creativity and innovation. The regime's control of education and media also helped to create a sense of national pride and unity, which was used to justify Stalin's authoritarian rule and the dominance of the Communist Party. Despite these limitations, the techniques and methods of Soviet propaganda also had a significant impact on the development of Soviet culture and art. The regime's emphasis on promoting the ideals of Soviet socialism led to the creation of a distinct Soviet culture, one that was marked by a focus on collective values and the achievements of the Soviet Union. Soviet literature and art often sought to promote socialist values, and they played a central role in shaping the cultural landscape of the Soviet Union. The legacy of Soviet propaganda continues to shape perceptions of Soviet society and politics. Soviet society is often seen as highly controlled and authoritarian, and the techniques and methods of propaganda are often seen as a key aspect of this legacy. However, the propaganda machine also had a significant impact on the development of Soviet culture and art, and it continues to influence political discourse and artistic expression in many parts of the world. In summary, the techniques and methods of Soviet propaganda played a significant role in shaping Soviet society and politics. The regime relied on propaganda to maintain its grip on power and control the thoughts and actions of the Soviet people, leading to a highly controlled cultural landscape and public discourse. However, the propaganda machine also had a significant impact on the development of Soviet culture and art, and it continues to shape perceptions of Soviet culture and art to this day. Stalin's legacy in the development of propaganda and the cult of personality in politics is one of the most enduring legacies of his regime. The techniques and methods of propaganda and the cult of personality that he developed have had a profound impact on political discourse and the use of propaganda in politics. Stalin's regime relied heavily on propaganda as a means of controlling the Soviet people and promoting the ideals of Soviet socialism. Stalin's concept of propaganda was based on the idea of shaping public opinion through the use of media and other forms of communication. Stalin believed that propaganda could be used to create a sense of national pride and unity, to promote the achievements of the Soviet Union, and to demonize enemies of the state. One of the key aspects of Stalin's propaganda was the use of the cult of personality. Stalin was portrayed as a heroic figure, a wise and just leader who was central to the survival and success of the Soviet Union. The cult of personality served as a means of justifying Stalin's authoritarian rule and consolidating his power. Stalin was presented as a father figure who cared for the Soviet people and was dedicated to their well-being. His speeches and writings were broadcast widely across the Soviet Union, and his image was used to promote the idea of a strong and unified Soviet state. Stalin's legacy in the development of propaganda and the cult of personality has had a profound impact on political discourse and the use of propaganda in politics. The techniques and methods of propaganda that he developed have been used by political leaders around the world to shape public opinion and consolidate power. The use of the cult of personality in politics has also become a common tactic, with leaders using images and rhetoric to create a sense of national pride and unity. However, the legacy of Stalin's propaganda and the cult of personality is not without its darker side. The techniques and methods of propaganda that he developed were often used to suppress dissent and opposition, and the cult of personality was used to justify authoritarian rule and the suppression of individual freedoms. The legacy of Stalin's propaganda and the cult of personality serves as a warning of the dangers of personality cults in politics and the importance of free and open discourse in a democratic society. In summary, Stalin's legacy in the development of propaganda and the cult of personality in politics is one of the most enduring legacies of his regime. The techniques and methods of propaganda and the cult of personality that he developed have had a profound impact on political discourse and the use of propaganda in politics. While the legacy of Stalin's propaganda and the cult of personality is not without its darker side, it serves as a reminder of the importance of free and open discourse in a democratic society and the dangers of personality cults in politics. Chapter 8: Stalin's relationship with other Soviet leaders and allies. Stalin's early political collaborations and rivalries were key factors in shaping his rise to power within the Communist Party and his eventual emergence as the leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin's political career began in the early years of the 20th century, when he became involved in the Bolshevik movement and began to build alliances with other key figures in the party. One of Stalin's earliest political collaborators was Vladimir Lenin, the founder of the Bolshevik Party. Lenin recognized Stalin's talent for organization and appointed him to various key positions within the party. Stalin quickly rose through the ranks, and by 1917 he was a member of the party's Central Committee. Stalin's early political collaborations also included his alliances with other key figures in the party, such as Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. These three formed what was known as the Troika, a group that was instrumental in consolidating Bolshevik power in the early years of the Soviet Union. However, Stalin's political alliances were not always stable, and he also had numerous rivalries with other key figures in the party. One of his most significant rivals was Leon Trotsky, a former ally of Lenin who had fallen out of favor with the party leadership. Trotsky and Stalin had significant ideological differences, and their rivalry was marked by bitter personal animosity. Stalin's rivalry with Trotsky came to a head in the years following Lenin's death in 1924. Stalin and his supporters in the party worked to discredit and marginalize Trotsky, and eventually succeeded in having him expelled from the party and exiled from the Soviet Union. Stalin's political collaborations and rivalries played a key role in his rise to power within the Communist Party and his eventual emergence as the leader of the Soviet Union. His alliances with key figures such as Lenin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev allowed him to consolidate power within the party, while his rivalry with Trotsky helped him to eliminate a key rival and potential threat to his leadership. Stalin's political career was marked by a ruthless and Machiavellian approach to politics. He was willing to use any means necessary to consolidate his power, including manipulation, intimidation, and violence. His rise to power was marked by a series of purges within the party, which helped to eliminate potential rivals and strengthen his grip on power. In summary, Stalin's early political collaborations and rivalries were key factors in shaping his rise to power within the Communist Party and his eventual emergence as the leader of the Soviet Union. His alliances with key figures such as Lenin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev helped him to consolidate power within the party, while his rivalry with Trotsky helped him to eliminate a key rival and potential threat to his leadership. However, his approach to politics was marked by a ruthless and Machiavellian approach, which was characterized by manipulation, intimidation, and violence. Stalin's power struggles with other Soviet leaders, such as Trotsky, Bukharin, and others, were a defining feature of Soviet politics in the early 20th century. These struggles shaped the course of Soviet history, determining who would control the Soviet Union and how it would be governed. Leon Trotsky was one of Stalin's most significant rivals for power within the Communist Party. Trotsky was a key figure in the early years of the Soviet Union and was seen by many as the natural successor to Lenin. However, Trotsky and Stalin had significant ideological differences, and their rivalry was marked by bitter personal animosity. Stalin worked tirelessly to undermine Trotsky's influence within the party. He accused Trotsky of being a traitor and a counter-revolutionary, and worked to discredit him and marginalize him within the party. Eventually, Stalin succeeded in having Trotsky expelled from the party and exiled from the Soviet Union. Another key figure in Soviet politics who clashed with Stalin was Nikolai Bukharin. Bukharin was a prominent Marxist thinker and a key figure in the early years of the Soviet Union. However, he had significant ideological differences with Stalin, and their relationship was marked by intense rivalry. Stalin worked to discredit Bukharin and to eliminate him as a potential rival for power. He accused Bukharin of being a traitor and a counter-revolutionary, and eventually succeeded in having him arrested and executed during the purges of the 1930s. Stalin's power struggles with other Soviet leaders were marked by a ruthless and Machiavellian approach to politics. He was willing to use any means necessary to consolidate his power, including manipulation, intimidation, and violence. His rise to power was marked by a series of purges within the party, which helped to eliminate potential rivals and strengthen his grip on power. However, Stalin's approach to politics was not without its costs. The purges and power struggles of the 1930s led to the imprisonment and execution of thousands of Soviet citizens, including many innocent people. The Soviet Union also became increasingly isolated from the rest of the world, as other countries became increasingly wary of Stalin's aggressive tactics and expansionist ambitions. In summary, Stalin's power struggles with other Soviet leaders, such as Trotsky, Bukharin, and others, were a defining feature of Soviet politics in the early 20th century. These struggles shaped the course of Soviet history, determining who would control the Soviet Union and how it would be governed. However, Stalin's approach to politics was marked by a ruthless and Machiavellian approach, which led to the imprisonment and execution of thousands of Soviet citizens and the isolation of the Soviet Union from the rest of the world. Stalin's relationship with foreign allies during World War II was marked by a complex web of alliances and rivalries, as the Soviet Union fought against Nazi Germany and its allies on the Eastern Front. Stalin's most significant allies during World War II were the Western powers, particularly the United States and Great Britain. Despite significant ideological differences, Stalin was able to work with these countries to defeat Nazi Germany, and the three countries became known as the Big Three. However, the relationship between the Soviet Union and its Western allies was marked by tension and distrust. The Western powers were often critical of Stalin's aggressive tactics and his human rights abuses, while Stalin was suspicious of their motives and their commitment to defeating Nazi Germany. One of the key issues that strained the relationship between the Soviet Union and its Western allies was the question of opening a second front in Europe. Stalin repeatedly pressed the Western powers to launch a major offensive against Nazi Germany from the West, in order to relieve pressure on the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front. However, the Western powers were hesitant to commit to such an offensive, and it was not until the D-Day landings in June 1944 that a significant Western offensive was launched. Stalin's relationship with other Allied powers was also complex. The Soviet Union had a strained relationship with China, which was also fighting against Japan in the Pacific Theater. Stalin was reluctant to provide significant support to China, fearing that a strong China would become a rival to the Soviet Union in the post-war world. Stalin's relationship with his Soviet bloc allies, such as Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, was also complex. While these countries were nominally allies of the Soviet Union, they had their own national interests and were often critical of Soviet domination. After the war, Stalin worked to consolidate Soviet control over these countries, often using force to suppress dissent and opposition. In summary, Stalin's relationship with foreign allies during World War II was marked by a complex web of alliances and rivalries. While the Soviet Union was able to work with the Western powers to defeat Nazi Germany, the relationship between the two sides was marked by tension and distrust. Stalin's relationships with other Allied powers, such as China and his Soviet bloc allies, were also complex. After the war, Stalin worked to consolidate Soviet control over these countries, often using force to suppress dissent and opposition. Overall, Stalin's approach to foreign policy during World War II was characterized by a Machiavellian approach, in which he pursued his own national interests and used any means necessary to achieve his goals. The Soviet Union's relations with its Eastern European allies, such as Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and others, were a key feature of Soviet foreign policy in the years following World War II. These relationships were complex, often marked by tension and disagreement, and were shaped by the Soviet Union's desire to consolidate its control over Eastern Europe and to maintain its position as a global superpower. One of the most significant Eastern European allies of the Soviet Union was Yugoslavia, led by Josip Broz Tito. Tito was a key figure in the communist movement in Yugoslavia, and he worked closely with the Soviet Union in the years after World War II. However, Tito was also a strong-willed leader who was determined to maintain Yugoslavia's independence from the Soviet Union. Tensions between Tito and the Soviet Union reached a head in 1948, when Stalin accused Tito of deviating from orthodox Marxist-Leninist principles and of being a traitor to the communist cause. Stalin cut off aid to Yugoslavia and expelled the country from the Cominform, the organization that coordinated communist activities throughout Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union also had complex relationships with other Eastern European allies, such as Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was a key Soviet ally in the early years of the Cold War, and the country was instrumental in helping to establish Soviet control over Eastern Europe. However, the relationship between the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia was also marked by tension and disagreement, particularly in the years following the Prague Spring in 1968. The Soviet Union was also involved in conflicts with other Eastern European allies, such as Hungary and Poland. In 1956, Soviet forces invaded Hungary to put down a popular uprising against Soviet control, and in 1981, the Soviet Union imposed martial law in Poland to suppress the Solidarity movement. Overall, the Soviet Union's relations with its Eastern European allies were marked by tension and disagreement. While the Soviet Union was able to establish control over these countries in the years following World War II, the relationship between the Soviet Union and its allies was often fraught with tension, as the countries sought to maintain their independence and resist Soviet domination. The Soviet Union's approach to these relationships was characterized by a Machiavellian approach, in which the Soviet Union pursued its own national interests and used any means necessary to maintain its control over Eastern Europe. Stalin's legacy in shaping Soviet politics and leadership succession was profound, and his impact on Soviet history cannot be overstated. Stalin's rise to power in the early 20th century marked a turning point in Soviet history, and his approach to politics and governance had a profound impact on the Soviet Union for decades to come. Stalin's approach to politics was characterized by a ruthless and Machiavellian approach, in which he pursued his own national interests and used any means necessary to achieve his goals. Stalin was a master at manipulating the levers of power, and he used his position as General Secretary of the Communist Party to consolidate his control over the party and the Soviet Union. One of the key ways in which Stalin shaped Soviet politics and leadership succession was through his purges of the 1930s. Stalin used the purges to eliminate potential rivals and strengthen his grip on power, and thousands of Soviet citizens were imprisoned or executed during this time. Stalin also used propaganda and the cult of personality to maintain his grip on power. He created a mythology around himself, portraying himself as a hero and a savior of the Soviet Union. This mythology helped to create a sense of loyalty and devotion to Stalin among the Soviet people, and it helped to reinforce his position as the undisputed leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin's legacy in shaping Soviet politics and leadership succession was also evident in the way that he established the system of government in the Soviet Union. Stalin centralized power in the Communist Party, and he created a system in which the party controlled all aspects of Soviet life. This system of government, which was characterized by one-party rule and the absence of political opposition, was a defining feature of Soviet politics for decades to come. Stalin's approach to politics and leadership succession had a profound impact on Soviet history, and his legacy was felt long after his death in 1953. After Stalin's death, a power struggle ensued, as various Soviet leaders jostled for position and influence. This struggle ultimately led to the emergence of Nikita Khrushchev as the new leader of the Soviet Union. Khrushchev's leadership was marked by a significant departure from the policies of Stalin. He sought to reform the Soviet Union, loosening the grip of the Communist Party and allowing for greater political freedom. However, Khrushchev's reforms were ultimately unsuccessful, and he was ousted from power in 1964. In summary, Stalin's legacy in shaping Soviet politics and leadership succession was profound, and his impact on Soviet history cannot be overstated. Stalin's approach to politics and governance was characterized by a ruthless and Machiavellian approach, and he used his position as General Secretary of the Communist Party to consolidate his control over the party and the Soviet Union. Stalin's legacy was felt long after his death, as Soviet leaders grappled with the legacy of his rule and attempted to chart a new course for the Soviet Union. Chapter 9: Stalin's Health and Death, Illness, Treatment and Funeral. Stalin's health problems were a significant factor in his later years, and they had a profound impact on Soviet politics and governance. Stalin's illness, which began to manifest itself in the late 1940s, was a closely guarded secret, and the details of his illness were not widely known until after his death. Stalin's health problems were primarily related to his heart, and he suffered from a range of symptoms, including chest pain, shortness of breath, and fatigue. In the early years of his illness, Stalin attempted to conceal his condition, but as his symptoms worsened, it became increasingly difficult to hide his declining health. Stalin's illness became a significant concern for Soviet leaders in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Stalin's declining health raised questions about his ability to govern, and there were concerns that his illness could lead to a power vacuum in the Soviet Union. Despite his declining health, Stalin remained active in Soviet politics until his death in 1953. However, his illness had a significant impact on his ability to govern, and it contributed to the instability and uncertainty that characterized Soviet politics in the years leading up to his death. The onset and progression of Stalin's illness were closely guarded secrets, and it was not until after his death that the full extent of his health problems was revealed. In the years following Stalin's death, Soviet leaders began to acknowledge the severity of his illness and the impact that it had on his ability to govern. The details of Stalin's illness and its progression have been the subject of much speculation and debate over the years. Some historians have suggested that Stalin's illness was related to his excessive drinking and smoking, while others have suggested that it was related to stress and the demands of governing the Soviet Union. Regardless of the specific causes of Stalin's illness, it is clear that his declining health had a significant impact on Soviet politics and governance. His illness contributed to the uncertainty and instability that characterized Soviet politics in the years leading up to his death, and it raised questions about the future of the Soviet Union. In summary, Stalin's health problems were a significant factor in his later years, and they had a profound impact on Soviet politics and governance. Stalin's illness was a closely guarded secret, and the details of his condition were not widely known until after his death. His declining health contributed to the instability and uncertainty that characterized Soviet politics in the years leading up to his death, and it raised questions about the future of the Soviet Union. Stalin's treatment for his health problems was a closely guarded secret, and the details of his medical care and intervention are not well known. However, it is clear that Stalin received medical care and intervention throughout his illness, and that his health problems were closely monitored by a team of physicians. Stalin's medical care was provided by a team of physicians, led by Professor Vinogradov. Vinogradov was a prominent Soviet physician, and he was responsible for managing Stalin's care throughout his illness. Under Vinogradov's supervision, Stalin was treated with a range of medications and therapies, including nitroglycerin, digitalis. Top of form. Stalin's treatment for his health problems was a closely guarded secret, and the details of his medical care and intervention are not well known. However, it is clear that Stalin received medical care and intervention throughout his illness, and that his health problems were closely monitored by a team of physicians. Stalin's medical care was provided by a team of physicians, led by Professor Vinogradov. Vinogradov was a prominent Soviet physician, and he was responsible for managing Stalin's care throughout his illness. Under Vinogradov's supervision, Stalin was treated with a range of medications and therapies, including nitroglycerin, digitalis, and blood thinners. In addition to medication, Stalin received a range of other medical interventions. He was closely monitored for signs of heart failure, and he underwent a number of diagnostic tests, including electrocardiograms and chest X-rays. Stalin was also advised to make changes to his lifestyle, including reducing his alcohol consumption and engaging in regular exercise. Despite these interventions, Stalin's health continued to deteriorate in the years leading up to his death. By the early 1950s, Stalin's health had become a significant concern for Soviet leaders, and there were fears that his illness could lead to a power vacuum in the Soviet Union. In an attempt to maintain the stability of the Soviet Union, Soviet leaders attempted to conceal the severity of Stalin's illness. Stalin's declining health was kept a closely guarded secret, and Soviet propaganda continued to depict him as a strong and capable leader. The specifics of Stalin's medical care and intervention have been the subject of much speculation and debate over the years. Some historians have suggested that Stalin's medical care was inadequate, and that his physicians were not sufficiently skilled or knowledgeable to manage his illness effectively. Others have suggested that Stalin's illness was so advanced that medical intervention would not have been able to save him. Regardless of the specific details of Stalin's medical care and intervention, it is clear that his health problems had a significant impact on Soviet politics and governance. Stalin's declining health contributed to the instability and uncertainty that characterized Soviet politics in the years leading up to his death, and it raised questions about the future of the Soviet Union. In summary, Stalin's treatment for his health problems was a closely guarded secret, and the specifics of his medical care and intervention are not well known. However, it is clear that Stalin received medical care and intervention throughout his illness, and that his declining health had a significant impact on Soviet politics and governance. Despite attempts to conceal the severity of his illness, Stalin's declining health was a significant concern for Soviet leaders, and it contributed to the instability and uncertainty that characterized Soviet politics in the years leading up to his death. Stalin's declining health had a significant impact on his political activity in the later years of his life. As his health problems became more severe, Stalin became increasingly isolated and removed from the day-to-day operations of Soviet politics. This isolation had significant implications for the Soviet Union, as it created a power vacuum at the top of the Soviet leadership. Stalin's isolation was a deliberate strategy on the part of Soviet leaders. As Stalin's health declined, Soviet leaders began to worry about the future of the Soviet Union in the absence of a strong leader. In an attempt to maintain the stability of the Soviet Union, Soviet leaders began to limit Stalin's involvement in day-to-day politics. As a result of this isolation, Stalin became increasingly reliant on his inner circle of advisors and confidants. These advisors, who were often untested in the world of politics, became increasingly influential in shaping Soviet policy. Stalin's isolation also had significant implications for the Soviet Union's relations with the West. As Stalin became more removed from day-to-day politics, Soviet leaders became increasingly cautious in their dealings with the West. This caution was driven by a fear of destabilizing the Soviet Union in the absence of a strong leader. Stalin's isolation had significant implications for the Soviet Union's foreign policy as well. As Stalin became more removed from the day-to-day operations of Soviet politics, Soviet leaders became increasingly cautious in their dealings with other countries. This caution was driven by a fear of destabilizing the Soviet Union in the absence of a strong leader. The implications of Stalin's isolation were significant, and they had a lasting impact on the Soviet Union. Stalin's declining health contributed to the instability and uncertainty that characterized Soviet politics in the years leading up to his death. His isolation created a power vacuum at the top of the Soviet leadership, and it contributed to the rise of his inner circle of advisors and confidants. In summary, Stalin's isolation had significant implications for his political activity in the later years of his life. As his health declined, Stalin became increasingly isolated and removed from the day-to-day operations of Soviet politics. This isolation had significant implications for the Soviet Union, as it created a power vacuum at the top of the Soviet leadership. The implications of Stalin's isolation were significant, and they had a lasting impact on the Soviet Union. Stalin's death on March 5, 1953, marked the end of an era in Soviet politics. The circumstances surrounding his death remained shrouded in mystery and controversy, and the immediate aftermath of his death was marked by uncertainty and confusion. Stalin's death was first announced to the Soviet public on March 6, 1953, in a statement issued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The statement, which was read on Soviet radio, announced that Stalin had died after suffering a stroke. The announcement of Stalin's death triggered an outpouring of grief and mourning across the Soviet Union. Millions of Soviet citizens attended memorial services and processions, and there were reports of widespread displays of emotion. Despite the initial outpouring of grief, there was also widespread confusion and uncertainty in the immediate aftermath of Stalin's death. The Soviet Union had never experienced a peaceful transfer of power, and there were concerns that Stalin's death could lead to political instability and upheaval. In an attempt to maintain stability, Soviet leaders quickly moved to fill the power vacuum left by Stalin's death. On March 7, 1953, the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union, which was the highest governmental body in the Soviet Union, met to select a new leadership team. At the meeting, Georgy Malenkov was elected as chairman of the Council of Ministers, which was the highest executive body in the Soviet Union. Nikita Khrushchev, who would go on to become one of the most influential Soviet leaders of the Cold War era, was elected as first secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The selection of Malenkov and Khrushchev marked the beginning of a new era in Soviet politics. Under their leadership, the Soviet Union began to move away from the hardline Stalinist policies that had characterized the country in the previous decades. Despite the initial confusion and uncertainty, the transition of power in the Soviet Union following Stalin's death was remarkably peaceful. This was due in large part to the careful planning and preparation that had gone into the succession process, as well as the willingness of Soviet leaders to work together to maintain stability. In the years following Stalin's death, the Soviet Union underwent significant political and social changes. The country moved away from the repressive policies of the Stalin era, and there were attempts to modernize and reform Soviet society. However, the legacy of Stalinism continued to loom large in Soviet politics and culture, and the impact of Stalin's rule continued to be felt for many years to come. In summary, Stalin's death marked the end of an era in Soviet politics, and the circumstances surrounding his death remained shrouded in mystery and controversy. The immediate aftermath of his death was marked by confusion and uncertainty, but the transition of power in the Soviet Union was remarkably peaceful. The selection of Malenkov and Khrushchev marked the beginning of a new era in Soviet politics, and the legacy of Stalinism continued to shape Soviet politics and culture for many years to come. The funeral of Joseph Stalin, held on March 9, 1953, was a carefully orchestrated event that reflected both the scale of Stalin's power and the complex politics of the Soviet Union in the wake of his death. The planning and execution of Stalin's funeral were overseen by a committee of high-ranking Soviet officials, who worked tirelessly to ensure that the event was both solemn and impressive. The planning for Stalin's funeral began almost immediately after his death was announced to the public. A committee of high-ranking officials was assembled to oversee the planning process, including the design of the coffin, the route of the funeral procession, and the guest list for the funeral. One of the key decisions made by the committee was to hold the funeral in Moscow's Red Square, which was one of the most iconic and politically significant locations in the Soviet Union. The decision to hold the funeral in Red Square was designed to underscore the importance of Stalin's legacy and to demonstrate the continuity of Soviet power in the wake of his death. The funeral procession itself was a massive undertaking, involving thousands of soldiers and officials who marched through the streets of Moscow to Red Square. The coffin, which was draped in a Soviet flag, was carried on a massive gun carriage, which was pulled by a team of black stallions. The funeral was attended by a wide range of Soviet officials and foreign dignitaries, including heads of state and high-ranking Communist Party officials from around the world. The guest list for the funeral was carefully curated to ensure that only those who were deemed politically reliable were invited to attend. The significance of Stalin's funeral was twofold. On the one hand, it was designed to honor Stalin's legacy and to demonstrate the continuity of Soviet power in the wake of his death. The massive turnout and the carefully orchestrated procession were designed to convey a sense of strength and unity in the face of a major loss. On the other hand, the funeral was also significant for the political message it conveyed. In the wake of Stalin's death, there was a great deal of uncertainty and anxiety about the future of the Soviet Union. The funeral was designed to demonstrate that the Soviet Union was still a powerful and stable country, and that the political transition following Stalin's death would be smooth and orderly. In summary, the funeral of Joseph Stalin was a carefully orchestrated event that reflected both the scale of Stalin's power and the complex politics of the Soviet Union in the wake of his death. The planning and execution of Stalin's funeral were overseen by a committee of high-ranking Soviet officials, who worked tirelessly to ensure that the event was both solemn and impressive. The funeral was designed to honor Stalin's legacy and to demonstrate the continuity of Soviet power in the wake of his death, while also conveying a message of stability and strength to the Soviet people and the world at large. Chapter 10: Stalin's Legacy and Impact on Soviet and World History. Joseph Stalin, one of the most significant figures in the history of the Soviet Union, had a profound impact on Soviet politics and governance. From his early political activism in the Bolshevik Party to his rise to power as General Secretary, Stalin's influence was felt throughout every level of Soviet society. One of the key ways in which Stalin impacted Soviet politics was through his consolidation of power. Following Lenin's death in 1924, Stalin quickly emerged as one of the most influential figures in the Soviet Union. Through a combination of cunning political maneuvering and ruthless tactics, Stalin was able to consolidate power and establish himself as the undisputed leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin's consolidation of power had significant implications for Soviet governance. As General Secretary, Stalin had control over key aspects of Soviet politics, including appointments, promotions, and purges. This gave him the power to shape Soviet policy and to ensure that his vision for the Soviet Union was carried out. One of the key ways in which Stalin exercised his power was through the use of terror and repression. Stalin's regime was characterized by a pervasive culture of fear, in which political opponents and perceived enemies of the state were ruthlessly persecuted and eliminated. This repression had a chilling effect on Soviet politics, stifling dissent and ensuring that Stalin's policies were implemented without opposition. Another key aspect of Stalin's impact on Soviet politics was his emphasis on industrialization and modernization. Stalin believed that the Soviet Union needed to rapidly modernize and industrialize in order to compete with the capitalist powers of the West. This led to a massive push for industrialization, including the forced collectivization of agriculture and the rapid expansion of heavy industry. While Stalin's emphasis on industrialization had significant benefits for the Soviet economy, it also had significant social and human costs. Millions of Soviet citizens were forced to work in dangerous and brutal conditions in factories and on collective farms, and many were subjected to famine and forced labor. Stalin's impact on Soviet politics and governance was also felt in the realm of foreign policy. Stalin believed in the importance of maintaining Soviet power and influence on the global stage, and he pursued a policy of aggressive expansionism that led to the Soviet Union's domination of Eastern Europe and its emergence as a superpower in the aftermath of World War II. In addition to his impact on Soviet politics and governance, Stalin's legacy also had significant implications for the future of the Soviet Union. Stalin's authoritarian rule and emphasis on repression and terror had a profound impact on Soviet society, shaping the country's political and social landscape for decades to come. In summary, Joseph Stalin's impact on Soviet politics and governance was significant and far-reaching. Through his consolidation of power, his emphasis on industrialization, and his aggressive foreign policy, Stalin left an indelible mark on Soviet society and politics. While his legacy is complex and controversial, it is undeniable that Stalin played a pivotal role in shaping the history of the Soviet Union and the course of 20th-century world politics. Joseph Stalin's economic policies had a profound impact on the Soviet Union and continue to shape our understanding of the possibilities and limitations of state-driven economic development. Under Stalin's leadership, the Soviet Union underwent a period of rapid industrialization and collectivization, driven by a centrally planned economy that prioritized heavy industry and the mobilization of resources for the state. One of Stalin's key economic policies was the forced collectivization of agriculture. In the late 1920s, Stalin initiated a campaign to collectivize agriculture, which involved seizing private land and forcing peasants to work on collective farms. While the goal of collectivization was to increase agricultural productivity and mobilize resources for industrialization, it had significant human costs. Millions of peasants died in the resulting famine, while others were imprisoned or sent to forced labor camps for resisting collectivization. Stalin's emphasis on industrialization was another key aspect of his economic legacy. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, Stalin launched a massive program of industrialization that aimed to transform the Soviet Union from a predominantly agricultural society into an industrial powerhouse. This effort was fueled by a combination of state investment, forced labor, and centralized planning. The results were dramatic, with the Soviet Union rapidly emerging as a major industrial power. While Stalin's emphasis on industrialization had significant benefits for the Soviet economy, it also had significant human costs. Workers were subjected to brutal working conditions, and many were forced to work in dangerous and life-threatening conditions. The emphasis on heavy industry also came at the expense of consumer goods and services, which were neglected in favor of investment in heavy industry. Central planning was a key tool in Stalin's economic strategy. Under central planning, the Soviet state controlled all aspects of economic activity, from production to distribution. This enabled Stalin to direct resources to priority areas, such as heavy industry and the military, while neglecting other sectors of the economy. While central planning had its benefits, it also led to inefficiencies and bureaucratic inflexibility, which would ultimately contribute to the decline of the Soviet economy in the latter half of the 20th century. Stalin's economic policies had a profound impact on Soviet society and continue to shape our understanding of state-driven economic development. While his emphasis on industrialization and collectivization had significant human costs, it also led to the rapid development of Soviet heavy industry and the emergence of the Soviet Union as a major world power. However, the Soviet economy ultimately proved unsustainable, as the inefficiencies and bureaucratic inflexibility of central planning led to stagnation and decline. In summary, Joseph Stalin's economic legacy is complex and controversial. While his policies of collectivization, industrialization, and central planning had significant human costs, they also had significant benefits for the Soviet Union and continue to shape our understanding of state-driven economic development. Stalin's economic policies were a key factor in the Soviet Union's emergence as a major world power, but they also contributed to the decline of the Soviet economy in the latter half of the 20th century. Joseph Stalin's impact on Soviet culture and society was profound, with his regime leaving a lasting legacy of propaganda and the cult of personality. Stalin's focus on creating a mythology around himself and the Soviet Union helped to shape the identity of the Soviet people, but also had significant implications for the political and cultural landscape of the country. One of the key ways in which Stalin impacted Soviet culture and society was through the use of propaganda. Stalin and his regime controlled all aspects of the media, including newspapers, radio, film, and literature. This allowed them to shape public opinion and to create a narrative of Soviet success and strength. Propaganda posters featuring Stalin and other Soviet leaders were ubiquitous, and Soviet citizens were bombarded with messages about the superiority of Soviet society and the dangers of foreign imperialism. The cult of personality was another key aspect of Stalin's impact on Soviet culture and society. Stalin was elevated to the status of a near deity, with his image appearing on everything from statues to postage stamps. The cult of personality served as a means of consolidating Stalin's power, with the regime encouraging the worship of Stalin as a means of reinforcing the power of the state. Stalin's impact on Soviet culture and society was also felt in the realm of art and literature. Stalin believed that art and literature should serve the interests of the state, and he imposed strict censorship on any works that did not conform to his vision of Soviet society. Many artists and writers were forced to create works that celebrated Soviet power and progress, often at the expense of artistic freedom and creativity. The impact of Stalin's propaganda and cult of personality had significant implications for Soviet politics and society. By shaping public opinion and creating a narrative of Soviet strength and superiority, Stalin was able to maintain popular support for his regime and to suppress dissent. However, the propaganda machine also served to stifle creativity and dissent, contributing to a political and cultural landscape that was characterized by conformity and obedience. In summary, Joseph Stalin's impact on Soviet culture and society was significant and far-reaching. Through his use of propaganda and the cult of personality, Stalin was able to shape the identity of the Soviet people and to maintain popular support for his regime. However, this came at a significant cost to artistic and intellectual freedom, contributing to a political and cultural landscape that was characterized by conformity and obedience. Stalin's legacy in the realm of propaganda and the cult of personality continues to shape our understanding of the potential for propaganda to shape public opinion and to influence political power dynamics. Joseph Stalin's legacy in world history is shaped in large part by the Soviet Union's role in World War II and the subsequent Cold War. Stalin's leadership during World War II and his policies in the post-war period had significant implications for the balance of power in the world and the nature of international relations. During World War II, Stalin's leadership was critical in the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. Stalin's decision to prioritize the defense of Moscow and to resist the German advance at all costs helped to turn the tide of the war in favor of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's victory in World War II was a significant moment in world history, with the country emerging as a major world power and contributing significantly to the defeat of Nazi Germany. However, Stalin's legacy in the post-war period was shaped by the Cold War and the subsequent division of the world into two rival spheres of influence. Stalin's policies of expansionism and the imposition of Soviet-style communism in Eastern Europe led to tensions with the Western powers and the formation of the NATO alliance. The division of the world into two rival spheres of influence contributed to a prolonged period of tension and conflict, with the threat of nuclear war looming large throughout much of the Cold War period. Stalin's legacy in world history is also shaped by the human cost of his policies. The Soviet Union's victory in World War II came at a significant human cost, with millions of Soviet citizens dying in the conflict. Stalin's policies of collectivization and industrialization had similarly significant human costs, with millions of Soviet citizens suffering as a result of forced labor and famine. In addition, Stalin's legacy in world history